of him for like using big word concepts he doesn't understand. Because you can tell he doesn't know what Maslow's hierarchy of needs even is. It was just funny. Right. What's like what's funny is that like what's funny is it's like, dude, I started off as a communist. I was a Marxist Maoist Leninist. Like I have read like of all of the people in Twitch politics, right? There are not very many people that have read as much political philosophy as I have. Simply not even like I'm not even trying to brag. I'm just saying that like I went from one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum. And so by doing that, I read a lot of political philosophy throughout that transition process. So like I've read most of the like I've read Kropotkin, I've read, I've read old anarchist literature, right? Because I wanted to understand, tax, properties theft, right? I read the anarchist, Belgaru's Anarchist Manifesto. Like I've read a lot from multiple domains, right? Of Little Red Book and all the classic Marxist stuff, like Engels' Socialism, Scientific and Utopic, and like Communist Manifesto and all the basic shit. It's just so funny. It's like, no, dude, like I'm the worst person to say that about. Dudes, well, dudes just had like, well, the thing that really got me was when I debated him on Tim Pool, and I was like, and then I saw him again, and I was like, who the fuck brought him back onto Tim Pool after I destroyed him? And I was like, I found out later, Econo Boy was looking for a right winger to debate, so he brought on him, and it's like, dude, you guys let Econo Boy pick a lefty LARPing as a right winger that is designed to help the left win. It's like, you guys got to be smarter about your booking, like it's fine. I have nothing against Lisa, right? If she's the one that did it, or maybe it was Valor Media or whatever. Like I don't know who did the scheduling, and I have nothing against them, but like you got to look in if you're going to bring on a bunch of Twitch people. I think Tim Pool and Lisa, like they got to understand that like a lot of these people are shifty little snakes, and like you got to be careful about stuff like that. Oh, thanks, political Chad. Dude, he literally said, he goes like, "Oh, I love DC. Like, I love going to DC and shit, but to talk to the theory nerd bros, blah blah." It's like, dude's literally on stream bragging about getting funneled what is likely, after, if you were to follow the money, a good chunk of it's probably our fucking tax dollars from some, to some charity, to some NGO, to another NGO, right? Like bragging about being a puppet for fucking billionaires and like DNC shills to try and trick people. And he's openly bragging about it at this point. But like there's a certain segment of the population that is just too dumb. Like the level of like the one layer of subtlety that he has is enough for a certain subset of the population to not notice that that's what he's actually bragging about. Yeah. Slinzer has a good point in my chat. He said, I don't think any conservatives who I don't know any conservatives who enjoy being in a district where the Republican vote is a statistical error. That's a pretty good point. You know what I mean? Like, do you know any if you know any conservatives, they don't enjoy being in a place that's 97% Democrat. Right? I've never met I'm with him. It's like, yeah, I've never met a Republican that's like loves going to 97% Democrat places. Like, oh, I just love the culture there. I love the sidewalks painted with LGBT supporting rainbows and all the fucking, like, just get the fuck out of here.
I mean, like, I'm if I say DC's great in general, that like even likes DC.
DC's a shithole. Everybody knows DC's a shithole. You ever tried to drive around DC?
No.
The fucking streets are like the streets were designed by Freemasons. Okay, like nothing there makes any fucking sense, and then it was just built on top of itself 20 times over. There's like 7 counties where it's just rich people living in shopping malls / neighborhoods where the entire thing is just tax money. So like they're not keyed in on anything happening in the real world. Everybody up there is like enjoys the smell of their own fucking farts. I'm sorry, I'm from Virginia and we have a special hatred of DC because just that area of Northern Virginia has just basically purchased our entire. But yeah, we have a special ire for DC.
Hey, Prime, is there a StreamYards link that it's not popping up for me?
It's in the.
It's not in there.
I definitely sent it. Not that it.
Nope.
Because I sent
probably put in the wrong one.
Oh, maybe I did. Fuck.
I'm in an old link, and I'm just hoping that is the correct link.
I think it is.
Oh, I did. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. No, wait a minute.
You posted it, but there's no link to the StreamYard in the message.
Oh, it's this, guys. It's literally the same link every time. Like literally the same one every single time. Every time.
Well, my bad.
That's what I said. You know.
Yeah. I didn't.
Okay.
Went into an old one.
I didn't know that. I'll go on the old one too then.
Yeah, I need to go find.
Whatever. I just sent it. I didn't finish. And it dragged the cursor down far enough to grab it. But there's the link again. Like bookmark it. It's the same link all the time.
All right.
But hold on. Let me get you guys on screen. I hope you all are doing well.
Yeah, it was a beating last night. I gotta say, like, even people like that, aren't huge fans of yours, were like in the chat, were like, "Holy shit, this is the worst ass whipping I've ever watched."
I'm like, look. As much as it's not my passion, don't try and bring me on for a conversation about economics unless you want to lose, or you have somebody that really understands econ. Like if you're just a general political streamer and you bring me on to discuss economic issues, it may not be the thing I'm most passionate about in my life, but in terms of my ability to discuss and outclass you, that's probably it. And it's mostly because the overwhelming majority of streamers in this space have both zero formal and no like personal or amateur reading or understanding of econ. Like a lot of people that are political streamers will like read books and articles about politics and political philosophy and like things like that. But unless they're like a Kano boy or something, unless they went to school for it, most of them have never picked up a book about economics in their entire life, unless it's something stupid like Freakonomics or something, right? Like something that is just widely debunked as like nonsense.
Yeah, I had Thorne on the other day, and he was an economics major in college, and now he does like real estate, and he was like very quiet, but like he did get some good ones in. But it was interesting because he was saying afterwards, he's like, I am very amazed by like the lack of understanding of basic theory. Like he's like, I didn't even want to say anything because it was just going to be an argument. Which I was like, well, it is a debate panel. He's like, no, not the good kind, because we would have been just arguing basic topics, because it's like they don't seem to understand even stuff. And he's like a lefty, so he was just like, I'm very surprised in the debate space how like little understanding of basic economic principle there was. I was
Yeah,
like,
like
that's
they just
interesting.
memorize a couple words. They're like labor participation rate. Yes, I have the word now. And it's like,
So
What?
you were on
Like, I mean,
someone
that's
else's.
cool.
Oh my god. Sorry.
it wasn't a big deal. It was like me, Tom Foolery, Connor, and
He
some
was
guy leader.
taking up
But
the
it-
clan trash.
But Admiral Gibbs has a hard on for anybody
Well, I
that
was-
can destroy Connor.
I was supposed to be on there, and they were like, well, and I warned
Oh,
Leader
okay.
beforehand. I was like, yeah, I mean, if I go on there, homie's going to slur because he always does. And then he's like, oh, he's like, let me check. He's like, oh, yeah. He says he's definitely going to snap if you go on there or whatever. And I was like, I knew it. But he said, it's called running away. I'm sorry that we unmasked the Klansman, and now he's crying. Like, oh, no. Fuck that Buto.
So okay. I'm just like dealing lots of things here. But I think that in this space, people don't like they don't discuss economics, and like they're not challenged on it, like I think it happens to us
they
all at some
discuss
point in
it
time.
all the time, though. That's the problem. That's the real problem, is that like they talk about it all the
What I
time.
mean,
They
they're
just-
not challenged on it, right?
well, not only are they not, they're not. Nobody reads any economic theory. Like I see plenty of people that read communist theory, socialist theory. Out of the libertarians, there's a lot of libertarians that read libertarian theory. There's plenty of people that read legal theory. There's plenty of people that read theory in these spaces. But when it comes to econ, it's like, it's basically the people that have econ degrees are the only people that have any knowledge on econ.
There's
whatsoever.
also, I mean, even though then, right? Like I see some people with econ
I think it's
degrees
just boring for a lot of people.
Sure, but I see people with some econ degrees, and like even then, I'll give them a little more credibility because at least they're like well versed in the theory. But like a lot of people will be arguing they don't have the econ degree and they fucking don't have two pennies to rub together, and I'm supposed to trust their economic advice. They're asking for more handouts, and that's their economic theory. Sorry, I don't respect you like at all. Like.
Like there was a point in the debate where Leader was talking about like small business owners and tariffs, and he was like,
Yeah, he
and
gave a
I
little
know
thing.
that the small business owners, they're like struggling, and they're thinking, how am I going to order my parts and things like that. I was like, most small business owners recognize that tariffs and shit like that and stock prices affect big businesses way more than them. They see the fake economy. They see all these regulations. They see all this. It's like, dude, I don't think you understand what a small business owner thinks about business at all. Like,
that's why I got
and it's not like I'm trying to insult them. It's just like they've never run a business. They don't know anybody that's ever run a business. And they read what they read on like the New York Times, which is like lying every other day.
Well, he goes on that. Then the Leader said that, and then old fucking Nazi Points decided he was going to talk about ag, and I was like, let me hear about ag. Let's hear about it. And he's like,
right?
all these illegals are keeping prices down. I'm like, okay, well, who's employing those? Monsanto, other major corporations like that. Who's employing? So like there's a local ranch here that's corporate owned. I think it's the name C&W. They have about 40 people working for the same price I pay 2 legal workers, right? So like, who do you think's got the comparative advantage? The guy that's got 40
Because they have the lawyers to protect
right. They got
themselves.
the 40 they got 40
And most of the
illegals. That's
fees-
an advantage.
most
I
of
got
the
2 guys.
fees- But here's the other thing is that like when you get prosecuted for like hiring illegals, you don't go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
What you do is you have a regulatory agency that comes in, accuses you of it, and says, we're going to put you in jail for 20 years, or you're going to sign this piece of paperwork and you're going to pay $5,000 per infraction, because that's the limit. And then you're just going to admit fault, and then everything's going to be okay. And then big business goes, oh, I made $2 million by hiring these illegals and I have to pay $35,000. Here's your check, government. And the government goes, we did a good thing.
Yeah,
and then the
that's
small
exactly
business
what's
knows that they can't afford $35,000 in government fees or the lawyers to fight these fights. It's like, so the way regulations are made, they're designed to protect big business and agriculture so they can hire as many illegals as they want. And then small businesses in agriculture if they do that and they get caught, they're going to be in serious fucking trouble. That's going to cripple their business.
Yeah, I mean it's all of that. I mean, and there's more to it too. Like also with like how they lobby,
for sure,
and they
sure.
have the trade, like how they have the seed laws and shit. And like it's so I'm just sitting here and he's talking about it, and I'm just like going, bro, can you just tell me what experience he has in the ag industry? Like, I don't pretend to know military tactics. I wasn't in the military, right? Like, if I'm not going to sit here and tell you how to go door to door, but I will tell you how to like run a business, right? Like, because I've done that. I've worked on a ranch. Like, it's just like I don't want to say people
I'll
can't.
tell you how to go door to door. Don't let women do it.
Sure,
women can only be team leaders.
Yeah, I don't know. All I know
do
is
not let women go door to door in war. It's the worst thing ever.
Yeah,
that's how you get soldiers killed.
I don't know. It just is like I feel like he's like kind of a microcosm of like the bigger issue, which is you see a lot of these people
make good team leaders
just like speaking like they're like on like the surface level, and then they speak it as if it's the word of God. Like, oh, well, this cursory thing, whatever. But I think you made a good point about people understanding trickle down economics now from the left. All of a sudden, now that tariffs have come around, that has been a very entertaining arc.
It's that to me is the best part about the entire discussion on tariffs is that like everyone on the left now magically understands that like if you tax one segment of the economy heavily, that increases price, and that when the price of production goes up, that means less job opportunities, that means a slower economy, that means that the poor people in the country end up paying, even though they're not the ones paying the import. It's big business that's paying the import, but businesses pass those price on to the consumer. And then out of the same, and then like 10 seconds later, they'll be like, and that's why we need to tax the rich. And it's like, oh, okay, so everything you just said was just political bullshit. You don't believe any of the shit that you said because you just think contradictions exist in reality. Got it.
It's crazy stuff. Crazy, diabolical.
It's just like I just anybody that says tax the rich just like should not be allowed to talk about tariffs as anything other than amazing and beautiful. Like you're not allowed to be against tariffs and be for tax the rich.
I saw that talk with you and Jay Dyer. How did you not lose your mind? I would have lost my mind talking to that guy.
You're using the wrong mic, yeah.
Jesus, come on.
Oh, you debated Jay Dyer? About what?
I also saw the Jay Dyer debate.
It was so he wanted to debate tag versus libertarianism, and so I kept DMing him and was like, yeah, fine, set up a debate. And then he just kept being like, hop on Twitter. Yeah, you're good.
Better?
And he was like, just hop on Twitter. I was like, all right, fuck it. I'll hop on Twitter before stream. And so I did. And it was an exercise in futility. He just constantly interrupted. He would wait for me to like not say a word right or something, and would immediately be like, "You're a complete fucking idiot that doesn't understand anything ever. Oh my God, why am I even talking to such the dumbest person on the whole fucking planet? Let me explain something to you for 10 minutes." And then like at one point, I said, "Obviously, knowledge is," and he screamed and interrupted me. I was like, "What was my argument?" I was like, "What is my argument?" And he was like, I'm interrupting you because you're making dumb arguments. I was like, "Dude, I said 3 words. You have no idea what I was going to say."
No, you can't say knowledge exists without a lawgiver, okay?
Yeah,
but I didn't even say that yet.
Scott, I do blame you a little bit. Like, what did you expect? Like, you were asking Jay Dyer for a debate after seeing Jay Dyer. He acted exactly as he liked it, 100% in line with how he always debates. So I don't know what you were expecting.
Yeah, no.
Wait, like,
I'm not saying like I feel defeated or like, super upset about it. I'm just saying like he asked me how frustrating it was, and I'm just describing how a Jay Dyer debate goes because he's just not a good faith person.
He's like an upgraded Darth Dawkins kind of.
No, I think Darth Dawkins is actually a lot better. To be honest with you.
Wow,
yeah.
Okay. I've debated him, but
I've also known Darth for like
Jay Dyer. I'll give him this.
Now, right?
He's
so
an intelligent. He's an intelligent person. He's just incredibly bad faith, and then the funniest thing about it is right after the debate, somebody sent me a clip from one of his previous debates that was like a similar debate, and then quoted, and in the quote, everything he was attacking me for were things that he affirmed in another debate like 6 months ago. So everything that he was like, "You fucking idiot, how could you believe that?" were things that he himself had said. He had made the exact same arguments that he was screaming at me for being stupid for making. And he was just like, yeah, I mean, the dude, I mean,
I'm
like,
curious.
I did it. I just did it because it's, because Mostly because I called him a pussy for not having.
It's a good amount of clout as well. He's got a pretty big. He's got a big.
Oh no, so I'm curious. Like, what's the? So you said tag versus libertarianism, right, or something like what's the contradiction there? Because I mean, tag. You mean by tag? I'm sure you mean the transcendental argument for God, right? It's like what's the contradiction, or like what's the like? Why would there even be a disagreement? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, so both those two things can be commiserate, right? You can have both of those. Those don't necessarily contradict, right? But tag is the basis by which the Ortho Bros set up the idea that libertarianism and everything is invalid, other than like what it is that the Ortho Bros say is right? Once they say that God is right and their interpretation of God is right, then you must follow. Not because they're also against sola scriptura, right? So don't follow the Bible, but follow the Greek priests' interpretation of the Bible. And then when they say that we need to like kill all the gays, then that's right. And libertarianism has no place here because libertarianism can't say what is good or what is evil, or it can't say anything unless you believe in an absentee father figure that judges you for masturbating in your bedroom or some shit. I find them to be funny, but yeah.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Oh, sorry. Did you, was there something else you guys wanted to say on this?
No, I just think I've never heard a disagreement from like about centering on libertarianism from people with the tag argument. I hadn't considered that these things might conflict.
Well, I'm mostly objectivist, right? So my framework would go against Christianity.
Yeah, okay.
But like in terms of like the actual like libertarian ethics, they're commiserate with Christianity, just not the Ortho Bros interpretation of it.
Ironically, all my friends who are Ortho Bros, I have a lot of them. As it happens, they all have opinions on who the next pope should be.
Well, I mean, according to the Ortho Bros, the Pope is, the Cardinal of Rome.
Yeah, that's right. Not just, the Bishop.
That's true, yeah.
But,
Bishop of Rome, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, and they also acknowledge the Pope's authority. Like, that's why they haven't had a church council in, 1,000 years, because they can't hold one unless the Bishop of Rome is present. And we won't go. So they're just kind of stuck with an 800-year-old church council.
Okay. Interesting.
Is this everybody?
No, there's supposed to be 2 others joining, and
Grid's on his way, and Tyler's also going to be here late.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, as far as like Christian interpretation goes, I think Ortho Bros are usually pretty good. The problem is tag is just a unfalsifiable argument to begin with. And so whenever I see like a tag argument going to happen, it's just not interesting.
Bro, right? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You use words in grammar, and that means you must believe in God.
Exactly. Yeah. It's unfalsifiable. And
it's not a God of the gaps, okay? Because reasons.
Why do you think it's called spelling?
You better justify this specific God, you better justify your position, okay? But the only way epistemic justification even works is if you believe in God. Because reasons. Because grammar, bro.
DB, you going to say something?
No, I just said, and not any God, like that specific God, like their specific version of the Christian God is what you have to believe in, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're missing a few steps.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask, before we get started proper, about I got to do like a regular check-in with Lactoid in particular to see how you're feeling about Trump. Just like how are things going, buddy? You doing all right?
The White House lo-fi was an insane rollout. Whoever's running that fucking White House Twitter account.
Wait, White House lo-fi? Wait, what?
The MAGA lo-fi? White House really like on the White House.
I'm gonna check this out real quick. Give me a second.
Yeah.
What?
Before you do that, the more important question.
I'll find it for you guys. Don't worry about it.
No, this is more
talking
important.
about the I don't know answer.
I don't know. Hold on. So, guys, I want to focus. Lactoid. So, yeah, where are you right now?
What? Video is unavailable.
Vote.
Well, hold on. It depends on this lo-fi. Give me a second.
Okay.
Right? Like, hold on.
Well, I thought you were talking about the I don't know answer he gave, right? When the reporter asked him if the president is supposed to
I'm trying to
defend the
Get to
Constitution.
that. Yeah.
Okay. all right.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to.
Well,
get
that's
to
why I
this.
asked, is it the I don't know answer?
I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know. Understand what you were.
Because his
referring to.
response was, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, that was also to be fair, that was part of a broader sentence in which he
I sent
also-
the
Yeah,
Twitter
he
post.
he would
for it.
That's why
he would obey the Supreme Court. He also-
What part? Hold on. What part of that sentence like alleviated that part? Like he said
when he
like,
said that he would
has-
obey the Supreme Court.
He says no. Hold on. We can get the whole quote, right? But like
But he
says
should know
multiple-
whether or not it's his job to defend.
He
the
says he's
Constitution.
not
took that oath
sure if
twice.
he has to obey the Constitution. And we're like I'll obey the Supreme Court, maybe, but like if his attorney general tells him that like the opposite of like what the Supreme Court said, well then he'll just do what she said, right? Like Pam Bondi
Whoever
says
the
that
last
he
person
won that Supreme
was
Court's
he talking
9-0, right? If that went in his favor, well then I guess that's what he'll obey. Right, he's got to get. He'll get the okay
Yes.
from.
He
the,
should obey,
attorney general.
he absolutely should obey a 9-0 Supreme Court as opposed to his interpretation of the
No, that's what I'm
Constitution.
saying. I'm saying
Yes.
I'm saying that, but he's saying the opposite of that. He's saying
what he
that,
said.
like, yeah, he is. Yeah, he did. Like, what he's talking about, like, he said, like, we can get just get the quotes itself. Trump.
This White House lo-fi thing is pretty funny.
I know. I can't. I don't know.
There's also White House staffers who have said to the press that courts don't have the authority to countermand his decisions on immigration. On
Hey,
multiple
if
occasions,
anyone
that's
has
been
the
said.
transcript of this,
Some of that could be true, by the way.
Yeah, most of that probably could be.
if someone has the transcript, I'm looking for the transcript of this whole thing. Attorney. No, I'm not. I'm relying on the Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi, who's very capable, doing a great job. Because I'm not involved in legality or the illegality, I have lawyers to do that, and that's why I have a great DOJ. So back to what I was saying. If the Attorney General says the opposite of what the Supreme Court says, he'll just go with that and say, "My Attorney General told me to do this." Or told me my attorney general interpreted your ruling this way.
I have the so right in front of me.
This just in. Man says he'll follow his lawyer's advice. Most evil Hitler in country. Like,
Yeah, hold on. No, we can,
Rhyme.
hold on. First of all, don't tell me to fucking shut up. Hold on. Don't tell me to fucking shut up. Don't do that. You shut the fuck up. Don't tell me to shut up.
You're being silly.
Don't tell me to shut up. Don't do that. In any case, right? Like the thing that I'm responding to is that during the White House meeting, like Steve Miller, and I believe Pam Bondi was there as well, said that he won that last Supreme Court case 9-0. It's like literally the opposite. Literally the opposite. So this is
Not
what
the opposite.
so this is what I'm referring to. So like.
But also, when you fire your AGs when they give you advice you don't want to hear, and you keep firing them until one says what you do want to hear, then it's not really following the advice of your lawyer, right? It's putting your words in your lawyer's mouth so that you can say you then did what your lawyer said.
That's not the
You put
president's
a lackey
signature.
lawyer who you paid off in the past, right? When she was a attorney general of within Florida, right? You pay her off previously for a favorable outcome, and then you put her in charge when you're president again, and then you say, "Hey, I'm following the advice of my lawyer." Well, then you could see how that undermines my opinion.
So she's not supposed to be his lawyer, right? There is a
Yeah,
White
it's-
House.
and he's not supposed to be his
it's-
lawyer. It's not even his lawyer.
It's
He's not
That's
even
what
his
Elena
lawyer.
Halbert is.
The
Not even
entire
his lawyer.
thing, the entire process is full of contradictions. The entire concept is illogical.
Great, and that's
Okay?
what and
The
that's
Supreme
what I'm
Court.
addressing.
The Supreme Court is
Sure.
not magnanimous. Number one, sometimes they're going to be wrong, even if they can vote wrong. Number one. Number two, lawyers have to interpret the meaning of words and phrases in these things all of the fucking time. So some dude saying, like, I agree with you that corrupt politicians will then put in yes men that tell them what they want to say. Yeah, correct. That's why democracy in government is fucking retarded.
So it's not exactly the president's
That's for
job
one
to
like the yes
uphold
men.
the Constitution and the laws. It's the president's job to interpret and uphold their interpretation of the Constitution and the laws, and it's the court's job to decide if that interpretation is close enough to maybe the original intent or the textualist intent, depending on what the court looks like. So a lot of this is an interpretation argument. The argument from the White House is if we interpret laws X, Y, and Z this way and look at historical practice, then these judges in these small districts don't actually have the authority to challenge us on immigration.
Wait, say that first part again. It's not his job to do what with the Constitution?
It's not exactly his job to follow the Constitution as it's currently interpreted. It's his job to interpret the laws and follow them as though they
No. It's the court's job to interpret the laws. It's his
No,
job
no.
to execute.
No, it's the executive's job to execute.
Okay, I a couple things here.
Their interpretation. That's how Joe Biden challenged.
But his oath is
9
literally
Oh,
to
God.
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution.
Okay, but
So, like,
preserve,
he has
protect,
that
and
duty.
defend is his interpretation of the Constitution. If Joe Biden interprets his parole authority differently than any previous precedent or the original intent, then it's the court's job to step in and say
If
your
the court's
interpretation is
review.
going too far.
Yeah, and that's just
That's
it.
what
So,
I'm saying.
like for instance, when his AG interpreted what the court said in terms of what his duty was, like to get that guy back from El Salvador or whatever, they said, "Well, we don't have to do it that way, right?" And then the court said, "Yeah, you do have to do it that way." So, like, yeah, they took a stab at interpreting it, right? They proposed it, but that taking a stab at interpretation then can be reviewed by the courts, which is what happened. So the courts will continue to interpret for you
Well,
if
isn't
you
that
interpret in a
fantastic?
way that the courts don't think is right.
What does facilitate practically look like that doesn't fit the term of effectuate that the courts did slap down?
Well, so when they
That's where the
decided to
interpretation
define facilitate in the way that they wanted, then the judge came back and interpreted facilitate for them. So, like, he gave an interpretation. I mean, I can look up what it was. The
No,
fact is, he disagreed with what they were saying, and then he
didn't.
corrected them.
So a specific definition was never given. We can talk about this in a second because
Okay.
facilitate's been very messy with how they're looking at it.
Right.
I wanted to address something that Prime said, the specific quote, I guess. So I'm just going to read this. This is from NBC. Trump has also said that while we have to obey the laws, he would like to see some homegrown criminals sent to El Salvador as well, a proposal that was widely panned by legal experts. When Welker tried to point out what the Fifth Amendment said, Trump suggested that such a process would slow him down. I don't know. It seems it might say that, but if you're talking about that, then we'll have to have 1 million or 2 million or 3 million trials. We have thousands of people that are some murderers and some drug dealers. It's so weird reading in his voice. Some murderers and some drug dealers and some of the worst people on earth. I was elected to get them the hell out of here, and the courts are holding me from doing it. And then the question was, but even given those numbers that you're talking about, don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president? Welker asked. I don't know, Trump replied. Hold on. I don't know, Trump replied. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said.
What you said is not what, and I'm like actually reading the transcript now. I can send it to you. The full transcript. And then the next sentence he says, what you said is not what I heard the Supreme Court said. He didn't actually look into it. They have a different interpretation. And what I believe the they there is he's talking about his attorney general and maybe the DOJ as a whole. They have different attorney general. So I'm combining that with what he said before and what we've seen before, right? Like we've seen them actively lie about or what happened within the Supreme Court. And then if you say, well, if I'll just do whatever my attorney general says, and then you have
like
attorney
what?
General.
What do you lie about what the Supreme Court said?
I'll have to bring up Stephen Miller's quote. That's a separate thing. That was,
Okay.
I believe, in some. It was in some Oval Office discussion, like press conference type thing. So I have to bring that up. But like, the point is before we. So that's a secondary point, though. The point is he's saying I don't know. Like he says, some of the worst, most dangerous people on earth, and I always liked it to get them hell out of here in the courts and holding me from doing that. And then, so then she brings up the numbers, right, of individuals who he'd have to go through, and says, "Don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?" I don't know. I don't. What I don't understand is what part of this discussion says like, "Oh, well, this is fine to you." That he says, "I don't know." If I have
literally what he says right afterwards. What he says, like in this next sentence afterwards, is the thing that makes it like okay, because like when he's saying, "Look, I'm going to do what the lawyers say, and they're going to follow what the Supreme Court says," this is directly contradictory with him saying, "I don't know." What it sounds like is he's rambling, which is what he does.
Especially in a contentious interview like that, where they're butting heads so much.
It's amazing. It's amazing the contortions that conservatives will do for.
This is a contortion?
I don't know. I'm happy.
Yeah, it's amazing. Hold on. He says, "I don't know if I have to follow the Constitution." Right. First of all,
and then what?
How does that sentence come out of his mouth? Right. These are the same people who were saying Biden was losing his mind, and guess what? He was losing his mind. Right. Like that was correct. Biden brain was melting. But then Trump says,
definitely has some age-related decline.
I don't. Sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear that last part.
Trump definitely has some age-related decline.
Okay, well, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fine, can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question here.
No,
it's with your thing. It's with your thing right here.
No, you can't.
Well, hold on. Well, it's with your thing, right?
Hold on. I am talking. Did you not hear me talking?
Sure.
I'm sure you heard me talking.
Well,
Great.
everybody's been talking, but go ahead.
So, and then I'm continuing to talk. I said, you can't ask me a question now. I'm going to finish my point.
Okay,
so
cool.
I'm going to finish my point. So you can wait till afterwards.
Sure.
Oh, any which way.
Just don't tell him to shut up. All right?
Anyway, so yeah, saying he specifically like when Biden is doing things that seem unconstitutional, right? Who according to Republicans are he's violating his oath of office. That comes out really quick. This guy says, when asked directly, "I don't know if I'll uphold the Constitution," and I guess that's fine. Like then you can say, "Well, I have lawyers," and what can a lawyer say that would tell him not to uphold the Constitution? Like what can come out of their mouth that says the president doesn't have to uphold the Constitution? She has directly asked him about upholding the Constitution. "I don't know," and then he brings in his lawyers. He says, "I'll follow what they said," but the lawyer says something that's unconstitutional. He doesn't just get to follow it because his lawyer said it's unconstitutional. If my lawyer says I can commit a crime, right? I don't actually just get to commit a crime scot-free.
Yeah, but if your lawyers are following the Supreme Court, and your lawyers are telling you like this is what the Supreme Court said, which is going to be the case because Trump's not a lawyer. Like if Trump's my question for you would be, if Trump's lawyers who have promised to follow the Supreme Court are explaining to Trump what the Supreme Court meant, isn't it most responsible for Trump to follow those lawyers' advice as opposed to Trump himself opening up the opinion of a Supreme Court and trying to make heads or tails of it? Because I actually don't trust that. I trust what his lawyers telling him much more than his own interpretation of a Supreme Court opinion.
Lawyers were saying because I know
as opposed to Trump reading.
They're not his lawyers, right? But to be clear, like well, he doesn't necessarily say Pam Bondi in this part of the sentence. Maybe
he says his lawyers.
Someone else. I know that's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing. I'm saying he doesn't say it in this area. So maybe he's not talking about the Attorney General because the Attorney General, I hope you can agree, is not his lawyer, right? You can agree with that? It's not his lawyer?
I mean, in some respects, but like not all.
His fucking lawyer. She works for the people.
There is a White House counsel who is his lawyer.
Yeah,
there's White House counsel.
There's White House counsel, but there's also like the AG is involved in this shit, right?
Well,
so every lawyer is Trump's lawyer. He is the president.
We just had and again, this is we're seeing Republicans like change their minds on this like day by day, right? It all just shifts. Well, because when Biden was in office, the DOJ has been politicized, right? The DOJ is working for the president. Like that's shattered, right? Like the separation there. Now in this office, right, he's saying, well, those are my lawyers. He said it before, right, in his first term, that as well, right? Like, these are my lawyers. They work for me, right? When this DOJ is supposed to be independent, right? He specifically brings them in under his charge. Right? He keeps talking about that. but then not a peep from Republicans once again. I mean, again,
but in this case, the AG would be relevant if we're talking about policy of what the executive can do, right? Because the AG would be like the lawyer for the government on a question like that.
Well, I got a question. So I just want to know real quick, right? So it sounds like you're very upset about you're very upset about the phrasing of this, right? And to me, maybe you can tell me the difference, but I can't see the difference. And I want to know what it is between if Trump had said, the guy goes, "You got to follow the Constitution," and he goes, "Well, I don't know what the constitutionality of XYZ's exact specifics are, but that's what I'm going to have my lawyers look at." Well, would that be a substantive difference between "I don't know" and then everything he says afterwards? Because those sound substantively the same to me. Why are you focusing on "Oh, I don't know" and then with the lawyers afterwards? Why is it such the specific way he said it? Because you're sitting here trying to break it down, and it just feels like a colloquial phrasing choice that y'all up in arms around.
So back to what Todd was saying before, to throw it back at you. If my lawyer says that I can, sorry, I'm getting some feedback. If my lawyer says that I can commit a crime, right? Their interpretation, or that I can break a judge's order, right? Let's say that I've gone through the courts for something. Oh my God, I spit on my camera again. I'm so sorry, guys. Let's say I've gone through a court case, the judge gives me a direct order, and my lawyer says I can do the opposite of what the judge orders. Then do I have no culpability? Actually, would like to know that. Maybe there's something I'm missing here. If there's a judge's orders, right? I'm there, I received this order. It's to me, right, to do a thing, and then my lawyer tells me to do the exact opposite, right? Interpreting that ruling. Do I have no culpability?
No, that's what we saw with.
Hold on, I want to ask.
I'm sorry,
no, it's tough. I mean, I think that'd be a massive, a very compelling intervening circumstance to justify why you did it. Because when you think about it, right, let's say, so the court orders you, let's say, provide some kind of complex order, which, we're talking about Supreme Court opinions, it's going to be relatively complex. Sure. But let's just assume that a judge issues some kind of multi-page complex order. And, you can't make heads or tails of it. So you hire a lawyer that has been vetted by the state to provide legal advice. And the lawyer looks it over and says, "Oh, this order, you can't do X, Y, but the order does allow you to do Z, so you can go ahead and do Z." And then you start fucking up, or quote unquote fucking up, because you start doing Z when in reality the judge meant for you not to be able to do Z. I think you have every argument in the world to say, my fucking lawyer told me I could do Z, and the lawyer is going to get in a lot of shit. I don't know if it's an absolute defense, but I can't imagine a scenario in which you're going to get in trouble and your lawyer isn't.
So multiple things here. One, they said to facilitate his return, and then in a previous interview, right, the interview before this one on ABC, he said specifically, I can call, I can just pick up the phone and I can get the individual, the prisoner, back, right?
I can explain that. Right? I can explain all that. Yeah.
Okay. So and I'd love to hear your explanation on that. So just because, and I believe, and that relates to what we're talking about within this section. But two, then, if that's the case, then if you're saying that this takes away culpability, then could it not be the case that the Attorney General can simply tell exactly what I'm implying, right? The Attorney General can simply tell the president whatever he wants to hear every time. This is my interpretation, right? Well, see, this is too complicated for him to understand, him or her to understand, right? And so I've interpreted, right? And it turns out no matter what comes out of Supreme Court, it happens to align with what you were going to be doing any which way. Could that not happen? You
could have to try to game it, but that would be looked into as a context. If you have somebody just looking for lawyers who will specifically give bad legal advice and they know it, I think any level of defense that you'd be able to levy from that would be obviously be diminished. And like I said before, I don't even know if it's an absolute defense in the first place, because I mean, you should be relying on your lawyer's advice, right? Everyone tells you that, even the judge will tell you that. But if you have some fucking cracked out lawyer who's yeah, you can go murder 8 people, I don't know if you're going to get off for murdering 8 people.
fair enough on the well, murder would be much harder to prove. It's fine. Well, maybe not. I don't know, right? They can say that your lawyers could say it's legal to murder a person who's like working for a terrorist cell outside the country, and like Obama, you could just bomb them from the skies without due process and say your lawyers said you could, but fuck that. But in any case, so what I want to know, and just your opinion, and this will be the last thing, and then other people can jump in and say whatever they want. What, as you see it currently, what would keep an attorney general? Even if you think Pam Bondi is amazing, right, and honest and the best attorney general, let's separate that, right? This is a different president, different attorney general. With the current Supreme Court rulings about like the extent of protections that a president has, and then the executive branch under him, right? Like the people working under him. With the current with the rulings as they stand now, what would keep an attorney general from doing exactly what I just laid out, right? Like reinterpreting these Supreme Court rulings into exactly what their president wanted to hear. What would stop them from that?
I mean, they get hit by contempt.
Yeah.
Contempt? That's it?
Yeah. They get hit by contempt, and then
who executes like what are the consequences for contempt?
Look, I understand there's a little bit of like this is what people are talking about. This would be, I guess, an example of like a actual crisis when you have if you have the Supreme Court like continuously issuing contempts and the admin just ignoring that. Yeah, it'd be very difficult because the executive is the one who has the enforcement power, and you have the Supreme Court telling you no. There's no clear answer as to what happens in that case. There is no higher authority to appeal to because the president is the authority in this case. It's kind of a fucked up scenario. So in that event, what would happen? Well, it's not super clear what would happen. It would be pretty bad. I would agree.
Yeah. Okay,
briefly though, I wanted to, and I know a lot of people want to talk about this too. The ruling I think is important, differentiating between effectuate and facilitate. And just to give a little bit of background on this. The Supreme Court has ruled multiple times that the Supreme Court does not have authority to compel the President of the United States to engage in diplomacy with foreign heads of state. You do not get to tell the President you have to negotiate with a foreign leader, even if they could. Even if the President could give a call to Bukele, even if the President could launch a war, even if the President could wipe out all of El Salvador's armed forces in 3 days and take over the whole country. Supreme Court cannot order the President to do so, even though the President could. Because this is a matter under Article 2 and multiple Supreme Court cases reserved exclusively for the president. And then for treaties, obviously Congress is involved. But when it comes to negotiating with foreign heads of state, that is the president's job. Supreme Court doesn't get a say.
I have more on this later, but if anyone wants to jump in, go ahead.
I want to jump in a little bit. Like I share your concerns to a certain degree, Prime Guys, that our president is a rogue idiot that kind of says nonsense continuously, and then there is a worry that the institution of having a president have so much power and then being able to kind of put in power via position whomever they want, that is a concern that has been true throughout all of American history. It's not something that's special to Trump, right? I mean, we already had a president that directly defied the Supreme Court, and that was the last populist president. That was the biggest one in history. I think we all learned about the Cherokee having to walk the Trail of Tears, right? The Cherokee in northern Georgia won. They had one Supreme Court case dismissed, and then they won another by having, white citizens at the post office. And the Supreme Court ordered that they had a right to be there, and that was their land, both by treaty and by property rights. And it was. I want to say it was like I think it was 6-1 or something. I don't remember how many were on the Supreme Court at the time that it occurred, but there was like one dissenter, right? And then Andrew Jackson said, "Send in your marshals." And then he just made him walk the Trail of Tears anyways. Like we've had crises like these before.
Lincoln did the same thing too.
I think there's a little bit of overblowing and a little bit of fear mongering. But I don't know that it's necessarily irrational to fearmonger when we have a president that is kind of a wild card. I mean, for crying out loud, he just posted on Truth Social that we want 100% tariff on all films produced anywhere in the world except in America. So the dude is fighting wokeness by protecting Hollywood from anime. I don't know how the fuck that makes sense, considering if there was one place in the world where even the left could agree wokeness has gone too far, it's fucking Hollywood. I don't like the guy is just off his rocker sometimes. And it's a little scary to think that. I do think though that it is a little ridiculous that every time Trump says something bad, what we have is this constant 24-hour panic, and we take everything that he says with a scalpel to try and prove that he's like the next Hitler instead of just calling out bad policies that are occurring. And it makes the left look especially unhinged, especially when you compare it to other previous actions, right? Like we can look at the Biden presidency and we can look at the Supreme Court ruling Biden v. Nebraska, where he lost on student loan forgiveness. Then he immediately went out and gave a speech and said that the Supreme Court will not stop him. And then he pushed 4 different plans to try and circumnavigate the Supreme Court ruling. Like he did everything he could to fight against the SCOTUS ruling and did other unconstitutional things. But like the left is like, oh, that, I mean, but it's student loan forgiveness. We like that, whatever. And then when Trump does something, we have to go down to the minutia, and then we have to clip out, context when we report it in the news and not put in the next sentence. And it's like, it just makes the left look unhinged, nitpicky Karens. That's what they look like. And that's why they're losing Gen Z.
Those pathways were also reviewable by the courts.
And they were all different laws.
Well,
he didn't claim that the court doesn't have the right to review them.
They were all different laws too. So a better example would be.
It's no different. But it's no different than Trump saying oh, I don't know what I have to do. I'm going to listen to my lawyers, and they're going to follow SCOTUS.
A better answer is
you can't have both. When Biden immediately comes out and says they're not going to stop me. I'm going to do this even though they tried to stop me, and then puts forward a bunch of plans, some of which then get stopped by the courts. And he circumnavigated the ruling by increasing, by changing what those plans were to the maximum of their purview to basically do what he was trying to do anyways.
So quickly on the Stephen Miller thing, right? So I'm going to defer to the liberals at Reason Magazine, right? They say Stephen Miller egregiously misrepresented the Supreme Court order while Trump nodded along. Quickly, there's a few paragraphs I'm going to get through quickly. On April 4th, a federal district court ordered Trump administration to, quote unquote, facilitate and effectuate the return to the United States of end quote, of Kilmer Abrego, a man who Trump administration admits is unlawfully deported to Salvador in prison because of administrative error. On April 10th, the U.S. Supreme Court largely affirmed the district court's position. In an unsigned order issued with no noted dissents, the Supreme Court declared that the district court's order, quote, properly requires the government to facilitate Abrego Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador and to ensure that his case is handled as it would have been had he had not been improperly sent to El Salvador, end quote. Supreme Court then further ordered the Trump administration to, quote, be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken and the prospects of further steps, end quote. Yet the Trump administration is now proffering a bizarre world version of that order, which turns Supreme Court ruling on its head in an effort to give free rein to Trump. Yesterday, seated next to Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele, during an Oval Office press conference, Trump was questioned by a reporter about whether he would ask Bukele to, quote, help return the man your administration says was mistakenly deported, the man who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador, end quote. Trump, who appeared to have no idea about what was going on in the case, deferred to Stephen Miller, his deputy White House chief of staff. And Miller said, quote, the Supreme Court said the district court ordered was unlawful and its main components were reversed 9-0 unanimously.
That's
specifically the effectuate.
Yeah, what we're looking at there is like a couple lines out of that. The way it was interpreted is how Scott, and I think it was Lactoy said it earlier actually, that they cannot compel the president to do foreign policy. So a better example, Scott, than the multiple 8 attempts.
Wait, hold on. How does that have to do with what I just said? Hold on. Wait a minute.
Because it's misrepresenting the truth. Those 3 lines they pulled out of there
because you source legacy media.
Misrepresenting the truth.
Wait, hold on.
I read the whole ruling. It is more complicated.
Wait,
more for Trump than it was the other side.
Well, not. I've heard
district courts no longer have authority.
I've heard multiple illegal experts talk about this, and they said no. Trump lost, right? And even as it was interpreted just the way this article interpreted, that the Supreme Court, Supreme Court legally affirmed the district court's position in an unsigned order issued with no noted dissent. The Supreme Court declared the district court's order properly requires the government to everything I just said.
Okay, I have multiple legal experts that say what I'm saying is correct too. So all we're doing is credentializing. And at the end of the day, I read it myself.
About law, it's
much more complicated than what your article said. And it was a win for Trump. It took away judge shopping. It ended judge shopping. That's a huge win for the Trump administration. They said that this court no longer has jurisdiction.
What are we talking?
That same order.
This is what I'm talking about. Your own article in when you were speaking, right, says, quote, Trump appeared to have no idea. Like, just that language alone should make you laugh at the source and throw it out. How does one appear to not understand something on their face?
It happens all the time. That literally happens all the time.
The day-to-day reporting of legacy media is not a trusted source. Like, I understand.
Look confused. Hold on. You can absolutely look confused. That's absolutely an honest way to report. If someone looks confused,
it's a subjective analysis. It's an op-ed. It's no longer reporting news.
Which still, in the end, doesn't invalidate what happened. The next thing.
You're right. Me pointing out the bias and showcasing that there's some subjective.
It can be biased. It can be biased, but that doesn't invalidate the argument that's being put forward.
Listen. I said you're correct. Me pointing out that what you read is essentially an op-ed and not a journalist's just reporting the facts. You're correct, does not invalidate the arguments themselves. But what it does invalidate is that this is just a non-biased reporting of the facts. I showcase that specific phrase because it shows that this is a person's opinion with bias and political motives. And so, yes, you're correct. There are legal experts that agree with your interpretation. There are other legal experts that agree with the interpretation that the differences between effectuate and et cetera, and facilitate, that it is a win for Trump, right? So there are legal experts, and I do think the conservatives are coping that it's like this 9-0 win for Trump. But at the end of the day, what the real argument is can the Supreme Court compel Donald Trump to facilitate and or effectuate, or whatever word you want to use, can they compel him to grab the phone, call the president of El Salvador and get him back or not? And the answer is no, they cannot do that. And because that is the answer, one could interpret it as a 9-0 victory for Trump, and that the Supreme Court is slapping him on the wrist going, shame on you for fucking up. But at the end of the day, they don't have the power to force him to bring that person back into this country. The only thing they have the power to do is say that if this guy shows up at the border again, we have to bring him in. The other problem is, and this goes to showcase why I think, that interpretation is more valid, is the courts also ordered his deportation before. So if he does show up and we facilitate him in, where ought he be deported to? Because his deportation has been ordered before. This is a clerical nightmare that has occurred via Trump's policies, partly due to the fact that he has sped through a lack of due process in a lot of these instances, and mistakes happen. And I don't like deportation, and I certainly don't like lack of due process and the way that Trump is going about it. But what we're talking about is just that's how government policy works. And this is what I'm talking about when I say that the left choosing to go after shit like this makes them look like nitpicky Karens. Because we're talking about clerical errors and shit, and we're trying to argue about the word of a definition so that we can prove that Trump is a tyrant when different lawyers have different interpretations, instead of just focusing on the fact that some of his policies are retarded and disastrous.
So I've gone to the actual video with Stephen Miller, and he's talking for a lot longer here. And I'm not sure where it begins, because then
You're trying to find if Trump looks visibly
no,
confused.
no, he always does. So I don't have to like.
I was like, is
part.
that what we're doing? Because I'm going to win the debate of does the left look like nitpicky Karens?
He always looks like a babbling moron. So like that part I don't have to.
Well, that was the point.
I'm reading through the reading through the transcript here, and this is what he's saying. So like this is Miller. Can you just also respond to that question because it's asked by CNN? I think it's probably Trump. Because it's asked by CNN and they always ask it with a slant because they're totally slanting because they don't know what's happening. That's why nobody's watching them. Yeah, this is definitely Trump. But would you answer that question also, please? And then
I love that Trump is one of the few people that you can know that it's him just by reading it.
It was definitely him. And then it says, Mr. Miller, yes, gladly. So everyone understands what happened. And if someone has like an article that has the transcript, I'll look at that instead too. This is from the auto transcript. So if anything's wrong, then I do apologize. I'm just reading what it says here on YouTube. He says, yes, gladly. So as Pam mentioned, Pam Bondi, who's sitting right there is an illegal alien from El Salvador. So with respect to you, he's a citizen of El Salvador. So it's very arrogant, even for American media, to suggest that we would even tell El Salvador how to handle their own citizens as a starting point. As 2 immigration courts found that he was a member of MS-13 when President Trump declared MS-13 to be a foreign terrorist organization, that meant that he was no longer eligible under federal law, which I'm sure you know. You're very familiar with the INA, that he was no longer eligible for any form of immigration relief in the United States. So he had a deportation order that was valid, which meant that under our law, he's not even allowed to be present in the United States and had to be returned because of the foreign terrorist designation. The issue was then by district court judge completely inverted, and a district court judge tried to tell the administration that they had to kidnap a citizen of El Salvador and flying back here. That issue was raised with the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said that the district court order was unlawful and its main components were reversed 9-0 unanimously, stating clearly that neither the Secretary of State nor the President could be compelled by anyone to forcibly retrieve a citizen of El Salvador from El Salvador, who again is a member of MS-13, which is, I'm sure you understand, rapes little girls, murders women, murders children, is engaged in the most barbaric activities in the world.
Also, no court said that he had to forcibly retrieve anyone. He just had
that's not what
he had to facilitate. And when the White House had its definition of facilitate, I'll send this guys to you. This is something I'm still marking up. So it was the Supreme Court, went all the way to the Supreme Court that said that he had to facilitate his return. And then when the White House said, "Oh, facilitate is a passive term. It just means we can't stand in the way of El Salvador returning them." That's when Judge Paula Zenas he's a federal judge, came back and said, no, the defendants therefore remain obligated at a minimum. And she quotes 3 legal definitions of the word facilitate in order to show this.
Yeah.
All 3 of those definitions say
that
you have to not just not interfere, but you have to actually aid.
Grid mute.
Help make it
Grid mute.
What?
I'll get
on the phone.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, defense is therefore remain obligated at a minimum to take steps available to them towards acting, assisting, and making easier. Those are the 3 things. But the record reflects that the defendants have done nothing at all. And then he goes through like 2 steps that they had to follow and that they didn't. And the second of those steps is the one that I think is like more clear, which is the defendants have appeared to have done nothing to aid Garcia's release from custody and return to the United States to, quote, ensure that his case is handled and as it would have been, but for defendants' wrongful expulsion. So there's your but for thing. Thus, defendants attempt to skirt this issue by redefining facilitate in a way that runs contrary to law and logic.
And
Now,
so,
that's the point
appeared.
of saying that.
Just
That's
as it
not-
before I
appears
let,
and
I
leaves
let
out
my
what
other
they actually
friends
did.
go, and I will give you the entire floor. I just have to, once again, Alexander, when being a homie, right, is sponsoring the stream. Shout out to him. First of all, Sean, thank you for gifting a membership on YouTube. Shout out to you. Thank you so much. Alexander Wynn, at 8 foot. So this wasn't so long ago. All right.
No.
Alexander.
I mean, the show hasn't been on for too long, so yeah.
Okay. Will the same
I love you, Paul.
Alexander Wynn for $5 says, will the same people ever stop giving Trump infinite grace? You'd allow this language from nobody else on earth. And it must be talking about the I don't know situation, because that's the only thing we've been focusing on.
The only two people that have
and then-
spoken so far is me and Lactoid, and we are not known for infinite grace for Trump. Admiral Gibbs, maybe you could make that argument,
Sure.
but he hasn't talked yet.
Let me read the last two super chats. He gave two more. $20 from Alexander Wynn. People saying Trump has to trust his attorneys to tell him what's legal and not. Trump shopping for any attorney that gives whatever answer he wants. Same people, quote, hold the attorney accountable. Trump, so like he's like quoting people, right? So there's one group of people who say, Trump has to trust his attorney to tell him what's legal and not. And then next action, Trump shopping for an attorney that gives him whatever answer he wants. And then same people, hold the attorney accountable. Trump, presidential pardon. That doesn't work out when you're like reading it, but I get what you're saying, friend. And then last thing, to last super chat, $20 super chat from Alexander Wynn to Scott. Or maybe he's saying, maybe he's interpreting your words. Fabian, Biden tried to find another way to go something when the court. Biden tried to find another way to go something when the court said he couldn't do it this way. Lefties are the same. Trump. I don't know if I have to follow the Constitution. My hand-picked lawyers will tell me. I'm a little confused about that one. But he's talking about hypocrisy. Here.
Yeah. It's like this.
I think I just completely reject that analysis. I appreciate the super chats to Prime that help facilitate these conversations, not effectuate.
This is what
right, like just very quickly to respond to that. Just find me a president in American history that hasn't picked people or lawyers that give them the answers that they want to give. Like, my biggest problem is that you guys want me to hate Trump especially, and as a libertarian I hate them all, and you think because I don't hate Trump especially I'm like giving him grace. It's like, no, politicians have been fucking over your life since you were born and since before you were born. And I just don't hate Trump especially as a fucking misdirection from hating all the other politicians. And you shouldn't either, right? You think Biden, you think Obama, you think Bush didn't have lawyers that agreed with their philosophy and their interpretations and the things that they wanted to do? Like, they all do this. Like, but I forgot, Obama had a scandalous president, if you ask anybody on the left. So it's just silly.
That's kind of what I was trying to get into for a long time here. When Clinton came in, he fired every U.S. attorney that wasn't a Democrat and replaced them all with Democrats. Yeah, well, Clinton was the first one to do it at that massive, large scale. But yes, every president replaces the legal team and all the workers that they can when they come into office. But the reason why I said that was a bad example to go to the student loan is because he tried different ways to do that. If you go to the eviction moratorium, he tried damn near the exact same way after the Supreme Court said that is unconstitutional.
And he went through OSHA,
and he tried to do the exact same thing that they struck down as unconstitutional again. And not only did no one call for anyone's head, nobody got fired for it, nobody got in trouble for it, people praised him for doing it. So like this idea that we're being the biased ones because fake calls of constitutional crisis. I've heard constitutional crisis 5 times so far with the Trump administration. Every single one has been false, and it's been from people who have no idea what the law is. So like USAID in particular, the judge said you cannot do sweeping cuts of USAID. You have to go one by one by one. And they froze the sweeping cuts. So the Trump administration went back and started going one by one by one, and people grabbed their pearls and said it was a constitutional crisis for 2 weeks until somebody came out and sorted it out and told them it wasn't. This is just pearl clutching. It's the same thing. I think it was Scott said. We go through 24, 48 hours of low information. Everyone clutches their pearls, pretends like Trump's a fascist for doing the same thing every other administration does. And then we find out it's the same thing and we're told we're the biased one. Bro,
to be fair,
we appreciate you.
Hold on.
But
average
you need to
Tyler,
leave your bias.
To be fair, every other president did this shit did it with like a charismatic, this is America smile and acted presidential. And Trump comes in there on Truth Social and it seems like a fucking 19-year-old intern is sitting on the toilet tweeting, saying wild, crazy shit. The policies are very similar to what other people have done.
Exactly.
But Trump's rhetoric does make people panic. And I think some of that is somewhat rational.
In terms of the pendulum swing, hold on, I got one more thing, Gibbs. I've been trying to get in this right. So in terms of the pendulum swinging back and forth like it was, we had Obama pull executive privilege to pull Eric Holder out of holdings for Fast and Furious. He said, I'm not even going to let my guy testify in front of Congress because I don't want him to. And that was just the end of it right there. No punishment whatsoever. He said that was it. The Eric Holder said, I'm his wingman. We're boys. When Trump fired, or when Trump got rid of, what was his name? The little Keebler Elf man. Sessions. He got rid of Sessions. He said Sessions was too weak because he recused himself from something he wasn't even attached to. He couldn't properly defend me. He was weak and ineffectual, and that's why I fired him. So, like, this idea that Trump's abusing this, it's been an escalation from president to president. The idea that the DOJ was being corrupted was the next step of escalation, and now it's being used back. So, again, like, we see these problems going on for 20, 30 years. It's the same argument I make with election denial. We have election denied by the Democratic Party from 2000 to 2018 with Stacey Abrams, who still denies and says the election was stolen from her in Georgia. To this day, she still claims that, and she was the second choice to become Biden's vice president in 2020, 2 years after she denied the election. She was on stage at the DNC as the rightful governor of Georgia in 2019. Nobody cared about election denial until Trump did it. Now everyone's taking it seriously. I like that everyone's taking it seriously, but we have to deal with 20 years of this shit happening in front of us, and then Trump does it. We're supposed to pretend like it's a big deal. It's what I've been living through my entire life.
Was it a big deal when you were living through it your entire life?
No, I still don't think it is.
Should it have been?
We have systems for this that I've been trying to explain.
Could you say that again? You got.
I was gonna say should it have been a big deal? Like should have people made it a big deal? And if it's like if I mean, I guess then why do you think people are making it a big deal now? Just because it's Trump? Like that doesn't make sense.
Because the Democratic Party is a shambles right now with a 19% approval rating and has nothing to go against him for.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to touch on that. I asked the question earlier, and I think it was purposefully not answered because it shows the blatant hypocrisy, the blatant TDS, right? Like there is no.
It wasn't purposely not answered. I just needed to finish what I was doing.
Sure.
You can ask me again.
It's going to be. I'm sure you're going to respond in a second into it, but it's pretty clear to me. There's actually no substantive difference when you hear him say, "I don't know," and then say, "Oh, my lawyer's yada yada," versus if he had said, "I don't know the constitutionality of it. That's why we'll have our legal team look into this, develop policy around it." There's no substantive difference. You're just nitpicking the colloquialisms of this man because you're like, oh, we're gonna get him. They're saying he's losing his age, he's getting too old, he's losing his mind, or they're saying, oh, look, he's a tyrant, he's coming in here and doing all these terrible things, and look at the word choice saying I don't know, and it's clear it's just blatant like scaremongery, like somebody was saying earlier, and it's Fabian was absolutely right in his spiel earlier, like it's no one cared then. We only care now, and it's always nitpicking. We pick these things that are really non-issues. We lift them up, and then we talk about like, oh, look at this daughter, the angel, MS-13 guy, and I get on here one of these panels, and I hear
sweet baby angel.
Yeah, sweet baby angels. And I was talking to Grid today, and I hear from the left, oh, y'all have no empathy for this man, and I'm like, okay, cool. And I posted an article that just happened. There's a San Antonio apartment complex here that had Tren de Agua basically taken over, and now is being foreclosed on. So now there's San Antonio, which is a low-income housing problem, is now losing even more low-income housing because illegal alien gangs had taken it over and then caused so much damage that it wasn't able to be repaired. And now this guy's going to go under and have to sell it to the bank, causing more homeless people and displacement and all these other problems. But hey, these illegal aliens are fine, and we're going to lift up this guy who was busted driving the car of a guy who confessed to being a human trafficker. I mean, but hey, this is the guy that we're going to stand up and fight on this mountain on, and then we're going to turn around and go to Trump and be like, hey, he said I don't know. Let's put him up on a cross. Like, it's ridiculous.
To be clear, we should be fighting, even if he is as horrible as you guys think he is, even if he is that, Even
No.
if he's worse, right? Let's
No.
say there's facts we haven't even uncovered, right? And he's worse. That guy should still go through.
Yeah,
due
he already had
process.
his due process.
Absolutely.
It was to be deported, and Biden
Every-
ignored
every-
it.
all of-
Let
no,
me just
we
insert
should be-
something. I've been.
We're setting a
I just
crazy
wanna say in
precedent.
response
No,
to what
Biden. No,
you
hold
said,
on. We already
right?
had due
This
process. He was
idea-
supposed to be deported. That Trump is making up for an error.
This angel analysis that's coming out, right? That you only get due process if you're an angel. Like that's what's being implied here, right? That
Nobody
he's
said
not
that.
an angel.
Y'all are the ones
That's
telling
not
us
what
we're
I'm saying.
angels.
You're the one who just
No,
said he's not
I
an
count.
angel. And
Yeah,
so
because
that's,
y'all are sitting here telling us he's this
I count. No,
beautiful,
no, no, no.
darling
No,
No,
baby
no, we're
child.
gonna let him finish. We're gonna let him finish. Rich, go ahead.
yeah, this notion that we have to look
It's
at
a
your behavior
misunderstanding.
and determine whether or not you deserve due process totally misunderstands the whole point of
Nobody's
due
saying
process.
that.
Because
No, I
if
count-
you're
I'll count. That's
guilty of
not-
something, if
Well, let
there's
me-
some sort
let
of
me
a
finish.
crime, that
Well,
due
no, he's just
process
completely-
is going to lead to those consequences anyway. Due process is
not what that-
about getting to the truth of something, and therefore, I want to continue to quote what this judge said, because this
Oh my
is
God,
the
you're
highest
so off.
decision we have
Let
on
me-
this
let me just-
interpretation. Hold on,
Oh my
just
God.
let me finish. Is that listen? I promise you, if we take
No,
if
you're
we
just not
take
understanding a
clock,
meme.
every time the amount of time I spent talking, and the amount of time you spent talking, I
No,
promise
I'm
you'll
just
have
trying to
more
help
time.
you. I'm
I
trying to
know,
help
okay,
you.
all right.
Like,
You can help
it's
me
a
finish
meme.
the-
Help
finish
him
the-
after.
let him
Hold on.
finish the point.
Help him after.
yeah, let me finish. Then you can help me. Okay.
Okay,
All
I'll
I'm saying is
explain
that what the judge is saying is that all of that he has the right to that not only does he have this right to due process, and not only did the Trump administration not give him those rights, but also they specifically have, because I've had multiple people tell me that Trump doesn't have to prove anything. He has no obligation to prove anything. And this particular decision by this court on this case specifically said that he does have that obligation. And let's see, it's right here, that he has, that the court found that he has to either facilitate his release, like get him back, or present any legal justification for what they cannot disclose. And so, like, they have to do one of those two things. But the White House's argument, and like Tyler's argument to me at multiple times, is they don't have to prove anything to the court. That there's
I go.
obligation.
Hold on.
That's not-
Let me
that's
just
not
explain
the
this very
specific
quickly.
thing.
Hold on. No.
Not
I'll
anything.
let you guys make. I'm not even going to
I
make
didn't
an
say that.
argument against anything you said. I'm just letting you know, so you know in the future, when a conservative says "sweet baby angel," it's a meme. Okay, no one is like.
I'm not responding to Sweet Baby
stop.
Angel. I'm
Stop.
not responding.
You
to
literally
that.
did. You literally
No,
did.
no.
And so, hold on. Stop. You literally did.
You did do
When
that.
I'm
someone says
responding to when
you literally
when you
did.
said-
You literally did. You literally did.
You said it was the standard.
When someone says
what-
you literally did. When someone says "sweet baby angel," it's a joke that was popularized by actual Justice Warrior.
Yeah,
where
I'm aware.
we-
But the implication. The implication is.
That's the implication is wrong. The implication of the joke
Well,
is
good,
that
good. It was
the
his
left.
implication. So yes, his
Yeah,
implication
every
was
joke
wrong.
has
You're
an
right.
joke, and your implication was wrong because you don't understand the joke.
No.
So I'm explaining the joke.
But
You've
No,
learned
don't-
from
don't
Jay
say no.
Dyer.
Jokes can be
you don't
wrong.
know.
Jokes can be wrong.
but
You're correct,
I
but
understand
you're
that
wrong
he's
about the
making a
fucking
joke out of the
interpretation of the
case.
joke.
Hold on, but-
No, I coverage.
well-
Just I know that you're not going to watch AJW, so I'm just going to explain it. Okay,
I've watched him
Sweet
before.
Baby 8. Okay, well then you should know the joke if you've watched
I'm-
enough of his
Send
content.
me a link. I'll watch
so
it.
again,
I'm fine with it.
So okay, well, or you could just listen. So Sweet Baby Angel or Sweet Baby Angel Aladdin is just a joke about how the left treats people that are known as bad as if they are really good people. It is not a joke about due process or whether or not they deserve due process.
No, it's
It
a
is
way
a
of
joke about
dismissing due process.
it's
Yeah, I think
you could
Aiko's
say that the joke
point is that
you
his
could
his
say
history
that
should be
the joke
irrelevant
is
to whether or not the
used
due
that
process
way.
thing is a question.
But this is
Yeah,
the
it should
issue.
be
Hold on,
totally
this is-
irrelevant.
Said originally.
This is
What
the
you
issue.
said
This is the
originally
issue with that.
Okay,
was
okay,
that-
hold on, give me-
was
this is-
that
okay,
issue
sorry.
we're
that.
sa-
Hold on,
We can move past. We can move past. Like
You're
we
right.
got
You're
to
right.
move
You're
on,
right.
you're right.
You're right. You don't get the joke, and then you're
it doesn't-
aggressively.
Now,
But
we can
I
agree that doesn't
get,
matter at all.
I get.
Jokes don't
This is
dismiss
the
arguments,
So
that's
this is
all.
the issue that I have with you saying that, right? Is because when we look at this case, he's already supposed to be gone, right? So like when we go, the due process states. It's clear to me that the due process wasn't followed, and suddenly now that we've done, basically I see him going, a correction of an error. He should have been deported under the Biden administration, but the Biden administration purposely waited it out so that they would, okay, he's at free again, because they did that a million times. We saw it repeatedly over and over and over and over of them not following due process and basically just re-releasing these people. I have no issue whenever now they're like round him up, send him out, because he's already had his due process, and so a previous
so
didn't
that means
follow it.
there was no due process under the Trump administration.
There was already due process accomplished.
Right?
I get that Gibbs doesn't have an issue with it, but the court did
exactly.
have an issue with it.
We understand that you are perfectly fine with fascism, right? If it benefits you,
it's
right?
Not fascism. It's not fascism. Yeah, because we already had fascism.
No,
we already had fascism. You literally had advocating for fascism.
To march to fascism is when we skipping due process.
Skipping due process. So why did they skip it before? Why did we skip it before? This is a correction of the problem.
Even if the paperwork was wrong, we should.
It's not the paperwork was wrong. Hold on. If you're supposed to ship somebody out and you purposely don't do that, is that just paperwork wrong, or is that purposely not doing something?
Then it was also wrong. Then it was also on the Biden.
So then this is a correction. We don't need all these extra steps.
And Biden should be in jail. I think Biden should be in jail.
Sure. So why do we need all these extra steps?
I would put Biden in jail.
Follow the original order.
So we can move past that.
Why do we need 15 extra orders when we can just follow the steps already supposed to be followed?
In this case, right? Even if this guy was here 20 years, right? And for all successive presidents previously, they had all skipped due process on this specific case because they love this specific person and they wanted this specific person to stay here. And then it landed on Trump's desk. That doesn't invalidate his need to do due process.
So what you're saying is
none of
because
that matters.
It wasn't followed. It wasn't paperwork that wasn't not done. It was the literal. Hold on. This is the problem with what you're saying. There was literally the paperwork's filled out. He's supposed to be picked up and escorted out at this point. It's literally the physical action of doing that was not followed. That was the due process not followed. This was the physical act of correcting that problem. And now you're sitting here going, well, we want to come back and raise all taxpayer dollars and tie this up in court cases because our political agenda says this is more important than actually solving the problem. That's the issue we have. It's just blatant hypocrisy. You didn't care about due process. Y'all didn't care. Y'all didn't care about due process before, but now you suddenly do. It's laughable at best.
What are you talking about? Anyway, sorry, I'm just going to move past that.
I know you're going to move past it. It's called hypocrisy.
Hopefully clarify. Can you just define what due process is to you? Because I think we're disagreeing about what it is.
We'll go to
might be the problem.
We'll go to Lactoid first. Lactoid, go ahead.
Or maybe he could put Lactoid in your answer as well.
All right. I was responding to something that you said, Aiko, when you were talking about the lower court's order following the Supreme Court order, where they removed effectuate and then they replaced it with this phrase, do whatever that you can, right? Do whatever can be done to make it the same as as if he had never been deported. So two things. First of all, not to be a smartass, but actually he is doing what he would do if he wasn't deported, because if he wasn't deported, there'd be no need to negotiate with Bukele. And he's not negotiating with Bukele. So he's doing what he would otherwise do had he not been unlawfully deported. Second of all, this is the biggest issue with this. When they're saying facilitate, show us what you're doing to facilitate, when the only thing that's realistically, there's only two things that you really can do here to get Bukele, to get Kilmar back. There's only two possible things: negotiate with the president of El Salvador, or launch a full-scale land invasion. Those are the only two possible things. Everything else is a farce. So neither of these two things can Trump be ordered to do by a court.
Send in SEAL Team 6.
Flat out. And so, very specifically, when they say facilitate, the Supreme Court has decided it in multiple Supreme Court cases going back the last 100 years.
Okay, so what you're saying is this decision in which this judge says that you have to restore to the status quo ante. That's what he says. Is in contradiction to the Supreme Court.
No, there's a reason why. There's a reason why they're not specifying exactly what they want him to do, because all of them are stopping just short of saying what they would go and negotiate with Kelly. Because
they want him to do nothing. Do they want him to do nothing?
No, they want him to do the thing that they can't order him to do. So basically, it would be like a cop. Let's say for some reason a cop could not it was not illegal to go above the speed limit of 60. Okay, and they're like, what the fuck? Why do we get rid of this law? And then the direction the cop gets is you can't criminalize people for speeding. And so then the cop tries to do something like, listen, you got to do everything you can do to stay below 60 miles an hour. I don't know what'll happen if you do, but you have to. And it's very unclear exactly what's being like ordered to do. There's very little clarity. I would posit
we can assume that we
nearly
don't go over 60
vague.
miles an hour. That's like the assumption is like don't go over 60 miles an hour. There is like an assumed request.
Sure,
exactly.
But what if there was like a other glaring law that said police officers cannot order you to not go above 60 miles an hour? They cannot. It is police officer cannot tell you to not go above 60 miles an hour. But they got to do whatever it takes to like keep you below 60 miles an hour. But they can't punish you. They cannot criminalize. They can't have any say over whether or not you go above 60 miles an hour. You're left with instructions that make no sense. And this is part of the problem. They're saying facilitate. Now they're not clarifying. Like, give me they're not giving examples.
Not clarifying. So okay,
no, they didn't give it a single example.
Yeah, here's the language that I'm referring to. So he says this multiple times. He keeps saying this, or she keeps saying this in her ruling, and it's at a minimum, what the White House is supposed to do is, quote, take the steps available to them towards aiding, assisting, and making easier Abu Garcia's release from custody in El Salvador. And
what is that?
This is the most critical. Hold on, this is the most critical part. And resuming his status quo ante. And she says that he did nothing. So that means that whatever those steps were, he didn't try any of them.
What step?
Like,
what step?
When there was that visit and they were in the Oval Office.
You just claimed it was clear. It's clearly not clear.
What specific step?
It's clear what's being requested is that he take whatever
something be done.
What steps? What steps?
Hold on. You keep saying what steps.
It's not clear.
I'm about to tell you what the steps were. Okay. When they were visiting the Oval Office, he had the president right there, and he joked about how there's no way that he's going to leave that prison. So, like, one step would be don't say that shit.
Don't joke, right?
And laugh about it.
Don't joke about how we're going to send homegrowns. We're going to need more bigger prisons.
Would be the Supreme Court
not to release them.
So that Supreme Court would then be telling the president something they can't tell the president to do.
You cannot
ordering the president what types of communications they're supposed to have with world leaders. When we pin you down on a step, you then admit that the steps they're alluding to are unconstitutional. You lose.
Well, we know what they're implying. We know what should be done.
And that's why they can't specify
You're not coming back to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Go away.
But none of this negates that due process was
made that determination. No. So if you're right, then the Supreme Court will overrule this with this ruling.
Well, but
so
the part of the problem
hasn't happened.
Part of the problem is
I don't doubt that it will at some point. Like that's possible. But right now, this is the highest level of authority. Like speaking
one of the issues.
Trump's
no. One of the issues is nothing's been like the steps aren't made clear. I don't know what there is to even overrule. The lower courts are saying you got to do something.
Yes.
And they're not specifying what he has to do. The only thing that he realistically could do to get Kilmar out, they cannot order him to do. It'd be unconstitutional. It'd be a violation of Article 2, of a separation of powers. It'd be a violation. I can list you. There's multiple Supreme Court cases. One from 1936. There was one just recently in the early thousands. This is multiple times, right? Like
what they did.
This is a domain.
Quote, constitutional crisis.
Potentially. So they can't touch that. They can't touch that part. So that's why they're not clarifying the steps. And so what is there to even overrule? Like this is an incredibly fucking brain fuck situation.
What there would be to overrule would be to say that no, he doesn't have this obligation that the District of Maryland says that he has.
Well, hold on. He does have an obligation to facilitate his return, but how he does that is absurdly unclear and very. What is he doing? What is he not doing?
If a Democrat was in power and the RNC was funneling all of these things, you guys would be screaming from the rooftops that we have a constitutional crisis where Republicans are engaged in lawfare and that they didn't accept the election results and the mandate given by the Democratic president, and that this is, abusing powers, and that this is like a constitutional crisis.
Hold on, do you think?
I'm happy to let the courts decide.
Oh, yeah, y'all did do that. Y'all did do that.
The Supreme Court.
Oh, really?
Sorry. Hey,
really?
Hey, Gibbs, yeah. No, don't literally me, right? We, hold on, Gibbs.
I mean, you spoke out against mine. I will get you that.
Hold on, Gibbs, don't literally me, me, right? And I don't believe Eiko here either, have never defended Biden on anything approaching this. So if you're saying,
are y'all defending it now? So hold on,
if Scott is saying that we would be defending Biden if he had picked up people about warrants.
That's not what I said. This is a straw man. What I said is if the RNC was engaged in these exact same tactics, and that if all of these conservative judges were attacking the Democrat from every step of the way, and that they gave these vague orders, but that those orders, if they made them explicit, would violate the Constitution, you guys would be attacking the RNC and those judges as a constitutional crisis. That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing as supporting the Democratic administration. Saying that the conservatives are the evil.
But hold on, I got a question. I'll give you an example. I'll do it right now.
Then I'm not. Then we wouldn't be supporting that. I'm still very confused by that.
So let me give you an example here within this own case.
I'll clarify. What I said, you said you're confused. You said you're confused. So I'll just clarify again, right? If we had a Democrat president or a left-leaning president, okay, and then there was a bunch of holdover judges, let's say from Trump, and all of them were giving orders that if they were made explicit would be a violation of the Constitution, which is where we're at right now. It'd be a violation of Article 2 if they made these steps explicit. But then they said, oh, well, he has to do something. And they were challenging the current Democratic administration to the same degree at which Trump has been challenged. Whether or not you think those are valid attempts or whatever, just if the same number was occurred, most of the people on the left, and I guarantee you as well, would be saying that this is a problem, that this is a constitutional crisis, that that Republicans and Republican activist organizations that are bringing a lot of the cases forward, as well as the holdover Trump judges, are engaged in a constitutional crisis, and that they're not listening to the mandate, and this is lawfare. And when the shoe is on the other foot, we take a scalpel and we wiggle and we worm to say that this shit is like either you believe in the Constitution or you don't. I don't. I have the luxury of saying it's just a piece of fucking paper. But you guys claim that you think that this process is important and the Constitution is important.
No.
So if that's true, you should be calling out these judges for trying to violate Article 2 in everything but name only. Not taking a scalpel to try and be like, but what are the steps? I don't know what the steps are.
I disagree with this, but let's go.
It's silly.
Yeah. So I mean, when I'm saying this, right, and I'm looking at this, okay, and let's just look at within its own case, for example, right? We can all agree that previously within the case, he had been ordered to be deported within 90 days. And the time ran out on that. And so afterwards, y'all go, well, that's a clerical error, so we should have extra due process, X, Y, Z, and that has led us to point A today. Because the Biden administration...
That's why I asked what their definition of due process was.
Exactly, I know that, I understand that. But here's which was what I was trying to point out earlier. But also on this, right, when we can look at lawfare. Well, what's your definition of lawfare? Is it only actively, like, hindering a case, like with, like, prosecutions or whatever? Or is lawfare also can be considered actively waiting out an order and not doing anything? Well, someone argued Trump in this case, trying to wait this guy out and saying, oh, they can't enforce it. Well, that's lawfare some way. Oh, that's unconstitutional. I would argue that that's equally as unconstitutional and the same problem. And the reason why I'm not buying the due process argument as when Biden was told, deport this man, and they purposely sat there and waited for the 90 days to go out, knowing that this would create a clerical problem, where we'd have to bring him before the court again. And their plan was to just keep waiting. Yeah, I do. It's the millions and millions of people that have been sitting here and they let out the process and were catched and released.
You just mean like the general?
Yeah, that's what they did. Yeah, they didn't enforce it all.
Okay, yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean,
didn't know if in this specific case, they had like specifically let it out.
Well, they
You're just talking about inefficiency.
Inefficiency. Well, I don't know. Yeah, inefficiency. You know, with the week, because they're purposely shipping them all over. They're sitting here not processing them. It's clear that their agenda was not to get these people out of here. And so I say that's equally...
No, due process is just downloading an app, bro.
Oh, yeah, I say due process wasn't followed there. I say that was lawfare in the same form. And for us to sit here now, when Trump is correcting the previous lawfare or correcting the previous due process error, for them to be like, oh, it's new. This is a totally different scenario. It's rich. And it's just total bullshit. And for y'all to sit here and go, we didn't do that. Yes, Y'all are doing it whenever y'all sit here and don't say that's lawfare and don't say that he should have been deported. And when y'all say, oh, we need to get him back right now, he needs to stay there because he should already been there in the first place.
Well, specifically, you're pretending like you give a fuck about the court order. Specifically, the court order said that not to send him to El Salvador, right? So he shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Where's he supposed to go?
That was a mistake. That was a mistake.
That wasn't. But you can talk about it if you like.
I'm trying to figure out what you guys want. Like you want due process, but then you don't tell me what due process is. Like what is due process to you?
Or does anyone want to take this first? Or
well, just to be clear, they did break. They're not defending that. Like they did break the order. It was an unintentional administrative mistake.
Oh yeah, unintentional.
They shouldn't have sent it. Well, Gibbs, be careful about this because if it turns out it wasn't unintentional, that's a whole new can of worms.
Well, hold on. What do you? How do you prove it's not? Like, if they just like, I don't want to make it a priority to round these people up, put it your lowest day, and then they go, oh, we just never got to it. Like that's
no. He's talking about the Trump administration. The Trump administration admits that like they made clerical errors, like because that's what happens when you deport tens of thousands of people.
Yeah.
Sometimes you fuck up,
but it's still a correction. It was a clerical error when they didn't deport him the first time.
About Biden, right? And then he's like, "Oh, it was a mistake." "Quote unquote," right? And then he's like, "Oh, we're talking about Trump." "Oh no, I guess it was a mistake."
No, I'm not. I'm saying this exact same equivalency.
In what way I'm supposed to be partisan?
Hold on. I'm exactly saying it's the exact same. Are you using? Hold on. No, he didn't at all because I guess you're confused about what I'm saying. I literally am saying, "Oh, it's a clerical error for Trump." Ha, wink, wink. Just like I'm saying, "Oh, Biden and them, we just let it go out." "Oh, it was an accident." Ha. Clearly, it's not in either case. It's the exact same scenario, and that's why when y'all are sitting here raising hell, I'm like, I don't buy it. I'm not giving a shit. So no, I didn't get got. Y'all got for being sitting here pretending that y'all didn't know that what I was doing.
You still have to like provide the remedy. And to just to answer Lactoid's question real quick, what the court said was that it's up to the White House to determine what steps it can take. Like it's literally the words from the Supreme Court.
I know.
How do you define what it can? They're supposed to do it.
Hi, Cal. Do you think you're being an honest actor right now? Do you think that you're being a good person?
Hold on.
A good Christian?
No, I'm never a good Christian. That's why I need grace. But the discovery is necessary.
You got to own up, Alex, Scott.
That's between you and God, not me and you.
The court, well, I mean, you're the one who asked.
Like, why are you you know that you're being slimy right now?
This discovery is necessary in light of the defendant's uniform refusal to disclose what it can regarding the facilitation of Garcia's release and return to the status quo ante. So all the court is saying, hey, if we're not allowed to tell you what you can do, then you tell us what you can do, and the White House refuses to do that. They haven't.
So I have two more super chats.
They're too busy making memes,
and that runs contrary to law. That's what this decision says.
Alexander Wynn. We'll go to Black right after this because I know he wants to jump in. Okay. So Alexander Wynn says for $5 super chat. Sorry, which DNC is running the 6-3 conservative Supreme Court that unanimously said he needed to do something / anything? And then Alexander went for a $20 super chat. Previously said Lactoid. That's such bull. All he has to do is make a public request to get him back, and that's the extent of anything that he would be expected to do. The court used that because he didn't want to corner him, because they didn't want to corner him.
Wait, he did that on TV. We saw that on TV, and we saw the president say, "No, I'm not going to smuggle."
I think he's claiming. I think he's claiming that the Supreme Court has the authority to make him issue a public request, but not specifically call him or talk to him. Just make an announcement. Basically, the Supreme Court has the ability to compel speech on the president of the United States to make specific statements, but because he's not actually making the statement to the president of El Salvador, that wouldn't be a violation of Article 2 because they're not forcing him to talk to the president. They're just forcing him to put it out into the airwaves.
That would be more than what he's done so far.
I mean, that could be valid. I think it's silly, but it's like loophole legalese nonsense.
So,
maybe
I
don't know. You respond. You're the lawyer.
Yeah, but Lactoid, like your argument is that the request is so just we couldn't interpret it, that like doing nothing is a proper interpretation, right? Like nothing is being done versus you need to make an attempt.
What you mean by nothing?
So it's like. I mean, literally nothing is being done. Let me explain. If anything, the White House is making memes about this case in like what's called, like they just did the MS-13, I know. So it's like, so they're literally doing nothing, but on top of that being antagonistic, which would not facilitate his return at all. It's working against the facilitation of the return, right?
I don't know if Twitter memes. Hold
the
on.
Supreme Court has the right to determine memes.
I don't know.
Pornography, they know it when they see it.
Ooh, I don't know. Good argument.
Well, I'm not. I'm addressing it. I don't think that the Supreme Court. I don't think Twitter memes or public statements here have anything to do with facilitating his return.
But it can be antagonistic, right?
What is it antagonistic? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think
if you're meant to facilitate the return.
I don't think it's facilitate just means like make something easier to do.
Make something easier.
Listen, there are court orders that that order you to do things that aren't necessarily you doing a specific action now. For example, a no contact order. Ali, if you get a no contact order from a judge, what do you have to do?
Not make contact. I do nothing. I avoid contact. Actually, no, there's something. I avoid contact. There is something I'm doing.
Yeah. You have to like not do something. And so when they say facilitate, there's like, I guess, reasonable interpretations here. They would be like, okay, the executive has to make a plane available in the event that El Salvador decides to release one of their citizens here. They would have to, let this person in right away without like
any
the normal
form of
because
concession.
He is illegal. But hold on. But all these things are like predicated on El Salvador releasing Kilmar, and there's two ways that Kilmar is released. El Salvador agrees, or the bombs drop. Those are the only two possible ways. So when they're saying like facilitate, it's unclear what specifically they want the president to do. They cannot tell him how to negotiate with another foreign head of state.
Yeah, but like you just said, it could be something as simple as like having a plane available or making. It could be as simple as Trump saying, wait. It could be as simple as Trump saying, if El Salvador decides to release him, we will take him back. Right? It could be as simple as saying the White House shouldn't be making antagonistic memes towards the situation to further villainize the situation.
I think they may have said that.
But my argument is that he's doing nothing, right? As opposed to anything that could show a semblance of support towards the issue, right? He's doing absolutely nothing, which is like against the definition of facilitate.
So I wanted to ask, maybe Tyler has opinion on this too. I'll also lag to it as well when he has the opportunity. But like, what's your opinion on this? That could the court say that the way that the Trump administration is interacting with another head of state is illegal or unconstitutional? Like in that, like let's say he has an unconstitutional agreement. He makes an agreement, he signs a contract with them, and that's stated to be unconstitutional. Or do you think they can do that? Right? Like yes. they make a contract with them to say that. Okay, like what if Trump signed a contract that said like, oh yeah, we'll allow your intelligence officers to come onto our streets, take our people, and remove them, right? Like this is him directly interacting with a foreign head of state, making an agreement. Can the Supreme Court say that agreement is unconstitutional?
Yes, they can. So if the president,
hold on, wait, not necessarily. The Supreme Court can.
Made, he said
no. The Supreme Court can block a deal from taking effect in the territory of the United States if it's unconstitutional.
Yes.
They can't step in and say you can't make that deal.
Once the deal is made, then it becomes under the purview of the Supreme Court. Once that deal is approved, then the Supreme Court...
Within America.
Yeah. So if the president made a deal with El Salvador that El Salvador would take these criminals if he nuked Chicago, then the Supreme Court can step in and say, no, you don't have the authority to nuke Chicago. So once the deal is made, then they get purview over the president's directives again.
Okay, so you're saying that he can't execute a deal. They can't say that you can't do the deal, but that you can't execute an unconstitutional deal. Is that what you're saying?
I'll give a perfect example. There is a UN, I forget what it is. There's some UN like agreement or whatever, some like widespread agreement where it's like if you sign it, you basically have to agree to like ban anti-Semitism or something along those lines.
And
the U.S. has not signed it because if they signed it, it simply wouldn't be able to take place in the United States because the restrictions that are recommended, or I guess required, fly directly in the face of the First Amendment, and this just hasn't been enacted. I don't think it's been signed at all. And then, by the way, I just looked it up. The administration did offer to send a plane and pick up Kilmar should Bukele decide to release him. And this was immediately following the Supreme Court saying that he's got to facilitate his release. So
that's your argument. That is your argument. He said if he said he would, that is, I guess, in accordance to whatever. Pam
Bondi did. Just to be clear.
Like I said, nitpicky Karens.
Yeah.
I think nitpicking is important, right? Especially if like you're actually trying to figure out something. I think that's important. I think if he hadn't done that, I would be like, I would want more. I think that'd be fair.
Well, I think that's part of the discovery, right? That the District of Maryland is saying that the White House should do is they should give a list of things that it can do and has done, so that they can then review and decide whether or not they've met the obligations of facilitate. But the White House has given them nothing, no information. So even if they have done something like that, right? They haven't made that argument to court. And so, because the White House
I pulled that out,
wants to imply that they don't have to tell the court about it. So, they still haven't done it. They haven't. Basically, what the court is saying is that they're not participating in discovery, which they've been required to do.
I mean, look, if you want to drill into I don't know that specific question. If the court is saying, well, just tell us that you were doing this, and then the administration is like, maybe they have some kind of separate argument for why they don't have to.
Then the court can make a decision whether or not that's sufficient, right? But
sure, but the
Supreme have an opportunity to do that,
right? But the Supreme Court has not ruled on that specific question, right? And what people are saying is that Trump is ignoring the Supreme Court, and my reading of this is I don't think he's ignoring the Supreme Court. I think that the Supreme Court, like their order, was very carefully crafted because the precedent here from the Supreme Court and the Constitution says that the president can't be ordered to do this.
Yeah, if the Supreme Court undoes Maryland here, then of course then everything changes.
I mean,
now this is the highest court that's made any kind of ruling on this.
Okay, but again, the ruling is so vague that I don't even know how you would send me a list of everything you've done. I mean, this is literally like a Doge plan, right? Like, send me a list of everything you've done, and like if you haven't done enough, then we're going to decide that you're in violation. Well, hold on. Send us a list of everything you've done, and if you haven't done enough, then we're going to find you in contempt. And if you have done enough, then we're not. But we're not going to tell you specifically what you need to do. It's very odd.
Would not be that. My guess is the response would be, we will then tell you if this meets your obligation or not. It'd be another clarification. Right. That's
okay.
Or they could just clarify.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe.
But I mean, I think they should.
Clarification was that the White House gets
just
to do its own
lawfare, and you know it,
and it hasn't done it.
It's just lawfare, and you know it. Why are we pretending that it's anything but
lawfare against whom? We had a 9-0. Sorry, we had the Supreme Court look over this, right? Like they decided what they were and weren't going to roll on. They have a chance, right? The conservative Supreme Court, but you're saying this is still lawfare? Like if this wasn't fair, right? You would think that like the Supreme Court justices that like Lactoid looks up to, right, and like never questions, that they would have actually like stepped in. They would have stepped in and would have corrected the situation. But this is their ruling, and I agree. It's like what the Supreme Court gave. Last thing I'll say. Well, I agree that what the Supreme Court said was extremely vague, right? And because now here we are, like weeks on in, arguing about the same word, fucking facilitate, right? I agree with that part, right? And I think they should absolutely clarify. But like, I don't see how we could say that. Like this is lawfare from who? By conservative judges? Like, yeah. Well, how can you possibly?
So you want me to? Yeah, it's very simple, right? When you are talking, when you think about SCOTUS and the philosophy that SCOTUS tends to have, regardless of whether or not they were appointed by a Democrat or a Republican, right? This like right-leaning. The left doesn't even have a definition of right wing, right? So I find that hilarious when people are like this right leaning because they were appointed. Like Amy Coney Barrett is basically a fucking centrist lib. Like I don't really see it as a right wing court, but
Trump appointed. Trump appointed.
Right, Trump appointed. That's fine. Almost throughout all of history, almost every single Supreme Court justice has been an institutionalist. That is what they care about. They are life appointees. They care about the sacred institutions, the institution itself. And so what you will see very often in cases when you have when you have like turmoil, or you have cases that are very clearly designed to attack the people in power, what SCOTUS will do is that they will make vague bullshit determinations that don't really say much of anything so that they can just move on and people can be done with it. We saw this again with Bush, right? Bush v. Gore. They were like, this doesn't apply to anything else, but in this time, this is how we're interpreting dimple jets, right? They do things for the sake of maintaining order. They don't do things usually, even if they're right-leaning or left-leaning, they very rarely do things, and they try very hard in their tenure as judges in appellate courts to get to the Supreme Court, to do everything they can to seem apolitical, even though we know they're political. Okay. Right. And so that's why you have this bullshit thing that kind of leaves us in the dirt, because what the Supreme Court doesn't want to do, what the right-wing Supreme Court doesn't want to do, is say all of you judges are bad and you know that you're trying to violate the Constitution, because they are in many ways at the same time trying to support and at war with the president. So they put out this vague thing that basically allows Trump to continue doing what he's already doing. And the left gets to go, aha, see, they said we have to, effectuate it. And then the right gets to go, aha, we won in a 9-0 decision. The lawfare comes from these, when you have rogue activist judges at lower levels that are making bullshit claims that are then pumped as part of a machine of the cathedral in media, on podcasts, in places, and showcase even tonight, where we're having this fucking super detailed debate about one specific case, but nobody even really wants to talk about what due process even really means. What we want to fucking talk about is the nit gritty portions of whether or not Trump is doing this thing or whether or not it's Article 2. It's nonsense. It's noise.
Sure. Well, then, and the few minutes remaining before we get started on the topic proper. Well, then I'll tell you, because I was waiting if anyone else wanted to say their thing before I said my thing.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Due process. Due process means that you get your day in court, which is an extremely vague thing to say, but it's that when you are accused of something, you get to defend yourself, right? Like the state, especially when you're talking about the state, right? The state accuses you and is threatening to use state violence against you. You have a fair chance to contest whatever those charges were, right? Now we can understand that different people get like different, and depending on the crime, like it's like different levels of like due process, or levels of interaction with the court, I should say. Levels of interaction with the court, right? Like maybe, I don't know, there might be limited appeals in certain types of cases or whatever the fuck. But in any case, right, that you get to one, know that what you're being accused of, right? That you are warranted presented to you when you're arrested. You know what you're being accused of, and then put in front of the court and able to contest it, and that will also include like being provided like legal counsel, right? Because like we've had like, and this happened in the Trump administration, but this also happened under Democratic administrations where like we've had children, right? Either undocumented children or maybe documented children, who knows, right? Who've been put in front of like an immigration court judge without a lawyer, like little children, like that, 4 years old. This just happened under the Trump administration like a week or two ago, but it's happened under Democratic administrations as well. This is a both sides thing. But I would say that case, even though the child is in front of a court, that would not be due process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, so what we're saying is, so long as you get a day before a judge, that is due process. As long as you get a day.
No, I mean, a little bit more than that, right? I mean, okay. When I just said, like, if you're in front of a judge, but you can't properly be expected to contest the case, right? Because let's say we're in front of a judge, but like you've got like the Silence of the Lambs mask on your face, and you can't make your case, right?
Right.
Yeah, right. Like you'd have to have a legal process. It can't be like slanted against you for whatever reason. That would be violating your due process as well.
Now,
like a fair. Go ahead.
So due process basically just means you have a right to some kind of like legal proceedings, and how much you get is widely varies on a whole bunch of different things, right? If you're getting sued, you have much less due process than if you're being charged with a crime. And in immigration court, you have some due process, but not nearly as much as if you're a citizen being charged with a crime. In fact, in immigration court, and I'm not an immigration lawyer, but my understanding is that like on kind of evidentiary hearings, usually the burden of proof is on the applicant, like the immigrant, to disprove what the government's saying, as opposed to what the government's saying. So when people are talking about with Kilmar having all those accusations against him, one of the reasons why the courts, why it was found that he was, a member of MS-13, why they credibly found it, was because they said, hey, we have this evidence, and it's presumed to be true unless you can disprove it, which is the opposite of how it works in a criminal court, where the state has the burden of proof. So what due process looks like, and there's not a lot of due process for immigrants, for immigration, compared to like a lot of other forms of law. So
I'm not sure on the you.
I don't know all the details about that either. Just to be clear.
Yeah.
Well, there's a distinction.
I'm not like,
there's a distinction that I think that I know Lactoid's aware of, and that it's not just that you give them some sort of process, like in some sort of hearing or whatever. That's procedural due process. But then you have substantive due process, which basically looks at the procedural due process and asks whether it is like artificial and in an attempt to sort of avoid you having rights that are due to you. Right. So you have to meet both of those. But I mean, I know you knew that already.
Sorry, could you explain that again?
Procedural due process is what Lactoid was talking about. That
yeah.
There has to be some sort of process that you're going through. But then if that process isn't enough to ensure the rights that you have, then you've violated substantive due process, which is, you might have met this or that process that, that maybe intake procedures or whatever, but your rights haven't been met. And at that point, it's not just your burden is higher. It's substantive due process that you can't violate anybody's rights, whatever those rights are determined to be for the person that you're talking about. And sure, of course, immigrants, like there are certain rights that they don't have. They don't have the right to vote, for instance. Not all rights are human rights, but they do have human rights, right? They have the inalienables, as Jefferson called them, right? Those rights are rights that are due to everybody, and we can't take those away even from immigrants.
Scott, do you think that was fair? What we said?
Yeah, no, I'm just curious. I'm just trying to figure out where you guys are coming from, right? Because obviously, from my position, I don't think the United States, as a libertarian, I don't think the United States has a right to deport anyone unless they can prove that they committed some form of property crime. Like this idea that they cross an imaginary border, and therefore they have the right to deportation is not something that that works within libertarianism. But also, I don't think the state has the right to exist. And I think, how do we figure this out, and how do we get to a better place? I propose invitee systems as a means of getting to a better place. I think it works more. But the thing is if we know that someone is an illegal immigrant, okay, I'm trying to figure out why, if we have proof that they are an immigrant, why is it like by as an internal critique that you believe, like, do you believe that all people that are here have a right to be here regardless of their immigration status? Do you think deportation is valid?
Alexander Wynn says it's pretty obvious that the Supreme Court wants him to make Trump wants Trump to make any obvious attempt to get him back. Trump, hey, mind giving us back that guy? Bukele, nah. Supreme Court, see, he tried. So thank you again for the $10 super chat.
Yeah, we kind of already beat that argument in a dead horse, and why it's a violation article to do that. So like what your guy that's supporting your stream is saying is he's admitting that this is unconstitutional, but he doesn't care because he likes it, because he doesn't care about the Constitution. Welcome to being a libertarian. I appreciate you. You should listen to me and follow me. But setting all that aside, right? Like, do you believe it is valid to deport someone if what proof? Why does a person need their day in court as opposed to procedural due process? If we have the proof that they're simply not a citizen, does the president have the right to just get rid of anybody that isn't a citizen?
They should be able
or
to, if they're in this country, if they're on our soil, whether they came here through a legal process or not, they should be afforded a due process, right? So due process, as I stated before. Now, deportations are absolutely going to support like them being a thing, and that for any number of reasons, you should be able to be removed from the country. But it's important to have them in front of the court. Because the government can just say shit as an ANCAP. I'm sure, like you have a deep skepticism of state power.
Yeah. I'm doing an internal critique, right? Like, so you think that a person needs their day in court on whether or not to prove that they are a citizen, right? Because if they aren't a citizen, then the president obviously has the right to deport them.
Yes, correct. Whether they are a citizen or whether the government, even though they're not a citizen, they should whether the charges against them are valid.
So this is kind of why I think I have this like critique of the left as being nitpicky Karens, because no one here believes that the individual in question is a citizen of the United States. We all admit that he isn't a citizen and that the president at his own purview, so long as he can prove that, has the right to deport that person, except me. I'm the only one that doesn't actually says that the president doesn't have that right. And so what I notice is that the left,
I don't think he has the right.
Oh, so you don't believe in the Constitution?
No. Hold on. No, calm down. Right? Like, I don't necessarily believe that.
I'm calm. I'm just pointing out your contradictions.
No, I'm not. There's no contradictions. Deportations are a thing, right? But whether this person should have been deported is a thing that has to go through a process. Which
is there any question? Is there any question whatsoever that this person is a citizen?
So even if he's not a citizen, I'm saying that doesn't necessarily mean that he has the right to be deported. There's lots of non-citizens in this country, and I don't think that the president has the right to simply expel them all. No. So like
why not?
You're extending that out. Like why? Because
does he not have the right to get rid of citizens?
They have because we have levels of rights, but like different levels of rights for people of different statuses. But a person who has come here undocumented, no, not necessarily. Like if they there's lots of ways in which, like, despite coming here in undocumented fashion, they have certain rights and right to stay here. Right, like if they are claiming asylum, for instance, right? Like they may.
Yeah. So in 2019, right, he had a court case, and in front of an immigration judge, it was determined at that moment that he would not be deported and that he had a level of protected status because of fear of retribution from gangs. Right. And whether or not that's because he is or isn't in a gang himself is somewhat questionable. Like, I personally don't disagree with whether or not this person should have a day in court, right, to determine the validity of those things. My issue is that there is this pattern, and this pattern is exactly what Admiral Gibbs was describing when he said "sweet baby angel," which is that the left often picks villains, not heroes, to represent these causes and muddy the waters, and then uses these villains intentionally because they use it to try and find contradictions and muddy the waters in the overall conversation because there's not actual principles involved here. I guarantee you there are like we saw the same thing with George Floyd, right? George Floyd is a villain. He's a monster. He was an evil person, and the world is a better place because he's dead. And anybody that disagrees with that is insane. But there have been plenty of people that have been killed unlawfully by the police that didn't become these national movements. The reason it occurs is because he's a villain, because the left loves to pick villains and muddy the waters and be like, sweet baby angel, and engage in this practice so that we can completely disseminate any value or principle in these matters.
Yeah, so I'm going to move on. This is going to be the last thing, and then we're going to move on to the topic at hand. That's nonsense. That's complete bullshit. What is everything you just said? So like,
you think George Floyd was a good person or a bad person?
No, I don't care if he was a good person.
They're relevant to the law.
Relating back to what I said, rewind the VOD. I said, hold on. I've said.
So you agree that at least that portion of the statement wasn't bullshit?
No,
So that portion's
because,
not bullshit.
Hold on. No, I'm not contesting it because I don't care what it is, right? I don't care. He could have been an angel.
You can't simultaneously not care and say it's bullshit.
Hold on. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. I will complete my statement. That's going to happen.
Don't tell me to shut up, Prime Cuz. Remember when you told me not to say shut up? Okay. Don't say that, Prime Cuz.
Don't worry. I'll shut you up for you. Shut the fuck up. Any which way. So back to it. What I was saying, the thing that's bullshit, is that it doesn't matter like what the status is of this person, whether they happen to be a good person, whether they happen to be a bad person, whether they have to be genocidal. If piece of shit Netanyahu came here, right, and was charged somehow of the United States, accused of a crime, well, Benjamin Netanyahu would still deserve his day in court, right? Like an actual genocidal monster. Netanyahu, I would say that he would absolutely require a day in court.
What is
and so it doesn't. So it's irrelevant, right? Like saying that we pick villains, right? Nonsense, right? Like, and that there's even a conscious thought and how these things go. Like with George Floyd, he simply went viral. That's what happened. He went viral, and he went viral in an environment where these types of actions were discussed, right? Like violence, police action against black men, right? Now you can say that like maybe it's unfair, maybe it's blown up or whatever, right? But that's separate. The reason why George Floyd became the avatar was simply because he happened to go by. There was a brutal video of police murdering him. Brutal video of them murdering George Floyd, right? And again, let's say he was a child rapist and we never uncovered that. Still wrong. Right? Still that he deserves due process. Still that when it comes to arresting an individual, police should follow certain actions, right? Like that's what happened. There was no picking of this individual, right? If we picked, we would have. If the left, right? If the hive mind of the left had a chance to actually pick, right? Well, yes, we would have picked an actual angel. That's what we've done. We're picking, and there's plenty to pick to choose from. Plenty of individuals who've done literally nothing wrong and were executed by the police. That's the thing that happens. But still, whatever reason, George Floyd is the one that goes viral. And yes, you're correct that there are many other people who get killed by the police, right? That many other people suffer the same consequences, and it's unfair that their case doesn't get brought to national attention either, right? But the same could be true for fucking kidnapping victims, right? Usually, an attractive white woman is the one who gets the attention. Yeah, she goes viral for whatever series of reasons. Maybe she's just photogenic, whatever, right? It's not right that other people who go missing every day don't get that attention. But we would still want this woman, like whoever that person is, to get their justice, to be found. That's the same thing. So like I said, we're ending it here. We got to move on, or we're going to spend another half hour on this to the topic at hand. But thanks for participating. And hold on, did I get something else from? Oh yeah, one more $10 super chat from Alexander Wynn. The entire point of due process is to give them a chance to defend against accusations. If they aren't here legally and a court determines that, or they don't contest it, they can be bounced.
Well, what part of due process is it when they don't follow the court order to deport it?
Nope.
Is that substantive or procedural?
We're moving on. We're moving on because like we already ran out of time, and we got to get to it. All right. Thanks all for being here. Hey, all audience members, thanks for coming through. That was our preamble. I didn't even get to the parts I actually wanted to interact with Lactoid, and we got stuck on about, there were so many things I wanted to like say to Lactoid, and it immediately got derailed in a way that I didn't think it was going to get derailed. That's my fault. I got to be more specific whenever I say anything to Lactoid, especially when it comes to legal matter, because it's very hard to like contest it to deal with. Sorry, we're getting some background noise. I don't know. I think it's you, Grid. We keep getting some background noise from you. Your mic is picking stuff up.
It's coming through my mic. What's going on?
Yeah, you're
underwater, Mike.
You got a double. We're hitting double sounds from you. I don't know why, because you're muted on StreamYard, so I don't know how that's happening. But yeah, we're working on that. But in any case, yeah. So it went a lot longer than I thought. I do apologize. Well, I don't apologize for that. You guys had good entertainment. You were all entertained. So thanks all for being here. Thank you and to my participants here for indulging in all of that, right? And having spirited conversation. I really do appreciate every single one of you, even the ones I mute. And if you, the honest member, appreciate that, consider supporting the channel. This is the first stream of the month. First stream of the month. Consider helping us out so we don't have any. I'm sorry, we got some testing. What is that? Okay. So we have. What was I going to say? First stream of the month. And we don't have any subs yet. So consider subbing to the channel. Gift bits or gift subs. If you haven't done so already, consider supporting the channel so we can keep providing you with this entertainment, right? So we can be here and you can have fun yelling at us, right? Agreeing with some of us or yelling at some of us, right? If you feel something, find yourself coming back here often, consider doing that. Follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. Shout out to our YouTube members. We're seeing an increase, a slow increase of people showing up on our YouTube channel. Thank you for YouTube members. Thank you for Sean again for gifting memberships, and thank you Alexander Wynn for supporting the community through those super chats. Anyone else, if you make a super chat, I've been on top of them. So I'll read your super chat. We'll react to your super chat. And you'll be supporting the channel. So consider if you're on Twitch, subbing to the channel, getting bits, getting subs, or resubbing. If you're out there, please resub. We love our resubbers. Thank you so much. That recurrent revenue is very important. And also thank you our YouTube friends for super chats and other types of support. Okay. So we're going to jump into it, and I'll read the topic. You guys can do intro and openings at the same time. And let's keep it snappy, everyone. Keep it snappy. Scott, I'm talking to Scott. Everyone, I'm talking to Scott. Keep it snappy. And then let's move on. All right. So I'll read the topic. In Texas, a Muslim community has planned to create a small town called Epic City, which stands for East Plano Islamic Center. It would feature at least 1,000 homes and a mosque, a faith-based school, and a community college. However, it has been met with fierce opposition from Texas Republicans, led by Greg Abbott, the governor. Abbott says the group leading the project is anti-Semitic and implied that foreign adversaries were buying up Texas land. Do you think there is any reason to be alarmed? Is there any reason to believe that this could be a threat to national security? Is this just another repeat of the 9/11 mosque scare? And would you welcome a Muslim-centered town in your area, wherever that happens to be? And credit to my friend Sociologic Ali for hitting me up with this. It was a good topic. It's a really good topic. When I first saw it, I was like, I'm not sure about this. But then I looked into it deeper. I'm like, oh, actually, this is a super good topic. So thank you, Ali, for being so kind and helping us out. So yeah, just quickly, exactly what I said. Muslim center. It was like a town led by a Muslim project development. I don't think they could just keep non-Muslims out, right? But just one that in its initial design would be friendly to people of Islamic faith by centering a mosque, things like that. Hard a fight from Republicans, right? On all sorts of levels, they've been fighting this development. So I want to know if they feel this is right. And I'd like to touch on the 9/11 mosque situation, right? I think Aiko has talked about that before in the past. And that was a crazy situation years ago. Not all of us maybe were around to experience that, but that was a crazy situation, and I think it kind of relates here. Okay, so we'll go down the line.
Old.
You're already low.
I was old back then. Yep.
Thank you so much. So we'll go down the line. So our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I installed a toilet today, so I'm fucking sore as hell. Those things are heavy, but if you're a man, you got to do your own home maintenance. So some amateur plumbing work, and that's where we're at. Probably going to be
get a nice pretty
pretty
rich man,
sore.
contracted out. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, well, I mean, when the apocalypse happens, money's not going to have value, okay? But we're all still going to need a shit. It's just as is what it is. I'm probably going to be getting a new motorcycle tomorrow. We'll see how that goes. This one's going to be a big one, but we'll see how that goes.
A second one?
So, so looking at the topic here today, how do I say this? I think that I have no problem with it. Like, people banding together and forming their own communities is like the pinnacle of libertarian ideology, in my opinion. They're coming together. They're saying, hey, we're going to have this town. We're going to do our own shit. All good. I got no problem with it. I looked at, apparently one of Abbott's contentions was that they didn't have a license for their funeral home. And if that's like the objection they have, like, you don't have your license. Sorry, I don't give a fuck. All right, this isn't the UK. This isn't some fucking third world hellhole. If you want to start your own fucking town and have a funeral home without a license, good. Have fun. I don't care. That's not legal advice. That's just a personal political opinion I hold. I think you should obviously be able to do this. I think that people pushing against it, there could actually just be some straight up Islamophobia attached to this. I don't like, and I'm going to phrase this very carefully, okay? I don't like, and we've all seen this somewhat recently with some bigger streamers than us, where there's this insinuation that, like, when you don't want to do something, or you don't want somebody else to do something, you characterize them as anti-Semitic, even if, like, there's really not a lot of evidence to go off of them being anti-Semitic. And then this definition is then used to silence people, and come up with these definitions that are particularly egregious in terms of violating self-expression. I think that's a lot of bullshit. I don't think that this is something that you can credibly challenge because it's anti-Semitic. I think what it is they just don't want this Muslim town popping up. I got no problem with it. I'm a big fan.
Okay. Our friend Scott, up to you. What you have to say?
Yeah, I'm Scott Fabian Liberty. You can just Google Fabian Liberty. I'm predominantly on YouTube and Zitter, Twitter, X, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Yeah, so I agree that conservatives really don't have a leg to stand on to stop the Epic City, right? Like, they're falling into internal contradiction. All right. They are statists. They believe in taxes. They believe in aggressive things. And this claim that it's like the existence is anti-Semitic by those people being together is really has no basis. And the legal challenges that they're doing, it has no basis. That being said, Islamophobia isn't a thing, because to be fearful or to hate Islam or to hate anyone that is saying that they're a Muslim is morally good, right? Anytime someone says I'm a Muslim is worse than saying I'm a statist, because they have stated openly, I am at war with you. I will kill you. I will take you over. I will do all the evil things to you. So the existence of an Islamic covenant community, those two things are a contradiction. You cannot have, like, you could voluntarily have a jizya, right? You could voluntarily have some aspects of Sharia law, but to follow Islam would be to kill apostates, would be to have certain things that are a violation of the non-aggression principle. So you cannot have you can have cafeteria religion Muslims, right? Which only take certain aspects of Islam, and then they could have a covenant community that is commiserate with libertarianism. But anytime someone says I am a Muslim, like, they're in fact saying I am at war with you. I agree that violence is good. And that's setting aside things like jihad, whether that's a personal interpretation or a war interpretation, just the very nature of, like, apostasy, the very nature of the jizya and things of that is to say that you are inferior to me, and it is God's call to eventually make you all either Muslims or people of, whatever other book. And if you are not a Muslim, you are underneath me, and I will use force and oppression against you. And that's really, I think, there is a certain hatred of Islam that Islam obviously deserves. You should hate Islam. And when someone says, I'm a Muslim, you should like spit on the ground in front of them and say, repent. That's disgusting. You're a monster. But I mean, at the same time, there's a lot of Muslims and there's a lot of Christians and there's a lot of statists. So you can't do that with everyone. And you're not going to have a lot of friends. You're not going to get a lot of things done in this world. You have to deal with the reality that there are a lot of evil people. But really, it's not about the right of covenant communities to exist. It's of the fact that Islam is a religion that also is a system of law, which is uniquely different from Christianity and Judaism. Some could make that claim of rabbinical Judaism or certain sects of Orthodox, or certain sects of Christianity. But Islam is a system of law that has a mandate to take over the government and to reestablish the caliphate. And so it is in and of itself. Epic City is a challenge to the United States government that says, we want our band of criminals to take over your band of criminals. And so, yeah, I think we'll get into more details on that, but I do have to obviously be careful of TOS and things of that nature. But yeah, I mean, that's why
after that, I don't think so. I think
you're worried about TOS.
Well, no, I didn't. I mean, I didn't give any direct or actionable calls to violence. I didn't use any slurs. I specifically talked about the philosophy and how the philosophy is violent and how the people that espouse that philosophy are violent.
Well, let's hope the Twitch mods feel the same way. Let's go to Admiral.
Luckily, I'm not on Twitch.
Yeah, so, it's getting to the point now where, like, every time I get one of these articles, I just gotta go, I'm sure there's some more bullshit somewhere. And I was over here on Grids today, and I said, I've heard a lot about this, living in Texas. It's been real controversial. And the talk has been, and I hadn't really followed this too close, and I had some concerns. I brought up, like, Waco, and I was like, I kind of like to keep to myself, and what's none of my business is none of my business, and, like, let them do what they want, and I was sympathetic. But then I said, I better not find out that there's some kind of foreign connection involved here, or I'm going to be kind of pissed, and it's going to be obviously some nefarious attempt by them to, like, subvert Texas and try to do some bullshit, of course. And with literally the most cursory read through the article, you find out that they're backed by CARE and a group that the UAE declared a terrorist organization for, and this is the specific one I mentioned to Grid, their association with the Muslim Brotherhood. And lo and behold, guess what? Surprise, surprise. Like I said on Grids, it's going to probably be the Muslim Brotherhood. And guess what it was? It's like, once again, prophetic. And I'm like, oh, of course, we're going to have the Muslim Brotherhood working through, guess what? What city? El Paso, the bastion of liberal bullshit and foreign groups working in Texas. I don't know if y'all remember what just recently happened in Texas, but we had a, basically out-of-state funded candidate that really tried to push against Teddy. Y'all might have heard of him, Beto O'Rourke. Oh, yeah, he literally couldn't get 2 Texas votes until, he got every person from the Dem founders list, Bush, and lo and behold, it's out of El Paso, the leftist bastion. Oh, suddenly we have a malcontent group that's a church group or a mosque in fucking El Paso that is running an unholy bullshit little, who knows what they're doing with these cadavers. Nobody knows. They could be humping them. We don't know. They got these no license to do this shit, and they're out here sitting here doing this bullshit and trying to claim religious freedom. And the reason why they don't have this license is because they're trying to press the issue. They're trying to fight Abbott on every legal front they can, just like it's lawfare, just like they're doing with this city. And lo and behold, it's backed by what I said, an argued terrorist group. Now people go, well, we don't respect the UAE's terrorist organization. Well, that's interesting, because every time we have to talk to a terrorist organization, what country do we go to? We go to Qatar and we go to the UAE. So if anybody knows who's tangentially attached to terrorist groups, especially Muslims ones, I would probably trust the UAE to know that. And when they tell me they're associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, and guess what? Now they're being subversive and trying to start a Muslim city in the Texas and have their little bastion. I'm suddenly very suspicious, and I definitely don't like the idea of foreign powers do this. I don't want the Muslim Brotherhood. I don't want the Chinese. I don't want the cartels. And it's ridiculous, and we shouldn't have foreign powers of any kind acting in Texas.
Thank you so much, Echo. Another Texan.
We have a foreign power creating settlements like these in Texas right now. It's called the Catholic Church. Our monarch recently died. We're selecting a new one now. I went to a Catholic college in this area. 85% of the student body was Catholic. And very often it was very common practice for people once they graduated to buy a house in the neighborhood right next to the university. And now we have a big Catholic enclave of thousands of people, most of whom went to that university. And we all recognize the authority of a pope who is a foreign head of state. So yeah, all of those elements exist with us. In fact, here in Texas, we also had an anti-Sharia law sort of arc that took over about 2 years of discourse. And I don't know if anybody remembers it. And but that law specifically said, it said nothing. It said nothing that really mattered. It just said that the United States law is supreme over foreign law, which simply, that was already the case before they passed all these Sharia laws. So yeah, they call it an anti-Sharia law, but in point of fact, it was just a law reiterating that Sharia law doesn't have any priority over American law. Well, because they couldn't word it in a way that made it sound anti-Muslim, they just said all foreign laws are that way, which meant that Catholic canon courts. Canon law courts were as much of a target of that law as the Sharia laws were. But it turned out it didn't affect my local Catholic canon law courts, just like it didn't really affect real Sharia courts, because all they really do is do things like grant divorces and resolve disputes and stuff like that, just like a mediator would. And they have no authority unless people on both sides agree in advance to go through this mediation process, which they call Sharia law. So all of these things that people are afraid of are things that already exist. Nobody's worried about Catholic communities springing up across America or Baptist communities, because in Texas those were pretty big too. It's not a problem. That said, anytime you have sort of ethnic enclaves, especially if they speak a different language, there's always some risk that you're going to get some separation from the general population that you have to look at. I'm not saying that there's not like cultural risks there, but in terms of this being something that's legally unique or a phenomenon that's never happened in America before, you can't say that.
Thank you so much. Our friend Ali.
Yeah. I just saw this after a week on Twitter of watching Valentina Gomez just go absolutely nuts. That woman needs to be studied. I think she's hilarious, but she's been going ham. And then I've seen other accounts where it's like GodSod sharing like zoom outs on a map of like Texas or Florida or California. It's like, oh my God, look at all these mosques. Look at all these Muslim institutes. What's happening? What's going on? Well, what's going on is Muslims are coming. They're relatively successful here in this country, and they're building communities. They're building infrastructure. They're buying land. They're buying houses. If there's a problem with that, then I would recommend to the American community or the Christian community, whatever community seems to be complaining about this, to get your community together, buy houses, buy land, build your community, make your community stronger. Because this whole like fighting one community because drumming up all this fear just isn't working, right? There was a conversation to be said about like a few months ago about cultural Christianity making a comeback to the UK because atheism and this individualism isn't enough to fight the overwhelming like Muslim community that seems to be rounding up people and having them convert in kind of high numbers. And it's weird. So yeah, I actually just wanted to explore it because there are Jewish communities in New York. There's like a wire around Williamsburg to where like, there are implementations of like Jewish law for certain things for, like Mormons or for like all of Utah, right? That's a fucking Mormon state or whatever it may be. And then you have like the Jehovah's Witnesses, you have so on and so forth. Every group seems to want their own thing down to the Christian nationalists. So I just don't understand what the problem here is.
Thank you. Were those people brown? Ask yourself that. Let's go to our friend Doobie.
I agree with everything Lactoid and Aiko and Ali said. But further, I think a lot of this is just born out of just straight up Islamophobia that the Republicans use to drum up support, fire up the base, or whatever. That has been especially pushed by certain groups within the United States. They're drumming up fear of Muslims as part of this propaganda campaign to try to get everybody to keep everybody on Israel's side in Gaza. I think there's a lot of bullshit going on with this, and it's. I feel like there's a huge misunderstanding, and I'm guilty of this, right? After 9/11, I am guilty of falling into the all Muslims want to fuck babies and murder the Christians or whatever the fuck. Just like everybody else. I think a lot of people fell into this thing because that's all we really heard about Islam, right? Yeah, fuck babies. They're all pedophiles because they're prophets of pedophile. They want to murder everybody who's not a Muslim, et cetera, right? This is just straight up massive misunderstandings of Islam, massive it's just bigotry. Let's just call it what it is. It's just bigotry. So don't call it, if you're not afraid of Muslims, don't call it Islamophobia. It's just bigotry. All these negative things that exist within Islam exist in the other Abrahamic religions too. It exists in sects of these Abrahamic religions. They exist in other religions that we all have no issues with apparently. So it just seems like a massive double standard being applied here because they're trying to drum up fear of Muslims.
Thank you so much, friend. Tyler.
Well, because my argument kind of ties into my introduction last week, I first want to start out by taking a victory lap on what I said last week. We were talking about gender specifically, but I went into disparate impact and how these identitarian groups based on gender, race, religion, whatever, are all starting to form. We're moving away from individualism, and I don't like that. So what we're seeing with the N-word lady versus the high school football game stabby boy right now is two different identitarian groups competing to represent their side when both of them did something that at best looks pretty morally reprehensible and at worst could be homicide. So for him, we're not there yet, but in the very best telling, neither of these seem like good people, but because of some larger proxy war that goes on, they're both getting support from their sides. And I see it as a bad thing. So I kind of want to say that this is just another step in that direction. I don't have any problem with Muslims. I don't have any problem with any religion or atheists or whatever. What I'm worried about is assimilation, individualism, American exceptionalism, and these things. So when we have these movements, like you see the right wing, when they criticize identity politics, they always go after race, but they never talk about religion. And as soon as, somebody critiques Israel in a way Ben Shapiro doesn't like, he turns into that 2016 blue-haired feminist from YouTube that was yelling about microaggressions, but they're just now against the Jews. You see a very similar with the Red Pill movement. Sorry, Grit, I'm not taking shots at your boys here and whatnot, but with the Red Pill movement, I see is very similar to feminism. You got a bunch of mediocre men grouping themselves up with greater men and standing on the shoulder of those giants to take credit for other men's accomplishments. And I don't like it. I am an individualist. I judge people based on who they are inside, what they say, how they act, not what they look like, not how they were born, not what religion they like, not what brand of politics they decided appeals most to them. I think these things are bad. So legally, okay, whatever, I'm sure it's good, and I'm sure we have these little groups already. I'm more worried about American values. American exceptionalism to me is not only the general, I want America to be exceptional, but the theory itself is we have the best system. Our liberal democracy, our experiment in this was the first in the world to do this. And in order to preserve that, acclimating new civilians and citizens to our society under these individualist, liberal, Western values is an absolute must. Letting people come in here and form a little Chinatown or a little Muslim town or whatever the hell group they are in their little group, it prevents them from that proper acclimation better. I think this is antithetical to capitalism because what you start seeing is instead of we just need more growth and there's enough pieces of the pie for everybody, instead we see a zero-sum game get pulled into it. And if your group, your racial or gender or religious group gets a thumbs up here, that means ours are coming down here. And it doesn't work like that in our economy. More opportunity for everybody means everyone benefits and there is more than enough room. Now, just to give you some other examples of consistency here, I don't want a bunch of weird cultists.
Not too long.
I got you. Weird cultist religious people like in Waco. I thought that was bad, even though the government handled it very, very poorly. there was allegations of sexual things going on with young people that I really don't like. So that's my concern, is that we're not moving in a way of American individualism.
Thank you so much. And finally, our friend Grid.
Hey, thanks for having me back, Prime. Sorry, I had some audio issues to start out with, so I apologize.
You currently have audio issues.
My mic not working?
We can hear
It's double very good.
Yeah, we just have to mention, but we can hear it. We can understand you. Go ahead.
Is it too loud?
It's a double thing again. I don't know.
So mute yourself. Mute yourself in the stream yard.
No, he already
is muted. It's something is OBS or something weird. Or Discord.
Yeah.
There's something. It's something minor.
Don't worry, we can understand you. Go ahead.
So at any rate, I do really appreciate the gaslighting that so many have put forth here, and I really look forward to going forward with this. But I'm really not as concerned about individualists or even a church or even a group of people, regardless of what their religion is. We have freedom of religion here, that's fine. What we're actually talking about is a master plan community. It has a church and a school and a college and all of that devoted to one specific religion. Now, we have an example of this in London going on right now. There are 85 unofficial Sharia law courts. Now, most of the people on here would consider themselves feminists, and none of those courts favor any women's rights. Not one of them, because they're Muslim, and Muslims do not recognize various feminist rights. I just can't tell you how great this is going to be. This is going to be a great debate tonight. Love you all. Let's get into it.
I am looking forward to this debate.
Everything you said was bullshit.
I love it.
They're a Christian. And
wait. I just want to go record.
That's an American right there.
Wait. There's a city. There's a church for one religion, and then there's the college isn't going to be a Muslim college. I don't think. I'm pretty sure.
It literally says faith-based college. Literally said that.
Okay, there are Christian-based colleges, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I went to one. Just explain
in a master plan town with 1,000 homes that are for
what's the
Muslims
master plan
only.
What's the master plan?
That's called a master plan community. Do you not read the material?
The streets in the shape of a Rosetta.
Yeah.
To be clear, they are going to allow non-Muslims to be there, right? They can't keep non-Muslims out. So if a Christian wants to go in and buy a house, no, we do know yet that would be illegal for them to do.
We can't do that
right now.
We have non-Catholics. We're just 85% Catholic, but we have non-Catholics.
Yeah, it would be illegal for them to say you can't live here if you're not a Muslim, right? But beyond that, granted, there are a ton of courts, quote unquote, all over this country that you're in right now that are Christian courts and Jewish courts and yes, Muslim courts that exist.
Canon law courts.
That people, people go to when they have some kind of an issue.
Hold on, stop.
Sure, go for it.
I mean, you can just get California one, but let me just get to. I've never seen a specific Christian court that enforces law on people. Now, I'm aware of the Catholic canon church, but that has no force of law.
Divorce, you've got to.
But that has no force of law. There's no force of law.
Neither do Sharia courts in America. They're arbitration. They're outside.
Wait. I can speak to this.
If they own the town. No, the police force, correct?
And they're backed by a terrorist organization.
They establish town codes and policies. Is that correct?
We got Hamas Jr. basically backing them up.
There's happened once before.
You're
like Indian guy who came up with
University.
We haven't heard much from Gibby, so I just want to give Gibby a little chance to go back and forth.
Yeah, so Grid, we have seen this before again all over the fucking country that you currently live in. I'm sure there's some in your state right now. If you were to just Google this, Christian court, a Catholic court near me, or a rabbinic court near me, you will find plenty of them. I'm sure. Hold on, but Grid. These don't have the force of law behind them. They're like a mediation courts, right? Or like there's another term for this, like arbitration, right? That people go to voluntarily, and they don't have any actual legal power beyond that, right? So this isn't, you know, you're going to go and the Muslims are going to throw you in jail for not worshiping the Quran or whatever the fuck. It is not that. What they're referring to are things that currently exist in the country.
Material?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. You read the material?
Yes, I did.
And
Show me which part of the material you looked at that informed you.
By the way, this
they're going to have
place is
courts,
within 10 miles of me.
Sharia courts that are imposing like Islamic law on people.
Well, can you find me any Catholic canon courts that are backed by alleged terrorist organizations?
Okay, so
yes,
Gibbs,
in fact, I can.
Yeah.
Well, then we need to get rid of
because
those
the one
too.
that I was at, was backed by the IRA for 30 years.
Oh well, cool. That's a foreign terrorist organization. We should get rid of that one as well. I mean, I'll be consistent.
Mr. Gibbs, the claim that CARE is linked to the Muslim Brotherhood is bullshit.
It's
That's
not.
been debunked for fucking decades now. It's
not
bullshit.
been debunked. The UA.
Okay, then why have they been charged with anything? Why aren't they listed as a foreign terrorist organization?
Let me ask you a question.
Or labeled? Wait, no. Tell me. Why haven't they been labeled a foreign terrorist organization?
Probably because they have political donors.
Because there's no evidence. That is bullshit.
There's evidence. There's plenty of evidence.
Where? Then why haven't they been charged?
Let me ask you a question.
How come
every time we go? Hold on. How come every time we go to talk to a terrorist organization, the two countries are Qatar and the UAE? Are you telling me the UAE doesn't know which groups are attached to what terror organizations?
That's where the manufacturing facilities are for terrorists. It's in
Qatar,
so the UAE.
So these guys have the embassies for
like,
every terrorist organization there. They talk to all of them, but somehow these guys also simultaneously don't know who's in a terrorist group. Yeah, that makes sense. Cool, good one.
I mean, we haven't labeled them. We don't agree. They said it is. We don't agree.
Yeah, there was a lawsuit over this. Hold on, there was a lawsuit over this, right? And they were not charged in that lawsuit because there was absolutely no evidence.
The
UAE linked to the Muslim Brotherhood.
The UAE hasn't rescinded what they claimed either.
Yeah, I can't hear any of you guys.
Yeah. The Metropolitan Tribunal. This is the Metropolitan Tribunal of Boston. The Metropolitan Tribunal is the ecclesiastic court of the Archdiocese of Boston, and the Metropolitan Tribunal of Boston is charged with the administration of justice as a court of first instance and as an appellate court for matters of the public good brought before the church. Although most cases brought before the tribunal involves questions of marital nullity, the court also acts as the competent forum for other issues, including penal matters. I searched Boston Catholic Court, and that's why the first thing I got there. So it seems like these things exist. I don't know the extent of their powers. I'm just listening to everyone else to understand the extent of their powers. But like, yeah, it's a thing.
Not only, Doobie, by the way, you are like also just unequivocally lying when you say it's been disproven. Like I looked up just now, CARE, and I'll post the articles, is terrorist ties. Newsweek and the National Review both have articles detailing numerous alleged ties to terrorist groups with the Muslim Brotherhood, to Al-Qaeda. Yeah, cool. So we have a foreign group with alleged terrorist ties sitting here. Alleged. A foreign group with alleged terrorist ties by the country that handles all the terrorist negotiations of making a master plan community. That's basically the IRA. All right, we mentioned the IRA earlier. That's basically the IRA.
The IRA are actually terrorists, not alleged terrorists.
Oh, cool. This is like the IRA hiring Westboro Baptist Church. That's what they did. We have the Muslim Westboro Baptist Church. It's malcontents in a little town that's basically a bastion of liberaldom in Texas, and they're sitting here being activists backed by terrorist org.
Muslim town you guys are hearing of?
No, Gibbs. So essentially, you're saying, hey, somebody makes an allegation that they're linked to a terrorist group, and that's enough for you to say they're a terrorist group.
Well,
that's ridiculous.
Well, whenever we see they funded other groups and whatnot,
obviously, if there's an allegation, encourage them to take it to court and prove it, and then designate these people as like terrorists.
They've already been designated by one. You just don't want to accept it.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true.
So let's go to our friend Scott.
Yeah, so I think the problem with this conversation is that you have to start with what something Tyler said, right? Which, he brought up this idea of like Shiloh Hendricks versus Carmelo Anthony. And there is a shift in the culture war. There is a shift of white guilt going away. I think we see this with Shiloh Hendricks. And so I agree, from a libertarian perspective, I don't think Republicans really have a good leg to stand on in getting rid of these communities because of like whatever bullshit claims they come to. But we have to understand the politics involved here. And one of the things is that for the last 30, 40, maybe 50 years, we in the West have operated on a lie that everybody in every culture is equal. And Islam is not equal. Islam is a force of great evil. I can bring like we saw. No, hold on. I didn't interrupt you guys. So, like, you know, there was another thing that you said, Tyler. You said, you know, I want little Chinatowns. I want little Muslim towns. I want all these little towns.
He said he doesn't want those. He said he doesn't want those.
I want acclamation.
Right. Okay. So, but here's the thing is that we can have a little Chinatown and I can bring in 1 million Chinese immigrants and I'm not worried about churches being burnt down or Muslim grooming gangs, girls being raped, the police hiding, you know, massive grooming gangs. I'm not worried about sexual abuse that is targeting white people specifically. I'm not worried about other countries, you know, funding churches, which is something that has happened a ton, especially in England, where mosques have received foreign terrorist funding. And I'm not worried about the culture of liberalism, feminism, and lefties doing everything they can to bend over to allow people carte blanche to rape, abuse systems, abuse people, get away with crimes. And that is the crux of what is occurring here. And you see it with the Shiloh Hendricks donations and things of that nature, is that there is a large population of white people that are like, if you're going to play the collectivist game, I'll play it too. And that's happening because the left has allowed Islam to violate human rights throughout Western civilization over the last 20, 30 years with massive immigration. There are no Chinese no-go zones in the West. There are no, right, that doesn't exist, right? But there are Muslim no-go zones. There are areas where if you let enough Islamic people gather together, they will indeed oppress women. They will violently attack people. They will rape girls. Name a country in Europe, literally, dude.
Look at the
name a country.
Name a country. China is worse than Muslims. I'm more scared of Chinese nationals than I am of Muslims coming in. Biden expelled over 1,000.
I absolutely agree.
There are some great quotes from this fucking
conversation. That China is a problem, and that I don't want China buying up a bunch of property or starting these towns. But the thing is that it's very simple. Name a demographic, name a religion, or name a country with power and bring 1 million of those immigrants and put them in an area. And you tell me which one you don't fucking want. And if any of you don't say it's Islam, you're fucking lying. You're just lying. No one wants 1 million Muslims imported somewhere because it will destroy that area.
Why not? That's ridiculous. You can say this about any religious group, right? I'd assume that there's going to be some
I can bring in 1 million Jews and import them in Virginia right now. And we're not talking about grooming gangs.
What are you talking about? Hold on. There are ultra orthodox sections of New York that women can't walk through without being called fucking whores and spit on. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh,
so within every religious group, there are going to be some people who are on the extreme ends of what we are okay with culturally, right? So obviously,
we're under the synagogue.
Are there grooming gangs
in New York?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are there grooming gangs?
Yes. What are you talking about?
They're Orthodox grooming gangs.
Yes. There are some Christian grooming gangs in the U.S. too. The Mormon Church and the Catholic Church had massive issues with this. Like, what are you talking about?
There are Mormon groups all over. Any institution.
No, don't do this. Any institution. No, I'm talking about specific Mormon groups that were raping children, right? That were for decades. That was covered up.
Schools that happens in the Catholic
Church. Exactly, Scott. This isn't a Muslim issue, Scott.
The same thing.
This is exactly what I'm talking about.
A Muslim issue.
Then why the fuck are Mormons and Catholics and Jews raping people?
We have gangs. You have islands. Is that going to be the comparison? You have an island made for raping little kids.
In no way, shape or form. You're not engaging with the actual argument. You're just trying to dismiss from what is reality. Okay. Yes.
I think you're trying to demographic reality by trying to focus on one individual group.
Yeah, I'm focusing on the one that's been a fucking problem for the last 20 years, and that feminists and leftists have done everything they could to cover.
I'm sorry. The Epstein Island thing wasn't a problem for 20 years? This was an island, not a gang. Right. It was an island. It was large groups. It was individuals. It was Christians. It was white people.
This whataboutism is not addressing the reality that if you import a large amount of Muslims and you give them and you do not assimilate them and you give them the ability to police themselves, that they will have grooming gangs that they will attack people, that they will oppress women.
Scott,
it's just a reality.
Scott, I am extremely critical of religion in general. And I think you've been here long enough for me to have heard that about me, right? I don't talk about it often. But yeah, but I'm extremely critical. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
Obviously,
right? We're on the same level. We're on the same wavelength here, and so which is why I think I'm a little confused here, right? And I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just trying to like understand. Like you're saying that like the Muslims are a specific problem because
Islam.
of this grooming. Islam is a specific problem because of this grooming issue. Okay, all right. You're saying that within there are individuals, maybe groups, who specifically groom. Okay, but like, and I'm gonna push back against you. But like, when Doopy brings up, well, this isn't a Islam specific thing. I don't understand your pushback when he brings up the Catholic Church, which has been doing this thing for centuries. For like centuries, they've been doing this. So
there's a mechanism, right? So let's discuss the mechanism under Catholicism. Why was sexual abuse so prevalent with Catholic priests as a mechanism, right? Let's set aside the conspiracy theories that may or may not be true, like Lavender Mafia and shit like that. Let's just focus on like what we know. And what we know is that you have celibacy is a unique problem. You have individuals that have, respect and power within a community. And those two things of the power, access to children, celibacy, the fact that, the types of person is like, it self-selects for pedophiles. It's not that Catholicism is trying to catch pedophiles and bring them into the church, but when you have a position of power that gives you power over children and at the same time requires that you be celibate, it is a position that is attractive to pedophiles, because pedophiles will go wherever there is power in an area.
But just to be clear, they did protect those pedophiles, right?
Absolutely. Right, like I'm not giving some carte blanche like pass to fucking the Catholic Church.
I just don't understand
what I'm
why
saying.
You're making a distinction here. But go on, please.
What I'm saying is that
Scott.
Islam has a unique thing here, which is twofold. Number one is that it has a system of law, and so its ability to be able to assimilate to another culture is all the more difficult than every other religion, right? Christianity has some rules you're supposed to follow, but it is, render unto Caesar what is Caesar, render unto God what is God's, right? There is the kingdom of heaven, and then there's the world in which you live in. And this is similarly true, but to a lesser extent, of Judaism. Now, certain sects, as Doobie mentioned, Orthodox Jews, but like not rabbinical Judaism, like your standard fucking like Jew that, usually ends up growing up to be like, I'm an atheist, right? They don't have these things. But Islam not only has a system of laws that you are supposed to follow and rules such as a woman's value and testimony in court is worth half that of a man's, and that a woman can't be trusted as a witness unless there's at least two of them when compared to a man's testimony. They have punishments that are both in the Hadith as well as the Quran for apostasy. There are instances in which that you're telling me that both the Hadith and the Quran don't say that you're supposed to punish apostates.
So I think to be clear, every bit of what you said was incorrect. Yeah, to be clear, every bit of what you said was incorrect. So Christianity and Judaism also have laws. Right, not just in their like in the religious verses, right? The New Testament, Old Testament, Talmud, for example. But I mean, the Torah, but like in their tradition, right? They have what the Jews call a halakhic law, I think it is, something like this. Echo, I'm sure you can correct me if I'm being correct. And then Christianity also has laws that have come down through the centuries, through like different church leaders, fathers, etc. And Christians and Jews and Muslims are meant to live by these laws to the best of their ability, right? However, I think it's even true within Islam that if you're in a secular society, you're not expected to break the laws of that society to follow these laws, unless the laws of the society are like totally immoral in some way, right? But there's no like what's the the quote from the Quran. It was just
Can you explain to me the Muslim
wait, one
police
second.
force in New York City?
Well, 1 second. Is that there's no so I think you know what I'm talking about, Ali. It's there's no coercion in faith, something like this. There's no
you
coercion.
can't coerce people to follow. Like it is against the religion to coerce. So when you see people that are doing coercion, it is a cultural issue.
No, it's
What's
talking about
tax? It's a tax.
So racial tax that's specific.
No, not racial.
If you don't want to be Muslim, you can live in the country. You pay a tax. It's like
so Scott, in the way that Christians are meant to give tithes, right? Hold on. In the way that Christians are meant to give tithes within Christianity. No, listen. Let me finish. No, listen. You're not letting me finish.
There are Jewish police. There are Jewish police in New York too.
Gotta get order here, right? Okay, all right.
This is insane.
So, one second. So, Grid have been trying to get in for a while. So we're gonna go to Grid, Gibbs, and Lactoid. But I'm gonna let and Nyko. I'll let Doobie finish what he was just saying, and then Grid, Gibbs, Lactoid, and Nyko.
Okay, so the tithes thing, because I know you guys got upset about that. So in the way that Christians are meant to give tithes to the church, right? Muslims are meant to do something similar. I think it might even be called the same thing. I can't remember off the top of my head. They have a specific set of rules and a specific amount. I think it might be like exactly 10% off the top of my head. That they're meant to give as part of their religion, right? Non-Muslims don't have to do that. They don't have to pay that thing. They have a separate thing that they're supposed to pay, right? And yes, you can say, oh, this is like obviously some kind of like discrimination because they're meant to pay a thing because they're not Muslims. Sure, I agree this is bad. I don't agree with this. I'm not a Muslim. I don't like religion generally, right? But to say that it's not like or that it's like especially bad is, I think, a bit silly, right? So
hold on.
I don't know. It's just they have the rules for like I'd compare it to like the Noahide laws, for example, that Jews had, right? They're laws for Jews. They're laws for non-Jews, and as long as non-Jews are following those laws, they're fine.
No. It is absolutely valid. It is absolutely valid to critique the jizya, which is an anti.
I agree.
Like anyone, like to say that it's like it's just an extra tax that we extort once the caliphate is established against all non-Muslims. But it's just like tithing. You know what I mean? Like you give up some of your stuff to the church to help out the church. It's the same thing as saying the whites that aren't Muslim need to pay an extra tax or else.
No, what are you talking about? Who the fuck is talking about imposing a jizya in the United States or in the UK? This doesn't happen.
That's Islam. That is what Islam is.
No, this is not. So, for example, Jews have the Noahide laws, which are meant for non-Jews, right? So as long as the non-Jews are following those laws, which they do have on a piece of paper saying, hey, non-Jews are supposed to do these things, then they're fine. But Jews have their own set of laws.
Not the same
right?
thing.
That Jews are meant to follow.
Jewish
it's just different religious groups have rules for people within without a group. That's all it is. There's nothing like malicious about that. I disagree with it because I'm not religious.
The Jewish empire outside.
We gotta move on. So let's go to Grid. Gibbs.
Yeah, please. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not really sure what tithing has to do with the city in Texas being planned specifically for a specific group of people. But okay. All right, I like a good red herring bullshit galloping away like anyone else. Let me ask you guys a question, because this is actually something that's a fair question, I think. So if the town incorporates and the town sets the town codes, hires a police force, builds a hospital, when a young girl goes in to that hospital that is run by Muslims and cannot get the health care that she wants or needs because it's against their religion and policy, where will your outrage be?
Don't Republicans literally support this?
Where's your outrage for Jehovah's Witnesses?
Hospitals.
Or Catholic
hospitals do this.
I can only listen to one, so not really sure.
Catholic hospitals do exactly what you're talking about.
Sure, but they're not the only hospital in town, and they're never.
Oftentimes they are.
Catholic hospitals. Catholic hospitals are
Sometimes they are.
not.
Run across this. Yeah.
Sometimes they are, because Catholic hospitals, they form hospital networks, and they've been buying more and more hospitals, right? And so they're all part of these networks. And so it could be in your locality, the only hospital is a Catholic hospital. So if they don't want to do a procedure, or they want to force a procedure on you in terms of like when you give birth to a child, they want to like circumcise the baby, right? Well, then that baby's got to get circumcised, or you got to find somewhere else, drive very far away. Exactly, that happens.
I don't know. I've never been to a Catholic hospital I'm aware of.
I mean,
there's a lot of Catholic hospitals.
There's a lot of
Catholic. You keep referring to your anecdote. You keep referring to your anecdote,
and it's fine.
This was a major topic of debate with like birth control, for example.
None of that answers the fucking question of what about that specific incident. You're just saying, well, these guys over here do it. Yeah, okay. Bad people do bad things. I will grant that. They're bad actors in everything. But you're talking about people who are setting out. You're setting out to establish an entire community that's exclusive of others from the word go.
Not true.
From the word go.
Of others.
Yeah. So if I'm going to use my logic, can I answer the question?
Can't build a town that's exclusive to others.
Let me answer Grid's question. What are you going to do? Well, especially following the Masterpiece Cake Shop decision, in which I don't think Christian bakers should be forced to bake a cake for a gay couple. I also don't think a Muslim doctor. I don't think a Muslim doctor should be forced to do whatever procedure you're referring to, because I don't actually know which procedure.
I didn't say you should be forced to. I said,
what's the procedure that can't be done at a Muslim hospital?
They can leave. They can go somewhere else, just like the bakers, or just like the gay couple. Okay. Sure, yes.
But you're all going to be okay with it.
Yeah, I mean,
I am okay with this. I have been very consistent on this.
Yeah, I know you. I kind of figured you would.
No. As Grid, I'm not okay with it. I want to force it on them. Fuck that. I've been very clear.
True.
Fuck that. If you are here, right, you need to be following our laws, and you should be providing a minimum set of services if you're going to be called a hospital, especially.
Prime calls that abortion, just to be clear, Grid. According to Prime, it's abortion too.
I would force them to do abortions, right? Or you don't get to be a hospital. Or but some other sanctions.
What about if they decide not to report SA because they don't believe it is SA?
It'd be breaking the law.
Bad.
Reporters, that's already a law.
No, Grid just wants you to be like, well, look, the Muslims are doing it. We should be extra mad because the Muslims are doing it. Kind of the Scott points earlier.
All
these groups of people do it. You want me to be extra mad here?
No, there's something very specific to the culture, and you know it. But
that's not true. Why do you think Muslims are okay with raping people? Like, where the fuck does that come from?
Can you tell me the quote where it says like it's okay to rape?
Where?
Muhammad's wife, Ali.
Hold on. Was that a serious question?
That was a special 9-year-old lactoid, to be clear.
Let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, first of all, I mean, that's a bad faith question you just asked. I mean, like Fabian already kind of alluded to this earlier. There's a reason why certain minority groups in Europe are having way more sexual assault cases. I don't know if it's inherently because they're Muslim, but at least somebody's culture is leading to that. Now, I mean, whether or not y'all think that's true, I mean, the stats back that. Now, here's another thing. Doobie also lied. Yeah, Doobie, you also lied earlier, by the way, when you said they weren't attached to a terrorist organization. I posted 5 different sources where they're linked to 2 separate terrorist organizations, one being Hamas, one being the Muslim Brotherhood, right? Now, so interesting that the FBI, one of the sources of the FBI, and the Justice, I linked the actual case in there, where they said, we have noticed financial discrepancies linking them directly to Hamas. That's a terrorist organization. So basically what we got is Hamas, a terrorist organization, equal to the IRA, like you mentioned, basically getting a malcontent, a Westboro Baptist Church, the Muslim Brotherhood's little group here, I don't know what they're called, the East Islamic Center or something. They're a malcontent. They're a little activist group. And now they're sitting here planning this. What's next? Are we going to start getting Hamas soldiers? Are they going to start launching rockets out of this community at us? That's the next thing that's going to happen.
Maybe.
I'm not even joking.
Hold on. I need to respond to this.
We're basically letting a Hamas terrorist center be founded in the middle of Texas. That's what y'all want. That's, I mean, because they're founded directly by them.
Yeah, so
Next door to
Gibbs,
me.
so what you're
This is
referring
where I
to
live,
is
by the way.
the Holy Land Foundation case, right?
Sure.
So if you were to look into this more deeply, I know that people in your chat posted it, whatever, and you thought you could just open it up and own me or whatever.
I posted.
Look into it a little more
My chat,
deeply.
for the record.
So initially, they named CARE an unindicted co-conspirator. This was shut down by a federal judge because the judge said this violated their due process rights by just naming them like publicly an unindicted co-conspirator. So the DOJ,
and yet the FBI still cut ties.
So the DOJ removed that designation, right? So they no longer call them an unindicted co-conspirator.
So hold
on. Further, there has been, again, I've said, this is what I said before. I understand there are allegations. There's absolutely no legal, financial, any link to any of these terrorist organizations that you're referring to that's been established anywhere. So there are allegations, no established link whatsoever, just allegations for decades now, right? So if I'm assuming, right, there is an interest in labeling this group a terror group because there are a lot of like bigots who dislike Muslims in this country. Multiple Republican representatives who are elected, right, have pushed to designate them a terrorist group, to investigate this group, and many investigations have happened, and so far, no link has been established. It's just allegations, just bullshit. Now, if you were to look into CARE, if you were to look into CARE and then look into the Muslim Brotherhood, for example, CARE is all about what they are basically. They're a group that rose up in response to Islamophobia that was happening in the U.S. or anti-Muslim bigotry, whatever the fuck you want to call it. They are all for equal rights. They're all for constitutional protections, all for interfaith dialogue and interfaith interaction, which is exactly what this community is, by the way. They're not going to keep other faiths out. They just want a faith-based community where many people of many faiths can come together. So the Muslim Brotherhood is not that. They aren't for interfaith communication. They aren't for civil rights and things like this. They have a totally different ideology. So I'm sorry, you're like reaching for a link that just isn't there.
It's clear that this is the image of Texas that he wants, and burning as the rockets come falling out of this community. That's what he wants.
I haven't, unfortunately, Gibbs, because I'm running the panel, I haven't been able to really dig into your sources.
No, there's a lot of them.
I just haven't been able to do that. But the only one I clicked on was a Newsweek one, right? So it's a Newsweek article saying CARE not only inspires terrorists, it's historically linked to them. It's an opinion piece, right? By Rabbi Yaakov Menken,
sure.
Right? And he's a managing director of the Coalition for Jewish Values. Okay, so I searched for the Coalition of Jewish Values.
I wonder what they're linked to.
And Yaakov
Menken
shows up right at the top. He is like the whole thing is a pro-Zionist group, right? And their mission, right, according to Yaakov Menken, right, in a separate article where he's bragging, right, he's talking about a mission to champion Torah values in American public policy. So it sounds like this is a group that is actually pushing to change the laws of the United States, right, to become a religious extremist laws, right, to match the laws of a specific religion. So that would be like Muslims like pushing Sharia law, right? But they're just doing it for the Torah.
Okay, good. So you're against it. You're against the Muslims doing that.
So one terrorist group calling another terrorist group terrorist. I trust them both to be peaceful terrorists.
When Muslims do it,
I think they're both terrorist groups. Sounds good to me.
Okay, then why do you quote a terrorist group?
Everyone's a terrorist group.
So hold on. If a cartel goes, hey, I know that. So say I'm part of the New Generation cartel, and I go, the Zetas do these practices every time we fight them. Do you think I can trust them to be experts on what their enemies do?
So you're going to quote one terrorist group against another?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay. Why wouldn't
you? A lot
you?
of Catholics in those terror groups.
I'm just saying. But it's not just... Hold on, Prime. It's not just that. I also leaked the actual evidence that the FBI presented. So go through all these, and they're all pretty damning. It's pretty clear these guys are connected.
And I apologize at the beginning because I didn't get a chance to look at them all. So if I can, I'll try to evaluate them.
And let's not trust Rabbi, whatever his name is. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. You want?
I'm just saying, Gibbs
him
is
and
the one
Rabbi
who found the
Shmuley.
sources online that the FBI and the
Oh, I
government
fucking hate
couldn't.
Rabbi
They
Shmuley.
couldn't have enough evidence to link them, but Gibbs has the evidence.
You want a tourist-centered America? Makes sense. That sounds like Gibbs.
It's
for
very
America.
It's very clear. This is the Muslim
that and
Westboro.
Islam,
Yeah,
you know which one
it's
I'd
very
be
clear.
picking.
It's the Westboro Baptist of the Islam. Like that's what we got going on over here. I mean, that's great. They both have some kind of problem with dead bodies. I don't know.
Tourist-centered Islam. I don't got to worry about my blonde
we
daughter
already
being
know.
raped.
We don't know what the prophet was doing with the kids.
Can we like explore the rape things? I feel like you guys just throwing that around.
We don't know what the prophet was doing with kids. We definitely don't know what he's doing with dead bodies either. I'm just
You guys
saying.
had a bunch of Orthodox Jews
crazy they
just
get the
like
license.
threatening to rape a woman on camera, right? Like a group of 100 of them.
Well, if it's necrophilia,
we had an island in
it's necrophilia, is a rape,
the ocean where we would send our politicians.
Who's they?
Who's they?
Who's they?
Oh, the Americans, Epstein, whoever you want to call it.
I gotta
Scary as I say it.
Let's go to Lactoid.
Okay, I'm gonna say a
We
couple
know what
things.
you're saying though.
I respect TOS though.
I wink. I got.
I'm gonna say a couple things. Hopefully it's coherent.
Bro.
So, I guess maybe it has to do with the wool being pulled out like above my eyes as to my exploration of the Russian-Ukraine conflict and the realization that the neocons had been lying for so long, and the realization that so much of the framing of these issues is really being dictated by U.S. foreign policy and media organizations that are funded through USAID and the CIA and all these other organizations that are really intended at curating a particular position in the United States. And when I hear, oh, they're terrorists, and you start looking into the organizations that are saying this, and they're Zionist organizations, explicitly Zionist organizations that you pointed out.
Yeah, the FBI.
I think there's enough to be like a little bit skeptical, right? I think there's enough to be a little bit. Well, hold on a second. So there's not a lot of evidence here that they're actually terrorists. We just, and they're not designated as a terror organization.
Well, they are.
That's well, not by the United States. Okay, I understand, but there is a country that does.
That we negotiate with all the other terror groups.
Sure, yes. The UAE, the pinnacle of human rights countries.
What is the laws like in the UAE?
I should of course respect
that's what's crazy.
Opinions.
Hold on. If the UAE is that bad, hold on. If the UAE is that bad, so that even makes it worse.
Something about their religion or culture that makes them abusive of human rights.
Lactoid. If the UAE is that bad, right, and they're also the same one that negotiates.
This is a horrible argument.
Hold on. If they're that bad, and
they would know it's bad.
Hold on. If they're that bad, and they're also the one that we use to negotiate to specifically Muslim terror groups, and they go, hey, these guys are a Muslim terror group. Do you think A, we should trust them because they probably know their clientele, or B, nah, we're gonna not trust the FBI.
They probably know the clientele.
We're not gonna trust the FBI. We're not gonna trust the UAE, and we're not gonna trust the Zionists. I guess you know what? You know what? I guess this is why we can't tell what a woman is no more.
If they walk in, we don't know. I read the whole Wikipedia while you were yapping about this. Okay,
it's fucking.
I read the whole Wikipedia. The evidence is tenuous at best. I'm skeptical. I think that a lot of framing and collective consciousness meddling is occurring here, just like it's happening in other geopolitical conflicts that are happening in the world, right? And I think the U.S. State Department absolutely has their hands in this and is lying about a whole bunch of things. And I don't think it's a coincidence, that you have Abbott here, who is literally pulling out anything he can get his hands on to demonize this, right? Yes, you didn't have a license. You didn't have a license for the funeral home, right? This is the depravity that they're reduced to because they have nothing else.
It's pretty sus.
Like there are, whatever you think about Muslims, some very interesting things have been said today.
It's not sus.
It's sus.
They take care of their bodies more than anybody else.
I bet they do.
Hold on.
If pedophilia side necrophilia,
whatever you think about Muslims, I do think it's interesting how in the United States we have plenty of relatively isolated communities that have extreme religious beliefs, like Orthodox community, Orthodox Jewish community that Doobie was referring to. There's also various Catholic communities that have hospitals that have limited services, or Catholic restaurants or facilities or whatever. And from my own point of view, I don't think that these people should be forced to provide services to people they don't want to provide services to. I think people that they should be able to congregate if they want to. They should be able to form communities if they want to. And this proposal seems very milquetoast, right? It's like, we're going to have like a fucking town that's like, yeah, it's going to be like Muslim oriented, but anyone can live here. And like, we're just going to do our own thing. First of all, if you're afraid of these people, wouldn't you want them going to their own town? First of all. Second of all, is what they're proposing actually a big deal?
What city do you live near? Let's put that town right next to yours, and then you can have the Hamas rockets fly into your house. That's what I think.
No.
Hamas rockets flying out of Dearborn or Tampa.
I'm sorry. No, and this is like, I think there's. I don't want to like. We don't have to get into this, okay? But like the neighborhoods that are very dangerous close to me, it's not the fucking like Hamas rockets. It is like a gangbanger that's going to shoot my brains out.
Well, guess
okay?
what? You're not going to have that problem.
That's the reality of most violent crime in America.
You won't have that problem anymore. Listen, you're not going to have that problem anymore because Hamas is going to shoot them for you. Like, good.
Why haven't they shot?
Like,
wait. We have a Muslim community in Dearborn, Michigan that exists. We have them in Tampa, Florida. We have them in Texas. We have them in California. How come the Hamas rockets haven't? How come the Hamas rockets are going to leave from this one?
Because they've been landing in Detroit. Because this one is backed. Those aren't backed by terror orgs. This one is.
Dearborn's Lebanese. If you guys want to do that, Fortson High School was called Hezbollah High for a great deal of time.
Well, you know,
let's go to our friend Aiko and then our friend.
Yeah, because it was alleged.
So the conversation has moved away from this, but I still think it's relevant, which is to say that if we're objecting to all of these things, like because Muslims are doing it, then we need to look and see that this is not just something that Muslims do. Somebody mentioned earlier that like Christianity somehow had church-state separation or secularism like embedded within it for the last 2,000 years. In point of fact, up until Vatican II, which was like, in the 50s, the church still condemned as heresy modernism, by which it meant secularism, separation of church and state, all of these ideas that we're talking about. Only very recently has the Catholic Church even recognized a right to conscience. In fact, if you look, sometimes John Paul II was the last person to do this. There's an emblem that he would wear when he walked around. It's two keys that are crossed over like this, right? And those were the two keys of the power of the papacy. And one of those keys is faith and morals, which we all understand is the claim that the church makes to power. But the other one is temporal power, which is to say that the church makes its claim over temporal, that is to say political, worldly power, which is an equal claim as to like its authority through the magisterium over faith and morals. So that is a claim that Christians have made over the last 2,000 years, particularly after it took over the Roman Empire with Constantine and all the way until like the mid-20th century. You guys remember divine right of kings? That wasn't secularism. That was kings making religious claims. Literally, the Pope was putting crowns on the heads of like every monarch for centuries. It was Dante that first argued for church-state separation, but he was met with a lot of resistance there, and it was centuries before that actually became a reality. Yeah. It's not just Catholics. You look at the Anglicans. You look at the Anglicans. Literally, their Pope is the King of England. Okay, here in America, Massachusetts Bay Colony, the Puritans, like we have that tradition here too, and it lasted a long time, even though. Tyler's right that the American experiment was an extraordinary one. We basically invented secularism in a practical sense. It took a while for it to take root, but it finally did here. But that was from leaving Christianity, not from honoring it. So what I'm saying is that connection that you guys are attributing to Islam, that they make claims on temporal power that Christianity doesn't. It's only very recently where the Catholic Church stopped making those claims, and there's still a lot of dominionists to this day that want to make those claims, who think that Trump is himself on par with God.
Great. So we're gonna go to Scott and Tyler. Thank you for talking about the key symbol. I've seen that key symbol. First of all, it's really cool. Like always, look really cool. I love that symbol.
This city's Pope would be Osama bin Laden.
Thank you for explaining that the meaning behind that. That's really fascinating. I always elevate these conversations.
Gibbs got it.
Friend Scott and then Tyler.
The keys of Peter's.
Well, yeah, this city's Pope, to be clear, would be Osama. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
So
it might be a person.
I'm going to
Osama.
Either that or the Prophet Khomeini or whatever, or Ayatollah is. I mean, either way, somebody's getting blown up, and it's going to be Texans.
Something Muslim sounding.
I'm just waiting for.
You're just saying nonsense. I'm just saying a lot of nonsense.
I'm just waiting for an LGBTQ person to move there, and we have our first stoning
You're saying a lot of nonsense.
here in Texas. And then they're going to play Texas racist, and it was just going to be the Muslims.
Scott.
Yeah. So I'm mostly being patient because I know that everything I'm saying here tonight is extremely inflammatory. So I'm not trying to also be super interruptive. But yeah. So I think, listen, you are absolutely correct that historically and even within certain segments, ICAL, that there are, segments of oh my God, why am I blanking on the word? There's segments of each faith that is, clearly concerned with temporal and political concerns. And you will see this you'll see it from the Ortho Bros that are coming in, right? They very much want to establish Christian nationalism. You see it with a lot of different religious groups. My issue specifically is with Islam. I want to separate it because I'm trying to thread a needle here of understanding of why we are at this place. Because more often than not, I think what we end up doing is we start having like this debate about our currently held beliefs as opposed to why we are where we are. And the thing is that it seems like a lot of people have drunk the Kool-Aid of liberalism in this idea. It's like I'm hearing like, no gun zones, so there won't be guns. It's like, what is occurring is that I totally agree that if some group wants to have their own community and that they don't violate people's rights and they don't violate those laws, that they absolutely should be able to do that. My concern is twofold. Number one is that when you say it is an Islamic community, all we got to do is look at what Islam says, and Islam is a violent religion that calls for coercion of people. You can't deny that there are things that are against human rights that are dictated by God according to them. And yes, there is some ability to reinterpret things through the hadith, and I hope that happens to Islam, that like more people kind of like reinterpret things from the Quran, towards a way that actually is commiserate with human rights. But things like a commandment to go out and force on all non-Muslims your power until they either submit to Islam or pay the jizya is a commandment for war against
what
those
percentage of
that are
people do you think
non-Islamic.
follow the religion to the T in any group of like religious people?
I would say it's a small percentage and much smaller in America, right? Like America is much more commonly like that's even
in Islam, the majority of people are not fundamentalist religions. They are just culturally religious. They kind of just exist. They do their five.
Christians call it cafeteria religion.
It's not a big
right?
deal.
So it's like Christians call it cafeteria religion, which is like they pick and choose what they like from their religion that like fits in their life, and they don't actually follow the religion to a T. I agree.
This is our religious group stuff.
So
everyone.
Yes, I'm agreeing with all of these things. These aren't actually arguments in any way towards what it is that my claims are. So here's the second problem, and the reason that we are at the place that we are at is that we have had for decades now. We have had this idea of liberalism that like everybody's equal, and we don't want to oppress minority groups and things of this nature. And what this has caused, we just know this to be true, is the combination of immigration and the way in which we have treated and failed to assimilate Muslim immigrants in many places in Europe has led to extreme problems of grooming gangs, of violence, of no-go zones. And what is occurring now is that you have white people in America, but also in other countries that are looking at this and saying no more. And if we don't understand that as a problem,
ridiculous.
If we don't
the problem in the UK and the problem
occurring,
in America are two different things. The problem in the UK is you have a mass refugees.
The problem is
couldn't put it, and you're expecting these people to just assimilate as soon as you drop them into a nation. When most of their kids, assimilate at first generation. After the first generation, they assimilate pretty well.
Not in the UK.
In the they don't in the UK. Yes, they don't.
No, they don't. And because they are isolated in specific towns.
They still go to school and live in communities and grow up in a different. They're not growing up in Pakistan.
These specific towns. No, these like no. For example, like the specific towns have in the southern UK have the highest rates of incest of almost anywhere in the world. Why? Because they don't go out of their communities.
That's not why.
Relationships with other people, because it's higher than it is in the areas of Pakistan, which and part of the reason is because cousin marriage is seen as acceptable under Islam, but it's even worse in places like the UK where they're isolated and taken together because they don't assimilate. They're like the idea.
No, it's because the
Tommy Robinson
group of people you put there are going to want to stay within their group of people.
Existed for no fucking reason is crazy. Okay, like we have to acknowledge the fact that we are seeing a reactionary swing from the right that is going to be fascistic because of the failures of the left to just accept isolation, lack of assimilation of barbaric religions in the West.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go to Tyler, and after that I'm gonna go Duke because I know Duke's got a lot to say as well. I just gotta quickly say that like it's nonsense, right? Like it's crazy, right? I think we are swinging a fat, officious swing to the right, but that doesn't like. Immigration will always be a pressure, especially in a country that has always, at different points in time, made the other a threat, right? That's what we've always done here. This is nothing new, right? Like it wasn't. Oh, we are looking out into Europe, right? And Europe is having these issues with their Muslim population. Well, that Muslim population got there after the September 11th attacks, right? When we destabilized the region and then forced a lot of that migration in there, right? But while that was happening, before this whole situation happened in Europe, there was still a lot of hate against Muslims, right? As soon as the September 11th attacks happened, right? Like all those arguments you're saying now were being said before. So let's not say because the Muslims just can't integrate.
But I'm
that
not
was
talking
happening.
About hate. I'm not talking about hate. I'm talking about specific crimes from these communities. That comes from a lack of assimilation.
You're saying though that the reasoning of why we're having this swing is because there's been a failure to assimilate and these other places, and then Americans viewing this, right, they're reacting to that and saying, well, we don't want to see that here. I'm saying that far before this moment in time, far before the immigration crisis in Europe that we caused with our own war, that we saw that happening here. That in the United States, that's why I want to talk about the 9/11 mosque, right? Related to this, because this all has happened previously. But I'm going to give.
You recognize there's been a shift, right? You recognize that there's been a shift. Like I agree. Like we could go back to the fucking Crusades. Like Christian nations have obviously had an ire and hatred towards Islamic nations and vice versa for a very long time. What I'm saying is that you are seeing a shift due to the failures of assimilation and immigration that have occurred in Europe, and that these are problems specific to
why did
Islam
that happen?
because of substantive differences.
We'll never address why they didn't assimilate. We just say that they won't.
I'll give it to Tyler, Doobie, and Admiral Gibbs are seeing the shift because of lack of material needs being met.
Because I don't like to interrupt, I've got 4 points to address. Grid, who also has his hand up, Gibbs and Scott mostly are going to be addressing these. It's 4 points Scott made, and then Grid and Gibbs will be part of 2 of those 4. So this conversation has made me convert to Islam. I am now the Ayatollah of the areola, and under my Sharitard law, I will pay you guys my jizya. So, I want to combat this narrative that is deeply Islamophobic to my people now, that 52% of the murders come from 13% of one religion. I think it's just kind of grouping based off the same thing we see in the United States. And one of my first videos when I started my YouTube channel, which I kind of abandoned for now because I'm working on higher level content, was to try to debunk that 52 for 13 thing for black people in the United States. So I kind of want to... When we look at our beautiful child of Islam, my good friend Ali up here, what a gem of a human being he is, we see a wonderful, great guy who probably has never been violent in his life. And when we take that microcosm and look at it into the greater, what we see is for every one violent person of Islam, you have probably 40, 50,000. Well, actually, I have the statistics more for black Americans. For every violent black American, there's 40,000 that were not violent. For every one Muslim in the world, there's probably vastly more that are not violent, that don't support this. When you look at the data, only a tiny percent of people that are Islamic are actually violent, and it comes from certain regions. If you take a look at those regions, remember 2012 with the Christian army that was under Joseph Kony, they were wiping out villages, kidnapping children, FGMing or selling the women into prostitution and turning the men into child soldiers, and this was a Christian army. It's not a problem of the religion as a whole. It's a part of the region and the isolation that they experience as to not having the opposing views. So, like, even now, like, the Vatican is currently pushing an open border policy that Biden bid on his last few days in office. That's something that they want, that we say, hey, that doesn't abide by our law. I trust the government. This is more to go to Scott's European argument. I trust the government and our public institutions to handle the vetting of immigration properly. And the 99% of good Muslims that aren't violent that are out there will be brought into our country. What we're seeing in the EU is a different story because we had a lot of refugees go there. Refugees are a different category. They're not coming through the proper immigration channels. They are unvetted. They're being brought in for different purposes. It's supposed to be temporary. And it caused all sorts of issues because these people were unvetted, because you were getting those violent people that do exist in a lot of these Middle Eastern, and I think it's Upper Eastern part of Africa. There's just a lot of violence in that region. And the people of that region are more prone to it. But if you go to any other nation with Islam, you don't see nearly the violence. A lot of them I've been to Turkey, I've been to Qatar. They're not amazing in terms of human rights and everything like that, but you don't see mass amounts of violence to this extent that
they're not amazing in terms of human rights, but that's okay.
Well, yeah, America just got decent at human rights like 2 hours ago. Relax.
I'm trying to just pull down the violence rhetoric, is what I'm saying. You're right.
Okay, let me respond to that.
Hold on, I got
a lot of comments directed at me, so I'll respond.
I got one more real quick. I just want to get out, and then I'm all done. So now I do want to separate myself from Prime a little bit here as well. This is the last thing I got. Prime was saying he wants to force you have to do X, Y, and Z or you're not a hospital. When you start doing that, you start diminishing clinics and things of that nature. We have people that go out there and give vaccines or give little minor treatments that you need a lot of, like STD tests and things like that. When you start saying you have to hit X, Y, and Z criteria, you're going to start hurting those bottom lines that go out and do good, cheaper things.
Well, I would agree with you there. But you could also just make it a distinction: hospital and clinic, like they have different levels of care.
Sure.
That they're okay. Yeah, all right, fair enough.
So let me respond to you, Tyler, because I do think it's a fair comparison to talk about black crime in America, right? So do you believe that black crime in America is higher because blacks have a inferiority in their genetics, or because of some environmental conditions and culture?
I would say it's closer to the second, but it has way more components, like isolation inside of an inner city where you see most crime come from. You put a black
so that would be environment. That would be environment.
Yeah.
That would be the second category.
Exactly.
Right. So it's environment. It's environment and culture. These are the domains in which are the reasons that we would see higher black crime, not because blacks have some fucking debunked warrior gene or some dumb shit like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is my argument about Islam. That is my exact same argument, is that there is a cultural problem here. I am not saying that I think Ali is like inherently some bad guy because he was born to a Muslim family. In no way, shape, or form am I saying that. What I'm saying is that there are instances of cultural clash, right? When you talked about violent areas and non-violent areas of the Muslim world, where do you see the most violence in the Islamic world? Where you see it is when there are other religious and ethnic groups in that area. That is when we see violent clashes. When you have a mostly homogenous environment where there aren't Sunnis, Shias, and Kurds or Jews or Christians being forced to live in the same area, you see way less violence. What I'm saying is that Islam has a specific cultural problem. And if we as a nation start letting Islamic communities isolate themselves and start creating their own roles and start having and sharing their own value in their own homogenous society and not integrating into the Western world, you're going to see problems just like you see when we have had the immigration problems.
But we have Turkish groups and things like that. It's not just the religion, it's the area too. If we get people from the Congo, doesn't matter if they're Christian or Muslim, they're more likely to be violent than a Muslim from Turkey.
So I would like to we're gonna go to I gotta get the order right. So it'll be Doobie, Gibbs, Grid, and Lactoid. And I wanted to just before Doobie goes, is a super chat from our friend Alexander Wynn, $5, says, either you will integrate immigrants into your culture or they will eventually try to bring the one they left. I totally agree. I think America is the best, as far as I can tell, at integration. I think we've proven it again and again.
Want to.
Despite ourselves.
People want to integrate when they get here.
Yeah, and maybe we'll want to. But then in any case, America tends to be really, really good at this in a way that European countries fail at this.
I agree.
Continuously.
I agree.
So I was going to push back against that a little bit because I don't think that's a one-to-one comparison. But if you agree, then there's nothing to push back against. Let's go to our friend.
Yeah, no,
let me get in after Lactoid Prime.
Sure. DB?
I'm sorry, was Scott saying something?
No.
I was just saying I agree.
So I mean, I guess we could look to like current examples we have of like communities with very high Muslim populations and just see if they have like a massive grooming problem. Right, so I think Dearborn has the highest Muslim population. They have an all-Muslim city council, a Muslim mayor. They don't have Sharia. They don't have a massive issue of grooming gangs. They don't have like child rapists and shit being just set free because they don't believe that it's okay. It's an issue to rape children. Like it seems like they're fine, right? They're doing perfectly well. So, and you guys keep saying that these are going to like it's like a homogenous society and they're not going to assimilate things like this. I don't think the plan even calls for that. They want a community that is going to be centered around a mosque. That doesn't mean non-Muslims can't live there. It doesn't mean other faiths can't be there. It just means that they're going to build a mosque and they're going to build a community around this mosque. That's it. That's not that crazy. They're not talking about changing the laws in this community. No, it's not naive. Give me an example. No, don't say I'm naive. Hold on. If you're going to say that I'm naive, give me an example. Give me an example of what you're claiming will happen.
Muslims to do there, and then when a religious institution that's based upon
we're talking about American Muslims.
Mosque there. Like the idea that
we're talking about American Muslims. We're not talking about fucking Middle Eastern fundamentalist Muslims. We're talking about American Muslims who live in America, of American values, who consider themselves American citizens who live. No, it's not dumb. Why do you speak? Why do you speak as if these people who live in the United States just fine, totally Americanized, are going to like throw that out the window and want to live under Sharia and impose Sharia on everybody? Like, where the fuck is that coming from?
Totally Americanized.
I'll tell you.
You keep comparing this to the UK, where they had an issue of. Grid, please shut up. Grid, please shut up. Grid, you're ridiculous. Shut up. Yeah, please be quiet.
They go to Sharia court, which they do have.
Hey, we already went through the Sharia court thing, Grid. If you're so stuck on that point, you're not learning anything today.
You're a liar. You're a little liar.
Okay, yeah, good. You're totally fine with the Catholic courts, but the Sharia courts are a step too far for you. Great.
That's not how Sharia courts work.
You keep comparing this. You keep comparing this to the UK. I don't think you know anything about how Sharia courts work. No, I'm talking to Scott, Grid, not you. So you keep comparing this to the UK. The UK had a massive issue with millions of refugees coming from areas where they weren't able to assimilate. They didn't have the time to assimilate. They came in too quickly. So obviously, this is going to create a massive cultural clash, which it did, and the result of this was over time many of these people had to leave or be moved out. Many of them stood, and they're fine. Right? When you keep referring to the grooming gangs and shit like this, when that was happening, right, the height of that thing, the 500 mosques within the UK did like organized sermons against grooming, against abusing children, because religiously it's a bad thing to abuse children. It's actually bad. They don't get to rape people in Islam. Right? So the religious leaders came together. 500 mosques said, "Hey, you can't do this." Right? They made it a religious. They made it a religious affair to speak out against this thing as a community. Right? So I don't know where the fuck you're drawing this idea that if we allow them to build this community, they're going to be raping children, having grooming gangs, or imposing Sharia law on people, and et cetera, et cetera. Like, you have no reason to believe this.
I love that you straw man. So we'll go through these piece by piece. So first of all, in terms of the Sharia courts, how do the Sharia courts actually work? No, nobody is killing apostates. Nobody is imposing laws that go against Britain, even in the UK in those Sharia courts. The way that those Sharia courts work is that individuals that are in homogenous Muslim communities they're pressured by their entire family, all of their friends, everyone that they know that are all Muslim because they have not integrated, into going through any forms of divorce court, or especially when it comes to handling parents like that have died without a will, and whether or not that where that money goes, right? And so
they
UK
voluntarily
law,
choose to go to a religious court, which has no legal power. Yes, just like the Catholics do, just like the Jews do, just like other groups do. Why the fuck is it so scary to you? They're voluntarily choosing to do this thing.
Yeah. Hey, pussy, shut the fuck up, bitch.
Okay, explain why you are okay with the Catholics and the Christians and the Jews doing it. You're not a Muslim.
Public pressure is going to be...
You fucking coward. All right?
As if there's no peer pressure within any of these other religious groups that do this.
That's all you got. You lying, shifting sack of shit.
Oh, God.
Shut up.
You're so boring with these silly insults.
No,
at the end of this, I want to hear some kind of justification as to why you're okay with the Christians and the Catholics and the Jews, but not the Muslims.
Control the conversation by.
I want you to justify the fear mongering that you're doing.
There's no fear mongering.
I'm losing. Okay. So be clear. By the end of your screed, I want you to justify the fear mongering.
What fear mongering? What fear mongering?
I want you to justify this fear mongering you're doing about Sharia courts that you don't appear to have the same fear about Catholic courts, about rabbinic courts, about Christian courts, about even like Buddhist mediation groups that exist.
What fear mongering have I said?
I just explained it to you.
No, you didn't. You just said that I'm spreading it. You just restated your position.
You're speaking of these Sharia courts as if there's some special evil that where these little girls are going to be forced to go to this court against their will by their family pressuring them. As if you're not describing all the other religious courts that you're okay with. That currently exist, and you're apparently okay with.
Nobody said no. Again, you're just throwing. I like this. I like to call this the spaghetti argument. Right?
That's the narrative you're painting, Scott. You may not be saying it directly, but that's the narrative you're painting.
Throwing random accusations at the wall, seeing what sticks.
It's not at all random.
Interrupt me, and then you just start accusing me of things, and then you can't actually back it up. So you give me more straw mans of what you're saying I'm fear mongering against.
Pussy.
I am describing what is occurring, and you can't let that occur. So
go for it. Please describe it.
Maybe you. Yes. So what I am saying is that anytime that you have a cultural homogenous group where there is another group with more power, the critical mass in an area changes the culture. When you have one Muslim living amongst 1 million Christians, what does that Muslim do? Well, he doesn't establish Sharia. There's only one of them. What happens when there's 100? What happens when there's 1,000? Things change when you have a population that becomes more isolated and becomes the dominant culture within a region. So we are seeing in the UK, we are seeing where before there were no Sharia courts. This was not occurring at all. There were none of it. 10, 15 years ago, there was like one Sharia court, and then like the government shut it down. It was illegal in the UK for them to do property disputes, for them to do will disputes, for them to do disputes over divorce. None of those things were illegal, but were legal. And then what ends up happening is you have more and more capitulation from lefties being like, oh, these poor people, they need to have their own situations. You have more and more Muslim power in local councils, in the parliament, the mayor of London. You have a growing population, and what ends up happening is now there are Sharia courts, and now those Sharia courts pressure family members to like kick them out of the community or no longer be a part of their family and disown them in many ways if they don't participate in things that go against liberal values in that region.
That would happen if Sharia was illegal?
Isolating groups. No, I'm saying when you keep communities isolated and you allow them to have isolated people by religion, isolated people by ethnicity, isolated people by region that they came from, they begin to form and coalesce their own power and their own culture. And I don't want to fucking import Muslim culture. I don't want to fucking import the Muslim world. What I want, if we're going to have people here, is I want them to assimilate into our culture. And so when you start talking about people,
so you force them to buy separate housing. Like, what do you do to do this? People are going to move here. They're going to build. They're going to buy the house they want to buy. They're going to live in the neighborhood they want to live. If they're going to isolate, it's because they want to like remain within their culture. They do want to keep some part of their culture alive. I'm not going to deny that.
You can't deny cultural problems in a society where everyone is forced to live together. When you start having these isolated communities that then
when you say
interact
forced,
with us, you
to be clear, Scott never addressed what I asked him. Right, which is why this is some special evil, and all these other groups are doing exactly the same thing. All these other groups do exactly the same thing. Why don't
Who
you
said
have
it
this
was a
big of an
special evil? You did.
This is the implication of your entire fucking
didn't.
argument.
I'll
Then
tell
why
you
the
why
fuck
it's
are you
special evil.
bitching about communities
evil.
centered around Christianity all over the fucking United States?
the
Why the
problem-
fuck are you bitching about this
I
community?
never- I
And
never
not all the communities built around Catholic churches.
I
as
never
well.
said that Sharia law and other ethnic subgroups were special if they established those laws that are separate from the host nation. I said that Christianity as a whole and that Judaism as a whole can be interpreted as a faith, even at a fundamentalist
we gotta
level.
go on the Gibbs
of being
side. We have
one
so-
with those
we are
nation states.
already
Islam
over time.
can't.
So can Islam. That is how it exists for the majority of Muslims in the U.S. What are you talking about?
Okay. Wait, we gotta go to Gibbs.
That's just not true.
Gibbs, Grid, Lagtoid, Ali.
So the problem here is that there is a special evil with this, and it is the fact that they are backed by a terrorist group. I know y'all want to sit here and gloss over it and go, "Ha ha, we can't prove it," or "Oh, it's only alleged." There's evidence; it's credible enough.
It's only alleged.
It's only alleged, but this is definitely where there's smoke, there's fire. We know it's a terrorist group that's backing them. We all know it. It's all true. We've seen the evidence. It's there. These are all like malcontents in El Paso. El Paso's
You'd be a great juror.
hold on. El Paso's a known hotbed for like anti-everything Texan. Like that's what we know. This little Democrat bastion.
El Paso's a terrorist city.
Hold on. Here we go. Here's what's gonna happen. There's a reason why it's a special evil. Like y'all are sitting here going, "Oh, nothing's bad," but Fabian is right. We're gonna have this group get in here. They're gonna peer pressure people into doing shit with this law. I just can't wait till the first time a Sharia law.
Why has that happened?
I can't because those other groups. Guess what? Dearborn isn't backed by Hamas. A little Hamas over here.
How do you know that?
Little Hamas.
How do you know that?
Well, hey, if they are, then they're doing a better job
I've
hiding
been trying
it.
to get funding for years.
Hold on, well, they're doing a better job hiding it. These guys have clearly got their USAID money ready, and they're sitting here using it from Hamas, all right? And they're bringing it over here, and I just can't wait.
Hamas
to,
is
hold
funding
on.
groups in America now. It's not Iran anymore.
I just can't wait until the first time Sharia law comes down and kills a little girl or a little boy and has an honor killing.
Wait.
Hold on, for them being out, for them being out,
for the day, you know?
for LGBTQ community member, and then our left is going to go, oh my god, they killed this little boy, this little girl because he was gay or trans, or what's going to happen when the prom queen fucks the prom king and they have an honor killing for that, and we have a literal stoning out front, and when we try to go in
about
there,
when they force women to wear scarves? When they force little girls to wear scarves, what are we going to do?
Hold on, I didn't interrupt y'all.
What
Just wait. What's next going to happen? We're going to go in there. We're going to try to stop one of these little honor killings. Oh, and suddenly it's going to be just like the genocide in Gaza. Look at the government being so evil, coming for these so saintly Hamas supporters. Oh, they're just so mean. Look at me, Trump. That's what this is. It's a planned organization to put sympathetic to terrorist group people in the same location, establish Sharia law, and just really try to fuck over America. And y'all are going, no, that's not what it is. And Doobie's willing to dismiss it just because he hates Zionists so much that he's willing to get in bed with these terrorist groups. I'm sorry.
I do hate Zionists.
I know you do. That's fine. I don't have any particular love for Zionists. I don't have any particular love for Zionists either. But guess what? I don't like Israel. I don't like these guys. Guess what? They both can go fuck themselves. I don't want a Zionist group here. I don't want a little Hamas group here. They can both stay over there, or we can just move them. You know what? I got an idea. Let's take these guys and we can give them move them to Palestine, and we can help them make the Riviera MAGA. They can be part of the Gaza. How's that sound? We'll give them their location. Let's do that. If they want to launch rockets, they can do it from there. No, it's not an insane take. You know what? This is bullshit. Hold on, Brock. I actually object to this because you're saying it's an insane take and you're being dismissive. But guess what? There's tons of Texans that feel this way. We don't want little Hamas. I know that I object this because this is why the left lost. Y'all sit here and y'all want to dismiss whole segments of the population and say what we're thinking is insane. When you know what's insane, it's me. Hold on. I waited. I let everybody else go.
Climate change is
hold on. I didn't interrupt y'all. Y'all have cut me off all night. I've been waiting the whole time. Listen, I'm not going to let you sit here.
Done?
Hold on. No, I wasn't done. I've been sitting here listening to y'all go. Every time I start talking, I get halfway through y'all sitting here going, oh, it's an insane take.
take. It's not an insane take. You know what's an insane take? The left going, hey, we're so uppity and so smart that whenever we see terrorist connections to a group, these guys are insane for thinking they don't want that shit here, and then we're going to just dismiss them. This is why y'all lost, and this is why you're going to keep losing.
We lost because of terrorists.
Yeah, it is. It is. Y'all are terrorist supporters.
Agreed. We lost for lots of reasons.
Exactly.
All right, let's go to our friend.
Without the uppity dismissiveness.
Grid, I'm hoping, Grid, please don't disappoint me that you are slightly more coherent than that. Thank you. Please go, Grid.
It's absolutely coherent. You just don't want to admit it because the evidence goes against what you want to hear.
I guess I'm going to go back to what Scott was saying, that it's just Islam, guys. It's not that hard to understand.
Yeah,
it really is.
Oh God.
It's really not that hard to understand.
Lactoid?
I mean, come on. The Libyans, the slave markets are back open in the Middle East, in Syria and Libya.
I wonder who did that. What happened there?
Yeah, I wonder who brought that back to Libya.
It's those baby angels.
I wonder if Christianity or Judaism also have slavery. I wonder if that was the thing
I'm
about those
wondering
religions.
who currently has an open slave market for young women.
I wonder how many Muslims live in countries where slavery is actually not allowed, and they don't do slavery. That'd be interesting to see.
Which ones?
I'm sorry, Ali, how many slaves do you have?
I didn't know he lived in a country
No.
without slavery.
It's not a Muslim country.
Good one.
What the fuck are you talking about?
How many Muslims live in countries where slavery is not allowed, and they don't have slaves?
Hey, Ollie, how many Mexicans you got working on your ranch? How many Mexicans you got out there? You got a bunch of illegals working for you?
Like, hold on, like realistically, like I point to Ali. This is the kind of Muslim we're talking about. An Americanized Western Muslim, right?
Are you
he's not
surprised that
scary.
Dems support slavery?
He's not fucking a goat or a child. He's a nice guy. Not a big deal.
The Dems always support slavery. There's no surprise.
Exactly.
That's why we don't
yes.
want to fucking Muslim towns.
Wait. I was Americanized. My parents weren't necessarily Americanized. I was born, and the first generation of kids typically integrate to the country that they're living because they go to school, because they grow up with other people.
When you go to a Muslim fucking run city that is
oh my God, I lived in a Muslim run city. Hold up, are you guys retarded? I went to a Muslim majority school. It was 95% Muslim. White kids would fast with us. I integrated just fine.
That is
wait. Do you
wait? So you as a specific town designed to be a Muslim?
Ollie, do you support illegal? Ollie, it seems like you support illegal alien slavery though. So I guess nothing's really changed for the Dems. Not since that.
Let's go to our friend. Let's go to our friend.
I do have one last thing to say is that I'm not Tyler. I'm not red pill, man. I'm actually pretty anti-red pill. I give those guys hell all the time.
All the Christian.
I don't understand how your arguments here are falling on such deaf ears. Literally, if we were talking about Christian nationalism or white nationalism, if we were talking about Nazis setting up a town, you guys would be in literal
not
right now.
You let the Klan build a town? Doubtful.
I lived in
This is the Klan, but it's the Muslims instead.
The guys who literally are selling women into slavery
we have Al Qaeda building a town in Texas, basically.
I want to. So actually, I'm glad you said that. That actually segments exactly something I wanted to ask Lactoid, but it seems like he's already answered the question. Okay.
You let Al Qaeda build a town?
I was bound upon my answer.
Yes.
I think I'm up next too. So
yeah, sure. Yeah.
Tell us why you allow Al Qaeda to build a town, Lactoid.
Because what I was going to ask, and it sounds like you already on that wavelength. I was going to ask if you agree with our friend Scott, because Scott's saying something different from what you've said in the past. IP proud? What? I don't know.
No.
Would you let Osama buy land in Texas?
It sounds like
Depends which Osama you're talking about.
Osama bin Laden.
What Scott was saying is that like it's a problem when there's different groups that isolate themselves, right? That make a town around their specific belief or ideology or whatever, right? That makes it a problem, and then that makes friction with the larger host nation. I think that's a fair assessment of what Scott was saying. And so I was going to ask you if you agree with that, because I feel like we've talked about this, and I was going to ask if there was a whites-only town, or a town centered around like white supremacy specifically, like as an ideology.
We have a town here that's literally called White Settlement, and that's what it was. It's still called that, by the way.
I mean,
I live in
South Africa. I mean, there's a lot of history there with that.
I've seen a Klan march, so
do you?
I understand this.
So you disagree with Scott then?
No, I agree with Scott.
That's not
no.
argument,
I'm talking about
fair.
So I think what Scott. So what Scott's doing and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I think is happening. Scott does agree that communities should be able to form their own communities because of the freedom of association and the freedom of isolation, etc. Scott just doesn't like it, and he's just making that known to you guys. Am I wrong?
That's not what I said. No, but I mean,
okay.
You can say just maybe doesn't like it. I said Islam specifically is violative at a fundamental level of the non-aggression principle. That is the issue with an Islamic specific town, is that an Islamic specific town is a threat to everyone around them.
So they are
let me. All right, I don't know. Here.
Okay,
I think Nazis would be the same thing, though.
Yeah.
But no, because I think a Nazi town would be the same thing, because Nazism as an ideology is specifically violative of the non-aggression principle. But if it was just like black people or white people coming together that just said, we like white blonde babies, and we think blacks are icky, like I wouldn't want to hang out there, but that wouldn't be violative of the non-aggression principle. But if their ideology at its core is explicitly against allowing people to voluntarily associate, then they don't get to have their cake and eat it too. They don't get to say,
wait.
The ideology or the people? The ideology
hold on. Let me explain that.
I think you have to apply that to Christianity.
Let me just ask one quick question, Scott. Do you think that if somebody
I think Christianity can be
hold on, Scott, do you think that if somebody holds a belief that is antithetical to the non-aggression principle, does that justify action against them now?
So if you have not committed actions,
right,
then all you need to do is recant. But if you are a statist, for example,
they
you've already agreed to all violence. We've already agreed to all violence. You've already communicated a threat. All Democrats, all Republicans.
Even me, right?
Yeah. Like it would be like, I don't think it would be morally good, but I could not if you and me are in a room.
Target.
Hold on. Anyway, if you and me were in a room and then another person said recant on taxation as theft and they held a gun to your head, it would be against natural law. I would be evil to stop them from killing you because you have agreed to that. But if you recanted, then obviously I would do everything that I could to stop them. Now, I'm not saying you ought to go out and engage in that violence because I don't think that's moral.
You just shouldn't stop people who do it.
Well, no, that would be immoral. It would be immoral.
That would be immoral,
So like if someone says, I'm a Muslim or I support taxation, right? And then there was another person that was going to engage in violence against you, it would be immoral for me to stop that from occurring.
We can take this like one little bit further. Because in America, anarcho-capitalists are like a tiny percentage of the overall population. When you see somebody about to kill somebody else, you can generally assume that it'd be immoral for you to stop them.
Well, so I can generally assume when I see violence against one person or another person, nothing is being communicated in that moment other than one person is aggressing upon another person. Now, if that person said, don't attack me, I'm a communist, and then the other person said, that's why I'm attacking you because taxation is theft, it would be immoral for me to step in and stop that person from attacking.
No, I'm not talking about like motivation. I'm saying that like, let's say you had somebody who had like a Democrat sticker on their shirt or whatever, and then you saw somebody attack them. Like stopping that you're saying stopping the attack would be immoral because they consented to violence or whatever, right?
I'm saying that if that person says, please somebody help me, in that moment they are recanting all support for the Democratic Party. If someone listen, here's what it's saying. When you say taxation is justified, when you say that the state is justified, or when you say I am a Muslim, right? These are all similar things in that what you are saying is violence and power is all that matters and the law of the jungle is supreme. And I do not believe in ethics. That is, those are the exact same thing.
What?
Logically speaking, that is what that means.
So the chat. Hold on, the chat.
When you say that it is,
I think that's the most libertarian thing I've ever heard in my life.
But it's just a fact. If you say taxation is good,
the most libertarian thing I've ever heard in my life.
No, if you say taxation is good or the state is justified, you are effectively saying slavery is justified, violence is justified. You are consenting. You are consenting to a power game, and you are no longer an ethical person. You are no longer saying ethics is something that I believe in. But if you beg for help and you don't say anything else, and I don't have any actions to prove that you're a violent person, then in that moment, I can jump in. I can
you
say,
ever announced you've announced being a Democrat, and then the person will jump back to being Democrat as soon as the danger's over.
Hey, the chat has a question.
So before we get
the chat wants to know. Well, the chat wants to know real quick. What if it's a nun saying she's going to blow herself up in the name of the Pope? What about that situation? What are you going to do then, Scott? Are you going to make her renounce Christianity?
What? Like, this is such a wild example. I don't like if I see someone about to do a suicide bombing, I don't even care why they're doing the suicide bombing. I'm going to attempt to stop that suicide bombing because they're obviously an aggressive actor.
What if they're doing it? You should get away from the suicide bombing.
I'm going to say this. What if like believes in?
You're not a hero.
We got to.
I don't want to fucking fight a bomb. I'm not EOD, man. Like I'm gonna probably.
Okay, so we're a little bit off. This is insanity, by the way.
It's not insanity. It's logic.
This is insanity.
Unfortunately, the rest of you have been programmed into believing that.
This is
we're gonna move past that.
I want to answer the question, Prime.
And you will go straight to you. Just got to quickly read the super chat. $5 from or is it $6? It's hard to see. $6 from PDX. He says we make a distinction between fundamentalist types as extreme versus Muslims here. It seems like Hamas lives rent free in Gibbs's head. Don't tell the IDF. Don't tell the IDF. They will bomb. Bomb.
Maybe we should tell them. They'll get rid of this.
Thank you for that.
The IDF and Hamas are just two criminal organizations fighting each other.
They are criminal organizations.
In fact,
that one.
I'll agree with that.
All right. Yeah. So, to answer the question before, yes, I do think that if the Klan or some white nationalist organization or some black separatist organization, the Black Panthers, or I guess the new Black Panthers, et cetera, if they got together and they're like, look, we're going to form our own town, I think they should be allowed to do that. If they wanted to say something, make it maybe even in more extreme position, if they said like, I bought a bunch of private property and I want to let only black people onto my like plot of land where I've got a bunch of houses and a church and everything, that should also be allowed. What we're talking about here, isn't even that though. They're not saying like, okay, you have to be a Muslim to live here because that'd be against federal law. They're saying, this is just, we're just going to have like a mosque and a community center, but non-Muslims can live here. I guess my question, let's take a group that's like objectively more dangerous than
the Taliban.
Muslims, right?
Like, the Taliban?
Feminist Democrats.
MS-13?
Okay. Feminist Democrats. We're going hold on. We're going way beyond the Taliban. Feminist Democrats. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let's say a bunch of feminist Democrats, they all got together and they're like, we want to form our own town out in the middle of nowhere. There's going to be a fucking Universalist church there. There's going to be a library that has like all the books in there. It's going to be crazy, and we're all going to go live in it. I mean, I think this would be okay. In fact, I would prefer it, honestly. Right? Like, would you guys really be like? Would you have this reaction to that? Is my question.
They're gonna call the town awful because it's all adult white female liberals.
No. I don't disagree. I wouldn't want to live there, but that's not the metric.
Are they funded by a terrorist group?
No. It was just a joke.
Oh my god.
I mean, they're funded by the DNC, kind of.
No. The DNC is not recognized one, but Hamas is. So I would say no. Let them. But like this
CARES is not recognized as a terrorist group.
Listen, I don't want the Taliban having a town here. I don't want the Klan having a town here. I don't want fucking the IRA having a town here. These are terrorist groups. They don't need to get a town in our fucking states. It's that simple. Just because they have 2 shell companies removed doesn't mean they're not the terrorist group. Like, just because they got good at hiding their shit doesn't mean it's not the terrorist. Like, wow, we have plausible deniability, bro. Like, I guess the glove didn't really fit on OJ either. Like, come on. Like, we know the guy did it. We know these guys are terrorists. It's that simple. It's that we actually don't know OJ, but like these guys.
No, OJ definitely.
So then you know it's a terrorist group. Then you know it's a terrorist group.
First of all,
like, give me a break.
Fanatic about that one.
Yeah, I know. Fanatic is very, very educated on the subject. Yes. I don't know. I find this, but just to be clear, I find this to be like all meaning aside, like when I actually read this story, I was surprised. Maybe I shouldn't have been following. I mean, right after 9/11, I guess I can get it. I can get why people are so uppity about the idea of putting a mosque at ground zero. I get that. This is some fucking piece of land in Texas. I could not care less.
Cool.
if
Let's put
people
it next to
wanted build
you.
a city here.
Let's put it next to
That's
you.
fine.
It is
That's
next to me.
fine.
It is next to me.
We don't want it.
literally next to me.
Nobody wants to hear.
And I'm fine with it.
Nobody wants to hear.
Wait, you're
Listen.
the one who proposed it. I'm accepting.
Listen,
It's right next to me. Let's do it. Yeah, I agree with you. Let's do it next to me.
He is an immigrant plant. He's an immigrant plant from like we
It's not an
trust him.
immigrant
This
plant.
is
He's just a
ultimate
Catholic
NIMBYism,
cult.
by the way.
We can't
This is
trust him.
mega NIMBYism.
He's
This is like not only not in my backyard. This is like
Catholics and
not in my
Muslims
zip
don't
code.
I don't want it in my state. I don't want it in our
Not that,
country.
but you're convincing me. I love him.
We're
I
gonna move
want
on
the
to
KKK
Ali
doing
and
it.
Aiko, right? But we got 2 super chats. One from Alexander Wind, who continues to be like the MVP. Like, thank you, Alexander Wind. Thank you so much.
I'll keep being
And thank you to
problematic, so
everyone.
he'll keep paying.
Oh, do that. And on that note, he says Fabian taking absolutist hyperbole to an extreme. Nice for $10.
It's called
Thank
principles.
you. Thank you so much. And then we have Eddie Bombay sending 10. Is this Australian? I'm not sure, right? Make believe money, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Whatever it is. I didn't know that when my parents made me eat my broccoli before I could get dessert was basically the same as enduring slavery. I should have defended myself against them. I appreciate that, Eddie. That was an aggression against you. I think we can all agree on that. And
Force feeding children broccoli may be a violation of the non-aggression principle. Hey, have you guys heard of plant defense chemicals? No, I'm kidding.
What about
Your parents
force
just fed
feeding?
you healthy
What
food.
about force feeding adulterous women stones? Like, is that?
Let's go to our friend.
That sounds
Ali
like a
and then Aiko.
fantasy of yours there, buddy. Like, what's
I
going
was just
on?
using
Ali-
I'm just like prescribing the treatment they give women that are adulterous in Saudi Arabia.
Why
where
don't we do
some of these
Ali-
backers might be from.
Ali, Aiko, and then we'll wrap up with Doobie. Doobie seems really passionate. I love when I get to Doobie to passion and we can get like a lot of words out of him. So Ali, Aiko, and Doobie. We'll wrap it up with them.
Yeah, so like the Destiny Andrew Wilson tactic of attacking Muslims online and then having the influx of people coming and kind of fueling your page, right? Whatever it may be, you're getting all the stream is coming right to you because online Muslims are kind of some of the most annoying people on fucking earth. The anonymity is crazy. They love to message. But even with the memes, my issue is I hear about anti-Semitism all the time, how it starts with a dislike of the people, then it's a narrative building, and then all of a sudden you're rounding them up, you're kicking them out of the country. A Holocaust happens eventually at some point. That's kind of what, and I brought this up a few weeks ago to DB and Prime when we talked after a panel. That's the kind of same rhetoric that's happening with the Muslims right now, right? It's these people, they come to our lands, they don't assimilate, they speak a weird language, they have a weird religion. We can't have them living together. Trump is even saying like, "Hey, there's a problem. Islam has a problem with America." Right? And so we're doing all this, we're drumming, and now we're getting into like homegrown terrorists. What are we going to do with them? Once again, I've said this before, I'm pretty sure we're going to gear up towards some type of like mass rounding up of people, and it's not going to be based on criminality, it's going to be based on ideology. We're going to round up a group of people who aren't American, right? We're trying to define what an American culture is, right? We have it now that like English is officially the national language, which when it wasn't before. We have now there are I don't think so. Now we have what drivers are they're not allowed to drive if they don't full speak English, whatever it may be. We're getting to this nationalistic point where anyone that isn't in this like specific ideology need not be here. And if you guys are okay with that, that's fine. Like I'm okay with people like admitting it and being open to it, but like I kind of see too many parallels and similarities, and maybe tell me if I'm wrong.
No, you're 100% right. This is what happens.
We're pre-Nazi journey just for the Muslims.
No, we just don't want fucking terrorists
This is
living in our states.
This is just what happens. We've seen it over and over and over again in history, right? That like the pendulum swings, right? Like, and we can see it in Canada, for example, right? Like throughout the last 60, 70, 80 years, we've always seen that the progressives have been the younger generation, and the older generation has been more conservative, more right-leaning, more private property focused, more capitalistic, more,
nationalistic.
Right. Yeah. All of the things you tend to associate with like the right. And then what do we see in this last prime minister election? We saw that the boomers were elbows up, got to stop Trump. Trans rights are human rights. And they all voted for Carney. And the younger generation voted for the conservatives. They voted for Pierre Poilievre. They voted because like we're seeing the pendulum swing in voting in demographics. And this is what happens is that rationality doesn't enter into fucking politics and politicians at a national level. Like that doesn't.
Okay.
So yeah, I agree. Like I think we're probably going to see minority groups and people that seem subversive to, you know, the WASP narrative and things like that be punished unjustly. And it sucks. I don't want to see anybody punished in that way.
But your narrative and the way that you speak is kind of indicative of the fact that you are okay with it happening because this group is particularly evil and we must not have evil near us. And so if we get the only thing we can do is kind of prevent for these people from coming in or eventually kicking these people out. So like the argument is that like kind of you would have just been a Nazi in Germany.
No, this is
like,
but
you
this
agree
is
with the fact that
Ali, this is an age-old thing.
I'm not doing it to be an asshole. I'm not doing it to be like I'm not doing it to be a gotcha.
No. I'm with you.
Right?
I'm with you. And I'm trying to be honest here, right? Like
yeah.
Just because I hate the Bolsheviks doesn't mean that I support the Nazis that came in to get rid of the Bolsheviks. Right? Like that's like I can hate the ideology of Islam.
Fuels that.
I hate the ideology of Islam.
Yeah, and that fuels what would happen. The narrative that you build,
but I'm not a consequentialist.
What would happen.
I'm not a consequentialist that says that I need to side. No, but you're saying the narrative I'm building. The narrative that I'm building is one of individual liberty, property rights, and not violating the non-aggression principle. Islam is against those things, and so I'm against Islam.
And so therefore, Muslims are against these things, right?
But I'm not. I'm not worried. I'm not worried. I'm not my actions. I don't temper my truth or the truth of what it is that I'm saying because I'm worried that I might be supporting a narrative that's worse or better in some degree. I'm not a consequentialist. What I'm saying is truth is paramount above all. And that is the non-aggression principle. Like that is libertarianism. And after that, my opinion tends to swing mostly towards objectivism. Like again, just because I don't like the Bolsheviks doesn't mean I would have supported the Nazis. I don't support Greg Abbott. I don't support the conservatives here. What I'm saying is that this is a bad idea.
I got to drive to the end. And Gibbs, we can tackle that later.
I absolutely have to respond to this. I have to. I'm sorry. You got me on this because this is bullshit. This is what this framing is.
You can make it very quick.
Yeah, it's going to be real quick. I'll do it right now. It's like Pablo Escobar built a bunch of churches and a bunch of schools, all sorts of stuff. That's the equivalent of what this terrorist group is doing here. They're trying to build churches. They're trying to take over land so they can push their lessons and their political agenda.
Churches?
And they are. Faith also. No, but they're doing this is just a money fund.
Mexicans aren't Pablo Escobar, right?
This isn't just a money.
Mexicans are building a town, and you'll know this is funded by Pablo Escobar.
Mexicans are all terrorists. This is just a terrorist group trying to get political influence in the United States and possibly a money laundering operation. That's what they're doing. They're going to funnel money back over to these groups, or they're going to use the USAID money that they stole from Biden and bring it back over here, and they're going to fund their groups further. It's all bullshit. And I know you're just saying true, but we already know that they have funding ties to these groups. So don't.
We don't. You think you do. We don't.
Admiral Gibbs,
we already
what you're
know.
saying is bullshit, but
it's
at
true.
the same
it's
time,
absolutely true.
It's like statistically might just be true.
I know it's true. We already have evidence it's true.
I got to drive to the end. Aiko and
we don't need proof, but
we already posted proof.
Yeah, I think I'm the only person on this panel who's been to the area that's going to become Epic City. But not just that. Like we have 100,000 Muslims in the Dallas area, and then I taught in a school district where we were right next to the largest mosque in the Southwest. About 30% of my students were Muslim, and I do not recognize any of the stuff that you guys are describing in the families of the people that I taught. And I didn't just know the students, but I also had dinner with their families and stuff like that. I was because I was a debate coach, I was more involved in their lives than maybe an average teacher would be. And this group of kids that are all living in community all went to the same mosque. They had actually specific speech and debate stuff that they were doing within Muslim circuits and stuff like that I was also coaching them for. They also that was probably as close to Epic City as you're going to get in Texas because there was such a large Muslim community in that area. Like I said, there's 100,000 of them here. And something else too, which I don't quite get. But cities tend to be more progressive, and rural areas tend to be more conservative. And one of the explanations for that you often get is that people have to live in community in cities. They're sort of densely populated, and you meet all kinds of people who are not like you, and that tends to make people more liberal, more progressive. And if you live in rural areas, it tends to be a monoculture where you don't meet a lot of people who are different from you. And so the risk that people are talking about here is that Muslims, if they all live together, they might become conservative too. And that's the real danger, right? Is that they might be too conservative. I mean, after all, Dearborn voted for Trump, right? Yeah. That's the real danger.
I like this reasoning. It makes sense to me. We should dismantle the suburbs. I've been talking about that
I like gaslighting too. I love the gaslighting.
Let's dismantle the suburbs, right? Let's let's pull in Israel and ethnically cleanse the rural areas, put them into cities. Sounds like a good idea, I think. Thanks so much for that.
Israel's great.
Let's go to our friend Doobie.
I don't know what else to say, to be honest with you. I think this conversation has demonstrated that what Lactoid, Ali, and Aiko and I said at the start is true, right? A lot of this is just bigotry directed at Islam, misunderstandings of Islam, treating Islam as some special evil or some special, especially bad religion that doesn't have the characteristics of other religions that exist here in the United States. Despite having an example of a Muslim, an Americanized Western Muslim here in the U.S. on the panel with us right now. And him not being all the things that you guys are saying that these Muslims are going to be. So it just seems like you have this caricature of these evil terrorist Muslims with bombs under their fucking rags on their head, just like wandering around with a sword looking for children, white women to rape, specifically white women to rape. You have they have this image, and it was probably beat into you after 9/11. You've been exposed to a ton of video games and shit that have reinforced this image, and that's all it is.
Oh, so, that district I worked for?
I'm just saying, when
that
did
was
the
Hindus
Hindus
that hosted Clock Kid? If you remember Clock Kid.
Oh yeah, I remember.
I'm just saying, recently I've seen it used to be the Abrahamic religions were the three: Islam, Christianity, religion, and Judaism. All of a sudden, I've seen Islam be ousted, and now it's Hinduism, Judaism, and Christianity, and I just don't know how that ended up being the mix.
Let's all right, so we'll
these are real chill people,
way over time, but I thank you guys for staying around. This was a very spirited conversation. So let's go down the line and quickly say thank you to everyone. Thank you to our friend Lactoid, who's been fantastic. I really appreciated your our earlier discussion on Trump and the law and everything, even though we always find ourselves in the opposite ends of these things. I feel I value our conversations every time we have them.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for having me on. I can find my Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube.
Okay. Our friend Scott. Oh, before I do that, to the rest of y'all, hey, if you've enjoyed this content, consider following the channel. If you haven't done so yet, subscribe to the channel. We do this all the time. We have great conversations, right? Like this was a lot of fun. If you enjoyed that, then be sure to come back, hit the follow button or the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the bell so you know when we're going live. And consider a sub to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. And just in case, I don't want them to leave if before I say it, thank you again to our super chatters who've made this a success. The super chatters are freaking amazing. Thank you, Alexander Rin. I've been saying it wrong the entire time, but Rin is what it is. You sponsored all of this, so I really appreciate your kindness. All right, sorry, Scott. I do appreciate you as well. We know each other many times, but still, you're a valued member of this community.
Yep, you can find me Fabian Liberty on predominantly on X and YouTube for right now. If you want to get a bunch of super chats, then just bring me on a topic where I can talk shit on Christianity or Islam. Because then under circumstances, I'm just a middle of the road libertarian. I'm radical, but I'm not the big right left divide. But I'll piss off people and get them to put in more super chats if you give me an opportunity to shit on Islam or Christianity. It was fun.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Gibbs. Gibbs, despite everything, I still love you. Well, put that out there.
I love you too, Prime. You know, I hate like two groups of people. I hate terrorists and I hate slave owners, and the Dems are both of those. So I just not a big fan of that. They support them both. They love open air slavery in Libya. They love illegal immigrants being slaves here. No surprise. But yeah, I you know, if you like what I have to say or you hate what I have to say, you find me over as Admiral Gibbs. I got content going every day this week. It's gonna be exciting. I'm excited. Thanks for having me.
Shout out to you. Let's go to our friend Aiko. I thank you for your insights you brought into all this. Bring great Catholic lore that I'm not sure anyone else here knew. Thanks so much.
Yeah, sure. My favorite part was Gibbs conceding that one of us on the panel should live next door to this place.
Yeah, not in Texas though. You don't get.
Itself an endorsement of locating
you don't get to say
them exactly where they are.
I'm overruling you. I'm overruling you, Ike. Yeah. You don't get.
My second favorite moment was Scott identifying large groups of people that can already be assumed to have violated the NAP, so that we don't have to worry about the NAP, right? Because the aggression's already happened.
Well, just the people that have self-identified that way.
Which is almost everybody, right?
Every status and every Muslim, you know, for starters.
Yeah.
Every Nazi, sure. But
sure. Yeah.
Well, Islam is just another form of statism.
Every Democrat, every Republican.
Everyone.
No, they're Christian. They're Christian anarchists.
No, wait a minute.
Ideology.
Jesus says to pay your taxes, right? Like render unto Caesar. So that as a class already we violated the NAP.
No, I disagree.
He also says don't steal though.
Interpretation.
So.
I disagree with that interpretation. I would say that historically speaking, the drachma that he was handed was likely one that claimed that Caesar was God, and that comment was in tongue in cheek. That he was actually making fun of Caesar without specifically saying so.
You know who's never violated the NAP?
Christians themselves live under the authority of whatever their church is, and that is not an interpretation that churches follow.
They say, most of them are using letters from Paul to justify taxation in the state.
Yeah,
but there's a viable. What I'm saying, there is a viable interpretation of Christianity that is libertarian. That cannot be said of Islam. Because Islam specifically states and explicitly states that you must go and subjugate people.
I still think that it sounds like over 90% of the population has violated the NAP, and therefore is a fair target for anyone who wants.
I didn't say that. They haven't violated the NAP. They have just said that they would.
We can continue this later, but thank you, Aiko.
They should repent.
Ali, thank you for hitting up with this great topic. I wasn't sure how explosive it'd be. I wasn't sure what people would say on stream. I should not have underestimated this group of individuals. They're going to say the worst things, apparently.
I follow TOS. Barely.
We'll see. I'll be the first one to find out if you didn't. Thank you, Ali. Thank you, Ali, friend, for bringing this to me. It was a great topic, and Ali is constantly trying to help the channel. He does this on a regular basis, so I just want to give you your flowers.
Of course, I love being here, so anytime I can help would be amazing. To the, I don't know if I want to say to the right, I don't know if I want to say to afraid Christians or white communities, whatever it may be. I promise you, being antagonistic towards a community of people that want to come and build and buy land and do the whole thing and be Americans, right? They're being the best version of Americans. We can look at Muslim cities in America. They come, they own their own businesses. They wanted to vote Republican and conservative for the longest time, but you guys pushed them away. You guys continuously push them away, right? Which is why they keep going to the left, which is why they keep voting Democrat. It's your fault. It's your fault. And I think the issue is people are getting mad that they're coming here and they're being better at being American than the Native American people, like the natives born. So, I mean, I think the issue is within. You should focus on your own communities, build your own communities up, make your communities stronger, lest you would have to worry about other communities coming and taking away from yours. You guys can find me at Sociologic and all things on the internet. Thank you, Prime.
Thank you. And yeah, Muslims are Republicans before 9/11. But I changed that. Let's go to our friend Doobie. Doobie, like you said a bunch of stuff, and I really liked hearing all your words. You said a lot of smart things and a lot of thought-provoking things. So I really appreciate that. We don't get to see you often because if you're busy with family stuff. But this is very, very, very enjoyable for me, Doobie.
Yeah, me too. I'm going to use my time actually to ask Aiko a question that I know he has the answer to. This is just me being curious. Isn't there like a passage or like a verse within the Bible that says something like, I'm going off my memory, something like all authority comes from God. So if an authority exists, it exists because God has granted them that authority. Like something to that effect. And I think that exists within Judaism and Islam too. Right? There's this idea that you need to be subservient to the authorities unless they're like acting in contradiction to like God's law. But their understanding is that all sovereignty comes from God in all three of these Abrahamic religions.
Yeah, let everyone be. I just looked it up while you were asking me that question. Let everyone be subject to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. That's Romans 13, so that's Paul. It sounds like something Paul would say. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my understanding is that Judaism and Islam also have similar verses or saying. So
right.
I think all three religions
this
have
idea, yeah. I mean, there's this concept called presentism that people assume that because the Christianity that they know today sort of acknowledges like a right to conscience and a separation of church and state and all these other things. At least, I mean, not all Christianity does accept that even today. But honestly, like Vatican, at least in the Catholic Church, Vatican II is when that started. That was like, within the living memory of people who are alive today still. So, yeah, like Christianity definitely wanted religion to run things, just like any other religion did up until very recently.
Thank you for that. Let's go to our friend Tyler, who's always just a font of stability here, right? Well, we haven't yet gotten him to
get him talking about Israel Palestine.
He hasn't cracked yet.
Yeah,
get him talking about Israel Palestine.
Oh, really? Interesting. Can't wait for that in the future.
Oh man, yeah, you two go up. Yeah.
We have Doobie and I have.
Well, I meant Prime, you and Prime, but yeah.
It'll be the explosive conversation. But Tyler, go ahead.
All right, so I kind of I was going to get Sociological's point. I want to talk about if you look at Black Americans and how they poll in terms of their feelings on LGBT and blah blah blah, they're more based than Republicans in a lot of ways. If you look at Hispanics from the south of the border, they're more based than Republicans in a lot of ways. And if you look at Islam and how they poll on certain social issues, particularly, they're also more based. There's people right now in different Muslims right now fighting against left wing things that you guys don't like. These are your natural allies. And all you have to do is stop saying, oh, they're slightly more violent than white people are. It's not that much more. And when you start to really look into the numbers, again, it's 1 in 50,000. You're throwing away a giant bathwater for a tiny baby when you really break it down. I really think you guys should reassess this because you're throwing away natural allies that side with you. And again, you're pushing them to the left the same way you see Kyle Rittenhouse, who was told Steven Crowder, I wasn't actually a right winger, but they pushed me to the right because no left winger would side with me. They're calling me a murderer. You want to stay away from that. Trust me on that. You're doing politics wrong. You got to do what Gibbs does to me. I'm not right wing. He is constantly trying to pull me over to vote MAGA, to be MAGA, because he knows politics is the art of the inclusion. Now, I have some really big news. My fiance just got approved in the U.S. Embassy to come over here and become a U.S. citizen. So I'll be kind of gone for the next 3 weeks. We're going to start looking for a house when she gets here. So you might not see me for a little while, but Friday nights, our Friday night show, he was there. Everyone's pretty much invited if you'd like to. It's just a debate review. We pull in clips. It's a lot like this. I tried to design it after what Prime does here, where we kind of let it be more of a discussion show than a debate show. It's fantastic. It's really fun. I'd advise checking it out.
Okay. Does that mean whenever Scott shows up, you mute him a bunch of times? Is that what you do?
No libertarians allowed. I'm sorry.
Oh, well, even better. So you've surpassed my show. Thank you.
I'm just kidding. Scott's great.
like congratulations to you and your family. I happy to see your lady making it here. I'm assuming it's a lady. But your lady making it here. Yeah, like I wish you both luck, and we can't wait to have you back in the future whenever you're free.
You'll meet her next time I'm here.
Oh, fantastic. Great. Right. Yeah, we're looking forward to that. Let's go to our friend Grid. Thank you, Grid. And thank you for taking the classically masculine stance and just like having a weapon on display at all points in time.
Only one I got.
Thank you, friend.
It's the only one I got. Actually, and it's not unusual for me and for Scott and I to agree and disagree at the same time. And he and I push back quite a bit. I'm actually a little shocked at Lactoid's take, and of course I knew Doobie was going to lie his way through this. I am a little bit surprised at iCal's gaslighting tonight, but hey, I'm good. I like gaslighting. It's okay. It's cool. You guys can find me at An Unreasonable Man on YouTube. I host a debate show now myself. I got kind of pushed into it. It is Tyler was there the other night as a judge, and it's a little different. It's a round robin, single elimination. You get 5 minutes. It's total blood sport. So you either man up or woman up, or get your testes out of there. So if you but at any rate, I'm always happy to be here. I don't mind the heat, and I don't mind sending out heat. I will admit that, and I will go along with what Scott said as my final kind of closing here. Individually, or when they have assimilated, I think Islamic folks are absolutely good citizens. The problem comes when they're isolated together and they start viewing everyone outside of their society as the enemy. There's a reason they call people infidel. There's a reason for these words. It has nothing to do with how good or bad they are individually. So that's as much as I kind of push back at Christian nationalism, the same thing goes for Islam, for the idea of this Islamic nation. So that's where I'll leave it. Good discussion, good talk. I love throwing grenades. You guys have a great rest of your night.
Absolutely. All right, so I'm going to read out to a lady who I've never read out before, but her thumbnail seems pretty cute. So that's as far as that has to go with me. Yeah, let's be supportive. Don't be dicks. And this is very slowly. The rate's going to happen very slowly.
Just go into the chat and immediately start arguing about Israel, Palestine, and the value of the Islamic faith in her chat.
If that's what you want to do,
Israel is just.
Explain in her chat immediately why Islamophobia is not real.
Yeah,
you're imagining it. You're imagining Islamophobia, Hassan.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to use that.
I'm sure whoever's playing Claire Oblivion or Claire fucking Expedition 33 would love the debate on Israel.
Guys, I'm gonna drop off. I appreciate it.
Hold on, Grid. Before you go,
if anyone wants to